2, 1, live. Hey guys, welcome to New Year's Eve live. I'm here with the dentist, actually called Krupesh Patel, but he's also the guy that I lived with for 6 years, 5.5 years, something like that in university, technically.
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that. Guys, welcome to New Year's Eve. Oh, that's my phone being loud. But yeah, Cruiser Dentist in London. We are ready to have guests on the show live. So if you want to join, there's a link in the description. If you refresh, it should be there now. 2 people on at a time, please, including whoever's on screen at the moment. So we've got 4 spots available, and we'll see what you guys have got to say as well. Me and Crew, we had a little chat beforehand. We thought we'd talk a bit about social media because a lot of this year has gone via social media because of the way things go. When a lockdown, everything happens on social media. So that's kind of our initial topic. First of all, man, how have you been? It's been a while since since we've been in person.
Been a fair bit of time, isn't it? Yeah, good. So I was at work today as well. So, just keeping ticking over with as much as we can during COVID. Bit manic, isn't it? These days with all the PPE and all that, but it is what it is. At least we're coming to the close of the year, and I was going to say things are getting better, but not necessarily anymore.
It's gonna be a while, isn't it? We've got a bit of a way to go.
Yeah. Well, at least the vaccine's getting rolled out, so that's off on one. So
yeah. Oh, the other thing, guys, hit the like button and subscribe if you're new because that's always really useful. Look, should we just dive in on the topic because I think that's the best way to go about these things.
Yeah. Go for it.
All right. So social media. Obviously, I'm quite heavily involved. How's it been for you? You started your dental page a while back, but you've done like a refresh recently, haven't you?
Yeah. So I think I'm trying to think. I think after FD was probably when I first made it. But then I wasn't really taking any photos or anything. I didn't really have to be fair, I didn't really have a proper setup. Like I think it's a lot easier now to get the right setup, or it's a lot more known about the setups that you need. And then so I took some basic stuff. It was useful, but actually really my posts weren't really the core crux of it. Like the main thing was really sort of using it as a learning platform.
Yeah.
And then, as you would know, because obviously you post loads of student accounts and whatever. So that was pretty useful because obviously, luckily, I lived with you, so I got to look at all these other accounts.
Yeah, it's good. Like I've learned loads from like just random people who've messaged me for a feature or whatever, and then I look at their account and be like, "Whoa, this guy's like on top," and then you pick up some like obviously then I see stuff and I send it to you and I send it to Mars, my cousin if you guys don't know, and then other people we know, and I think it's been really useful that way as well, hasn't it?
Yeah, really useful. So yeah, it's just started out really using it as a learning platform, and then just recently, like you said,
All right, we should be back now. Let me have a look. Should be back. That's really random. I think it's back on, but like I have no idea why it does this sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's back on.
There we go. So that's the first and hopefully the last little hiccup of the night with the internet connections. Yeah, we were just saying we learned loads from different people via the internet, which I think is kind of looked down upon in some circles, isn't it?
Yeah. I think some people think, it's a bit of a difficult one, isn't it? Like, I think there's a way that you can approach it where it's really useful learning, and then there's the polar opposite where you can look at it and just think, I'm not at that level, or I can't get to that level, because you see a lot of people putting out a lot of good work.
Yeah.
But, I think it's all just mindset.
You struggle with that at all, or not really? I think you've been all right, really, like generally.
Early on, I think just out of just as I discovered it at the beginning, at the initial bit, it was kind of a bit like, is my work that level? Like, what can I do to make it that level? But I think it was in its infancy then. Like dental insta was just about sort of coming to the fore.
Yeah, in the UK
so I
it
think
was like pretty dead until I think probably like mid 29, maybe like 2019. It started picking up in the UK.
Yeah, like 2018, 2019, yeah. And then I think I started seeing more and more posts, and I started getting lots and lots of things. But what was useful is like I said, like initially the mindset was like why can't I get to that level? And then when I started using it more as just like a learning platform, now I pretty much I could say like 40% of the tips and tricks that I look at on Insta I've implemented in like practice, and they're all like various different things from various different people, and some work for me and some don't.
Yeah.
And then it simplifies things a lot, which is really really useful. And then you've got a lot of people now doing like a lot of case documentation, which is more and more common now, and that's really really good. So obviously you see all the stages that other people are putting out, like what they're doing, like new stuff, like well, I'm not going to say new, but like DME is now like obviously like really well known. Just like even just I don't know if I would have been exposed to it if it wasn't for Instagram.
Yeah, no, I think that's really important. What's going on with? Have I just gone blank?
Yeah, yours has gone blank, but the stream is still on, I think. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
There we go.
That was quick. Nice one.
Yeah, no, I've got a wired battery pack, and a one that's actually a thing, a normal camera.
Yeah.
We're having a lot of. I'm messing up quite a lot today. I don't know why. I think it's just New Year, just like trying to chill out a bit too much.
That's been your year, though.
Yeah, it has, but I've done like weird work. It's been a bit different, like charity work and a lot of stuff, kind of networky sort of things.
Yeah. How's the charity work going? Because you did obviously the walk. You were doing live.
Do you know what? I don't think I lost any weight doing it, which is really sad. I think I'm just as fat as when I started. We raised 30K though, as a total.
That's huge.
Yeah.
That's huge. That's good, man. Well done.
So that wasn't all me. That was mainly a lot of other people, because I was kind of like I don't know if anyone else has seen this. They've done stuff like where it's charity work, but every time I was posting about it on my story, like each day I was getting less and less kind of hits on story. So I don't know if people just like, I don't know, they've got like a weird stigma about these things. But it was kind of like, oh, that's good first couple of days, and then it was like, oh, he's doing that again. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like it doesn't really matter too much about the hits, I suppose. At the end of the day, good.
Yeah,
good thing,
well,
right?
I was trying to raise awareness. So that's kind of half of it. So
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure it was more than when you began, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, we'd have to ask the guys at the charity, but I'm sure they've done pretty well. I know that like Shiraz Khan's now one of their ambassadors, which wasn't going to happen before I kind of got him in touch. I did 126 miles. Okay, it's not bad. Yeah, 100.
That's good, man.
126.
That's a lot.
And I'm still as fat as I was day one. So walking does nothing. Go lift weights. Complete waste of time.
Well, that was your uni life, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Lifting
Yeah,
weights.
bro. Do you remember when we used to take Ubers to and from uni because we were just late all the time?
Yeah, that was an eventful time.
How did we think that was a good idea? Like, for our bank accounts first off, and like general health.
At least it was cheap. At least it was cheaper up north than it is down here. Can't afford to get an Uber here from like A to B in that distance and pay it off.
I suppose it was like £1.50 or something. Oh, by the way, guys, there's 8 of you here. If anyone wants to join, there's a link in the bio of the video or description of the video, and there's a link in the chat as well. We've got 2 slots on, so feel free to join in and let us know how your year's gone. But yeah, that's kind of been my year, man. Social media. It started off really well. I was smashing it with the ender. I was getting to like a nice groove, and then lockdown happened, and I've not seen a patient since. So I kind of started actually being a dentist. Now I think technically I'm a struggling artist now because I just take photographs and don't earn any money.
I mean, that's the life of a beginning photographer, I believe.
Yeah.
From all I've seen on YouTube and starting out.
I'm not quite Peter McKinnon.
Oh well, that's high goals, isn't it?
That guy's got some skills. That guy's got some real skills.
But he started off as he did one which was like a story of his journey, and he started off as like a juggler and magician.
Yeah, have you seen his card tricks? They're actually pretty. I'm not someone who likes card tricks, but he's pretty good. Like I think it's a bit cheesy, but
no. But then he got into videography from there, and then photography, and then just transitioned across, and now he's just killing it.
I think it's harder to get into videography, you know. Like I think you can get good at photography pretty quickly. I think there's a lot to learn with videography.
The barrier entry, the only thing is really for photography is the cost of the camera and stuff. But to be fair, nowadays, even with phones, you don't really have to be limited to that. Like, it's pretty much like everybody has a camera, right? That could do a good job.
Yeah, I think like if you have a decent camera phone, you can kind of get a good video going, but like you're not gonna get that high level, you know. Oh my god, this is an incredible YouTube like film / documentary / vlog sort of vibe going that he gets. Maybe you can. Maybe I'll try that. Maybe that could be my like challenge for January or something.
New Year 2021 resolutions.
You got any New Year's? Yeah, guys, if you're watching, what are your New Year's resolutions? Actually, get those in the comments down below in the chat, and we'll read some out. Have you thought about yours?
Not too much, to be fair. Obviously, because I'm now split between NHS and private jobs, pretty much like the biggest goal is really just to focus on doing more cases, like as a general dental one. And otherwise, generally, nothing too exciting. Just all the standard things, really. Try and get back into shape. try to sort my diet back out again. But it's not too bad, to be fair. It's not really do that much at gyms closed in Tier 4 in London.
You say that, but like Samson, do you remember Samson? He's the KCL guy. He's pretty much smashing it. There's some guy that he got to do a certain number of steps. I think there's some diet involved as well, which I didn't do. But he lost like 8 kilos in a month, which is pretty intense. So it's doable.
Yeah, that's a lot.
It's definitely doable.
I mean, it would help if I actually start doing just anything rather than nothing. But to be fair, with work shift patterns, it gets a bit difficult. So
yeah,
that's my.
I think down south, especially around London, you've got so much traveling. It's very difficult to get in and do kind of other stuff, right?
Yeah, well, because I travel from London to out of London, and then I take the M25, so it's almost the busiest motorway in and out of London. So it gets a bit too much. To be fair, it was quite dead today when I went out, but obviously it's New Year's Eve, so it only took like 20 minutes to get to work, which is really short. But otherwise, it's been 2021. We'll see what it brings, but at least it's. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it's bad for me, but it's as a general rule could be a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, we're in a privileged position that if you weren't living with people who were in a risky situation, our jobs have been pretty decently protected. Certainly since the first lockdown ended for guys in private, and NHS people were just going the whole way through anyway, so it was pretty okay for those guys. Minus having some pretty irate patients on the phone daily, which wasn't ideal, but you can deal with that.
Yeah, I didn't get that many. Most of the patients were actually really understanding in my area. They were all really chill. Well, I would say really chill. Obviously, not ideal to leave them with what they had, but they were all really understanding. And they were all them being seen, to be fair, which is really good. And it was really, it just made it nicer. And even now, people are still the same. Like even today, people are surprised that we're still able to see them. So,
I think that's down to the area where you live. There seemed to be a lot of misinformation at the practice that I was in. There was a lot of people saying that it was fake news. And these are genuine calls, by the way. This isn't me just like bringing out memes and stuff, which I do like. But there was some people saying that it was the government trying to control them and like all sorts of mind control, 4G, 5G, 6G. Honestly, I had a whole host of really, really like insane things, kind of touted. So
yeah,
it's maybe down to
you
the particular area you're in.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, it's very much true, isn't it? It depends on the patient base, I suppose.
Yeah. So I was just copying the join link to a couple of people who had asked for it before. So we may have some people joining in a minute. Robbie says hey. That's
Yeah.
Robbie Fireman saying hey in the watching there, and we've got Hassan as well, who should be joining us. He did say he was going to come on. So Hassan, when you're ready, we're ready for you. Back to the topic at hand. How has the growth of your account been? Because you kind of started not quite from scratch, but from kind of like you had a bit more, like treatment post than I do, because I'm not really doing that kind of work. So you're working from a different sort of angle than me.
Yeah, so I mean, I only really started posting, I think, like 2 months ago. 2 months ago, really. Or was it last month? I can't even remember. So yeah, there's a lot more growth in it, even just once I started posting once every few weeks. I think the other thing it was, it's encouraged to think about that I want to post stuff, then makes it so that not that I wasn't before taking photos, but it's more about thinking about consistency of the photos. For example, it's not really about the quality. Obviously, the quality of the work matters, but just the consistency of the photography and stuff like that. And to be fair, like obviously there's cases I haven't posted, and there's those ones I look at and I just think like, what can I do to improve it and whatever. So it allows you to obviously reflect on that. The growth of the account, it's gone up, yeah, about a couple of hundred, not loads and loads, but obviously like that's part of, as I've started to build that up and get more cases under my belt, it's kind of just going to be something that I'll just keep consistently posting up. So I'm not expecting it like to break any sort of like thousands of followers or anything, but just to keep it ticking over and kind of using it as a portfolio.
Yeah, have you had patient inquiries just as yet, or not so much?
I had a couple just inquiries of like costs of stuff or like treatment, like whitening or something like that.
Yeah.
So nothing huge, but it is useful to have that out there and like use it for marketing and advertise. At the end of the day as well, it's something you can do yourself. It's not overly complex. Well, you would know about that, right? You started off this account back in uni.
I think I did after uni, did I not? Was it after uni? Like, I think it was after my grad we started all this.
Yeah. I mean, I think you looked into dentists of Insta as an idea, though. I think in fourth or fifth year when we were together, when we were living together.
Oh yeah, maybe planning wise. I think we had some ideas.
Yeah.
And just obviously you can't be doing all that kind of stuff until you've passed your exams, which, as we know, took me a few attempts.
I mean, it's not here nor there these days.
Yeah.
You got the letters.
Yeah, I got the letters eventually. Don't use them, but I got them. Yeah. So yeah, I think that's the thing. Do you think it's really weird that you get a lot of dentists following you, watching your work?
It's a bit an interesting one, isn't it? Because obviously, I suppose most dental accounts, a lot of them, if you look at the way they're framed, including my own, it's probably you think that you're aiming it at patients, but really the people that are liking it are dentists.
Yeah.
Or just randoms, like who just somehow found it through like Instagram's algorithm or something. I don't know, or they're searching their hashtag. So yeah, no, it is a bit of an odd one, but I think obviously you need to get more people involved. It does feel like a bit of pressure though when you go to post a case because you think the widespread community is then going to look at it and you think, what are they going to think about it? Like, will they criticize this one thing that I might not like about it or whatever? But actually, I've not really encountered that on the platform myself. All I've encountered really on the platform is pretty much just support. And a couple of the guys I work with have pretty successful Instagram accounts. And they if there's a piece or I want advice on, I'll just shoot them a picture and whatever and ask. So that's really useful in that sense as well. And I wouldn't have known about. I mean, I work with them now, but before, even then, it's a really good way of connecting with other dentists and getting sort of other professional opinions.
Have we had someone join the call? Just if there's someone in the call, just drop a message in the chat and I'll get you on screen when you're ready. Yeah, I think that's been the case. Like 99.9% of the people that I encounter online are amazing. Obviously, the more people you encounter, the more those kind of negative ones stand out, because I think you remember those as well. So I've had things a couple of times, but it's never been like it's never been like so much that I feel like not doing it.
Yeah. So what's been your most difficult experience with running this in the past year?
In the past year, well, it's only been a couple of years anyway, but I think definitely in the last year or so, kind of exploded in growth from lockdown. Because I was only about 12,000 before, which is kind of small fish. So I think definitely I've appreciated more other people that you can trust and other people that you can't trust as time's gone on. And that, some people will try and take advantage of you for, I'm not going to say the wrong reasons, but like without your best interests at heart and that kind of thing. And maybe not the best at working that out at the time. But that's probably happened in a few situations here and there.
I suppose there were learning points, right?
Yeah, and then the other thing I noticed was if you get sometimes people wanting to make a point and like sound big, and comments and stuff. So there's a couple of, and sometimes it's not towards me. Sometimes it's directed towards the people who have been featured. So like,
right,
there'll be people trying to like call out people in the features for, I don't know, not wearing a mask where the photo might have been taken like a year ago. Stuff like that, where it's just like, mind your own business in a way. Because I've posted something where it was a picture of me with the scope the first day I got it, when the practice got it. So that was pretty fun and stuff. And the nurse just jumped on the chair and I was like, oh yeah, I'll have a little look. And there was some stuff on. I had my gloves on, just had a little look and was like, oh, look at this, blah, blah, blah. And then someone took a photo for like promo for the practice, etc. And like every time I posted it, people were like, oh, where's your mask, blah, blah, blah. I was like, it's my nurse. We're just having a quick look at see how it works. Like, there's no treatment going on.
I think there was a lot of that in lockdown 1, where people were posting pictures and people were like, well, you're not wearing the right PPE or XYZ isn't wearing the right PPE. And you think, well, at the time, let's be honest, like the thing was completely new. There was no guidelines. Like it was just kind of like just being developed as we kind of went along. I didn't really receive anything like that, but I know some people who did, and I spoke to them about it, and they were just like, I was doing helping out with some emergency work with 111, and they didn't have the provision of PPE. They just had the normal PPE that we used to wear pre-COVID. So and that was new, and so I was kind of like at the end of the day, like there were some people in pain, there were some people in pain, and needed help out. At that place actually became a UDC, so actually they ended up having the PPE.
Yeah, so eventually you'll get there. Hassan, can you turn your camera on because we can see a big blue screen?
Throw one sec.
Let's so
this is awkward. I'm trying to figure out where it is. Oh wait, got it. Am I on?
We should have Hassan on in a second. We don't have you yet. We'll let you sort that out and then go from there.
Am I on now?
Still not.
Oh.
Rude view.
Oh, I can see him now. Yeah,
Can
he's
you
on
see
now.
him? All right.
Is it working?
Yeah.
How's it going? Jabba, can you see me?
I cannot.
Oh.
I can't see crew either now for some reason. I can see myself.
Oh. That's great.
That's about it. Let's see what's gone on here. Sometimes I have to change things around. Crew, you still there?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I can see you both.
I can see both of you.
Okay.
But Jab can't see us.
Hold on. Let's go to speaker view. Together mode. Nope. This is really weird. Let me just go into. This isn't ideal. If you turn your cameras on and off, see what happens then.
Yeah.
Just quickly. Hassan, how are you doing though? It's been a couple of weeks since we had you on.
Yeah, I'm great, thank you. How can you see me now? Is it working? We just switched it back on.
Crew is on. I may just need to.
No, really?
Yeah, I've got you on, so I just need to select Hassan in. I think it's.
Do you want me to come off and then you can like invite me in?
This might be you here. Yeah, just rejoin it and see if that works, mate.
Okay.
All right, that didn't quite go to plan. We'll try and get Hassan back on. I need to learn how to do it via Zoom. That might be easier for these ones where people want to drop in and out.
Yeah.
Also got Noor in the house, but I don't know who that is. And she's muted, so that's not much help.
Am I back on?
Yeah.
Is it just me that can't see him?
I got.
I can see him. I
This
don't
is
know why
really
you can't.
random. Yeah, just talk. I'll try and get things sorted on my end. It might just be something that's going on here.
Yeah. So how are you? How are you guys?
Good. I'm obviously doing this, but family's downstairs, so they're all kind of chilling.
Yeah, same. Sorry, I joined in a bit late. Was caught up to do something, but yeah. Anything new? What's going on with this chat? What you guys?
We're
what was
talking
the topic?
social media because that's kind of all I know about, really.
Oh.
I don't really know much dentistry.
Yeah. So who? Sorry. Are you?
So Krupesh is the guy that I lived with in uni.
Oh, Matt. Okay, awesome. Nice to meet you.
For 5
meet
and
you.
a bit years, or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Too long.
So essentially, I'm probably going to start getting
currently
trolled.
working as well as a dentist.
Me? Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. So I'm a general dentist at the minute. I don't really.
Nice.
What about yourself?
I'm a student. I'm a dental student. I study abroad though, so I'm a fourth year student in Bulgaria.
Oh,
But
okay,
I'm in
fine.
the UK currently, of course, obviously, because
Yeah.
everything's online. So yeah, everything's all right. Everything's online and got exams coming up, but I'm not really prepared for. Yeah, you know, when you're at home. It's the environment, so you're not thinking, I'll
Yeah.
start studying, and then something happens, and you want to spend the whole day doing this. But now we've just become Greater Manchester Tier 4, so I'm kind of forced to stay in. I can't even go out to swim or anything, which is a bit annoying, but.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So you're tier 4 as well. Yeah. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the club, mate. It's nothing really fun about it.
It's crazy, man. But how's work been in terms of like with COVID and stuff?
For me, work's been you know what? It's been all right actually. Patient's pretty understanding. I think the only downside has really been fallow time. Like fallow time is just a little bit annoying because until recently, like with the new stuff all my practice has done, but before I couldn't stay in the room. So like you finish treatment and then you got 10 minutes obviously where you can't do anything besides like hang around.
Yeah.
And then you're hanging around and you can't write your notes, which is really annoying. Or you can if there's a spare computer in a different surgery. But then you go back in and it's all right. I think it's worse for the nurses, really.
Yeah.
Like the PT stuff is annoying, but it's worse for the nurses. The nurses like have so much to do. You know, they've got to wipe everything like double. They've got to use.
Yeah, I was told this.
Yeah, they've got to use hypochlorous and stuff. And to be fair, like obviously it's just more stuff for them because there's more PPE that we go through.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit annoying, but it's we've got to do.
Yeah, it's one of those like we don't know how long this is going to continue for, and it's one of those you kind of adjust to it. I feel like.
Yeah. What so what have you been? Obviously, because you finished, I guess, your term before, but you're fourth year now.
Yeah, so I've just finished my first semester of fourth year.
Right. Okay. So has it been online since like the start of your like
No,
midway?
so basically third year, second semester when COVID just started. That was online, but we were in third year, so we weren't with patients. It was all preclinical stuff, so that was okay. It was all theoretical stuff, and then beginning of fourth year was the semester just gone, and I had that over there. But I was in and out of the country because then they'd close for 2 weeks, and I'd fly back to the UK. Then they'd open again because the Bulgarians governments changed their mind constantly about the COVID cases and what to do.
Yeah.
And then when the uni opens, I have to go back because then if I don't, I'm seeing patients. I was seeing patients this year. If I don't see them and get my points, I can't pass the semester. So going back, and then obviously it was my responsibility for the PPE and protecting myself as well as my patients because we have to find our own patients as well. So the great thing is I had a lot of patients. That I looked for previously. Because I do things like swimming and leisure things in Bulgaria. So I meet a lot of Bulgarians and Turkish people, and they speak English really well. So I asked them, if you need any treatment, come through, and they do. And then, I'm very grateful because they are happy with the way I treat them, and I get good reviews from them, and they recommend me to their friends. And then, I've had a good semester. It's been great. I've done a lot of treatments, and I feel like COVID has made it a little bit difficult. Like I've not been able to do extractions, for example, but mainly like fillings and things like that I was able to do. So it's been great, but it's also been a bit like it's like bittersweet, I guess. Like not as easy because I could have done like more extractions, which is something I really want to do this semester. But you need elderly patients for that, and most of them didn't want to come in because of
course. Yeah.
So I feel like that kind of pressures me to like learn it more theoretically. So I'm constantly in my books and trying to remember the anesthesia techniques and all of this. But then it's like I feel like until I actually do it in person, I'm not gonna really feel like I've accomplished anything yet in terms of that sector, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've been in and out, and I've had this semester over there, which I'm really happy about. But I'm back now until March maybe. And then that's when they open. Then hopefully next semester I'll be there, which I'm really hoping for because I want to do a root canal. I'm literally waiting for it. My teacher's like, you Hassan, you need to do it. And I'm like, okay, but I need to find a patient. And then the upper years have offered me some patients, which is great. So let's just see what happens.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. So have you not done any RCTs yet?
Nope, nothing yet. Which is a bit. I know it's crazy. I mean, the teachers are not worried because the thing is, they say in fifth year. When I'm in fifth year, you're gonna have to do about 15 in the first semester, so you're gonna have enough time to learn it. But I want to do it in fourth year. Like it's something I want to do personally and accomplish that and see what I need to improve on.
Yeah.
The best thing I learn from as well is by taking pictures of my work, so like a collection of them, and then just see, and then I kind of sit with my teacher, discuss things, and I kind of put the extra effort into, improve myself, but it's been all right. Let me say, Bulgaria's country has managed COVID really well.
Okay.
Just have as well, so they've managed to allow us to learn whilst being away. Otherwise, we would have had to do the semester again. So
yeah. I mean, I wouldn't worry. Like we only started doing RTAs, so
okay.
Yeah. So it's just one of
do you like doing them? Would you say it's difficult at first?
It's difficult. I think for me it was difficult at first. I found it really hard. But you get to grips with it, and it starts to become more enjoyable. This guy's the one that enjoys it more than I do.
He does. He loves it. He's doing it. Yeah.
Guys, toggle your cameras on. I think I've fixed it now.
Okay.
Yeah, on and off. It should work now. Hopefully.
Okay. Let's see.
I do love it, but like, it's not my whole life, if that makes sense. I think you've got to have that good balance, don't you? Otherwise, you'll be
Definitely. I agree. What hobbies do you have? Like, do you go gym or swim or like what is it other than dentistry? Would you say you like to do to get away from dentistry? What was it like?
Me? In the last like 6 months, I've always done graphic design. It's like a bit of a hobby. So that and like editing, that's
Nice.
pretty much really it. And then just everything else like normal,
Yeah.
like reading music.
Yeah.
You know, that's pretty much it, to be honest. Like, photography was nice, like during lockdown. Although, like, obviously you couldn't go out. Like, you can still something you can do around. Um, how about you? Because obviously I know you.
Did the same thing. I love photography. I love filmography, videography, and I love editing as well. So like, it's a bit like cliche, but like even like home movies and things, I'll try my best to make them look professional with all my editing. And it takes hours to edit things, and I enjoy that. So it's kind of my getaway from dentistry. I like music as well. I'm trying to learn the guitar. Nothing's really happened with that yet. It's just sitting in my room. I'm not.
No, mate, hang on. I've got the exact.
Have you actually?
Right.
Absolutely smashed it.
Just lying in the room.
I've not touched it. And the thing is, I got it last. I got it in the first lockdown, and I was like, "Oh, mom, I really want this. I'll learn it." Got it, and I think I played like one Bollywood song on it from YouTube. That's all I did.
I had like a few basic lessons, and it's pretty good. Like
I use Udemy. They've got their online lessons, so I've got that. I've not started it, but I've got it.
Yeah, I mean, good intentions. It's just I never got around to it, and then like I had an injury, so then I never did it.
Oh crap! Okay, are you okay now?
It's just been lying in my room for like a year. But it just never gets. It's just an ornament.
You're a basic player, or
nah, like literally like the most basic like finger pick like beginner song.
Not as basic as I was. Man.
I was even going on YouTube. Sorry.
Not as basic as I was. I was terrible. Remember?
I thought you were playing because there's a picture on your Instagram with a guitar, and I messaged you. I was like,
I just couldn't.
That's my guitar.
I just couldn't.
Oh wow, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
That's where that picture comes from.
Yeah, it's it.
But yeah, we'll see how long. I mean, yeah, I feel like it's one of those you can learn anytime in your life. It's not rushed. Like.
No, exactly that. Goes out to you, though.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, so like, in terms of dentistry, what's your favorite thing to do in terms of treatments and like work? Is it fillings?
I'm working on a lot of composite stuff these days. So that's been probably the most exciting because that was probably one of the things I found the most challenging. In uni, in the aesthetics, right? Yeah. And that's something that's always been a challenge. So like before, like when I would say younger, and not that I mastered it, but like beginning, I found root canals really hard, so I focused a lot on that. Yeah. Then I've found composites really difficult, so I've been working a lot on that. And but I think composites something that like obviously you see a lot on Insta. But it's also something that obviously it's like it will just be all composite. So it's nice to be able to develop that skill now, and just also it's quite rewarding taking before and after. So yeah.
Just gonna quickly restart the call. The video's gone from you guys. I'm there, and it's kind of just me on screen, but we can hear you all.
Just restart it, and then are you just gonna?
Add so like you're on the thing anyway. So I'll end it, and then just restart it all. Okay.
Yeah.
Right, there you are.
Okay. Can you see us now?
Okay, why is it in this weird together mode? That's really weird. Okay, we've got you all on. Okay. Yeah, really strange that wasn't working. Yeah, to be honest, we all have very similar kind of hobbies in a way, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I mean, I noticed that when I saw your profile, Jabir, and Erzam, who went to my college, and he's friends with my brother, so and he loves his photography, so I was like, oh, so he must be like the same photography kind of thing, and obviously when you see someone's Insta, like in terms of like how great their pictures look, and you kind of know obviously what they're into, because you don't just do that, you've got to be into it to do that and learn the skills needed and the applications and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, I saw your video when you were doing a composite on one of your patients, and that was really, I think it's a good way to go about it, getting just from the terms of the videography side, because it's so hard to get right. And I'm doing a video this week basically. I've got some stuff which is already filmed for one of my friend's aesthetic businesses, just doing kind of like a day in the life kind of thing. And I still really struggle because I'm not very good with videography, whereas with actual photography. I've kind of spent a lot of time doing it, so I
Yeah,
kind of know what
yeah,
I'm doing there.
yeah,
But doing video,
yeah.
I need as much help as I can get.
You know what? I'm the opposite to you. Photography is hard for me, but videography I absolutely love. I love getting the shots and the angles, and I have like a vision in my head of how I want to see it. And with the composite video, it was kind of lucky because the way it happened was this was like the last lesson before lockdown happened, and I was the only one in my class with a patient, so everyone else had to leave, and the teacher was a bit stressed then. And then she was like, "Do you have to record?" And I literally begged. I was like, "Please let me do this. I want to do this one video." So she said, "Okay, fine." And then she goes, "But you've only got 2 hours, and obviously that's a long time. But for me, I feel like I'm still a bit slow. So if I'd messed it up, then he can't come back. He's gonna have a messed up filling for like another month while I'm here. So I really want to get this right." So it was an Instagram live, and a lot of people joined it. It was great. But then I saved. Oh, this actually looks great. So then I used Adobe Premiere Pro, edited it all in, add the music, and I think the first one was like 8 minutes, and my friend was like, "That's too long, Hassan. Come on, get it down to 4." So I was like, "Okay, great." So I just, it took me about 3 hours, even for a small clip like that, because you want to pick the right moments
cuts
to make it look, attractive and something people want to see. And I'm glad that you think it's great, because that was like a last minute thing, but I decided that now I want to do videos like this. So, for example, my root canal. Not going to do it for my first one, obviously. But let's say I know how to do them, then maybe I'll do one on the root canal.
Don't do it in your first endo, because endo's stressful enough. For a dental student, for sure.
It's not going to work. But I was going to ask, do you guys use loops?
Yeah.
I've ordered my first pair, and I'm very excited.
Get?
They're coming in like 4 weeks. I got student loops. I got 3.5 TTL HD with a light. I was told you need a light. So then there were like two types of lights. One was like an extra light, bright light, and they were like, "Don't get the extra bright light, because if you're focusing on like the occlusal anatomy, it's going to be too bright to see."
I disagree.
So I got the normal light. Do you think? I don't know. I asked people who had them, and they were like, it was like half. So I just thought I'd take the safe side. If I can upgrade anytime.
When I use mine, I always stick it on probably the brightest setting.
I always feel like I can't get enough light.
I've got oroscopics. Yeah, like I just think the thing is, as long as you can get enough light on it, it doesn't really matter. You can normally see enough. I don't think there's ever too bright, because I always stick it on the brightest. So I don't really think there's a limit to it.
They said that like the one that I chose, it's never been an issue for dentists and people who like have done more. So I'm just a bit worried, because I feel like I'm here, I'm not in Bulgaria, so I can't really practice on them yet. So I feel like, imagine I don't know how to use. I feel like, obviously, do you adjust them easily when you start using them?
It takes a while. It took me a while. I don't know about you.
Say that again. I was just trying to get someone else on the chat, but say it again.
Did you find it difficult to adjust to using them?
I skipped loops. Because I want to do endo, so I skipped loops, and I went for the scope. And even with the scope, which has got an incredibly bright light, I still use the halogen light as well, which is why I was thinking I would have gone for a brighter light. Because one of the main things with endo, for sure, which is why I was kind of like disagreeing, is magnification, illumination, and then kind of knowing what you're doing and having the right, other bits and pieces of, radiology and stuff like that. But it's one of the things that if you're going to buy it, and I don't know if crew will agree here, you're going to buy something like loops, you've got to use it all the time for as many things as you can.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Definitely.
So, yeah.
I mean, I intend to do that. I hope to do that.
Yeah, you'll find it like, it makes your work so much better. Like you'll
that's great.
Just everything is just so much better when you can see it when there's more light. Light is just like dentistry, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I don't know if my work's great. I mean, like, you must have seen some of my work. Do you think it's like okay at the stage I'm at? I mean, it's not perfect.
You're putting me on the spot here. I'm gonna go on your Instagram.
I need a professional person.
I wouldn't worry about it at this point, to be fair. But you're a student, I wouldn't worry.
Yeah.
I would just keep it chill. Don't worry too much about it. Just focus on getting the basics down.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's all right. Student kind of, you wouldn't expect anything more from a student, and it's probably like as good a filling as it'll last. You've only got really 2 fillings on there, haven't you? Or 3. So yeah, I think your work's fine, but it's kind of just when you're in university, you have so much time. Try and do it like at the best possible standards, using all the right stuff, and like learning the best procedural ways of doing things. You know, I think that's the thing.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with Jab. Like the other thing is as well, because you're on IG, try and pick up like stuff, like little tips and tricks. Like I don't know, I'm assuming you guys just use composite because I know a lot of Eastern Europe just as composite only, right? Like or like little tips like just wrapping a wedge in PTFE and just sliding it in using that to basically customize like the thickness of the wedge. I found, and nobody take this as gospel whoever's watching because I'm not an expert, but like when I'm like deep margins, if you can get a matrix down there but it's still bleeding and let's say it's just like seeping, again wrap it in PTFE and put in the wedge.
I tried that. It was really stressed me out because it was on her and she was bleeding and I was like, what have I done? And then I was like, you know, because you've got to like literally jab it in, like literally like go crazy to put it in. But then I'm like, she's bleeding. I'm like, am I hurting her? Like what? Like do I?
Yeah. Especially and like if it bleeds, what I found is like especially if you split dam it, like if you've got a split dam, like you know if you've got like a really deep one and the dam just isn't going down there. Like I don't have any like thermocut burrs or anything. I know how to do obviously like a gingivectomy and stuff, but I don't necessarily have the stuff to do it all the time. I just put the matrix in and then put a wedge, wrap it in PTFE, and again the PTFE helps like it doesn't absorb it, obviously. I don't know why it does because I haven't actually read obviously about the science. Like I just found like you wedge it in there and then once you rinse it once, it stays dry like a lot of the time.
Man. Okay.
It seems to work. We don't know why. Let's not question it.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of these things as well. You do it a couple of times and it won't work, and then you do it again and it'll work. But I found a lot of that in dentistry where I was jumping techniques because I came across so much different stuff. So again, social media is really great for learning. But if you're going to try a technique, make sure you try it more than a couple of times because it doesn't always work on the first time. Like, mate, it took me like years to actually master how to use a mylar strip.
Definitely. No, that's great. Yeah, that's some good tips there. Definitely. Yeah, you're right about social media. It's a great way to learn. There's so many great pages out there with like different techniques, and you meet a lot of people. Especially, I think the first one was through Jabir when I started Instagram. It was on this account that I had. It was locked down. Let me see what career I'm getting into. I found Dentist of Insta, and then through there, I think I got a feature, and then I met a lot of other people through there and around the world. And then I thought, okay, then I did the podcast with Jabir, which is great. I had a lot.
Yeah, bro, that one smashed it. You know, that podcast it's like let me just check it. It's got like 600 views or something mad.
Already?
665, yeah.
Who's watching it? That's my
He's even more surprised than anybody else.
Because I'm not watching it. So
look, if you want to watch something 600 times on my YouTube, please feel free because I need them watch hours, fam.
What counts as a view?
Honestly, views don't matter anymore. So yeah, views don't matter. It's all about how long people are watching and how engaged they are, if people are commenting and stuff like that.
Okay.
So the more interesting guests you have and stuff like that, the better it is.
Yeah.
I mean,
mad.
I mean, like otherwise you could just like sit here all day, every day, and just like, or you could post up 1,000 videos in a day. If it's really crap content, it's not gonna get picked up, is it?
No, you know, think like how you said posting 1,000 videos. It's like with Instagram, I feel like I've come at a place where like, you know, I've gained quite a lot of followers in a short amount of time, which is great because I think I started a month ago. But like now it's just like that, right? And I'm thinking, okay, so what do I post now? Because I'm in the UK, I've got no, you know, like it's just that stress because apparently you've got to post every week or something to keep everyone engaged. And then I'm like, I'm a bit limited on that now because I'm in the UK.
This is a very like, this is a very like big question, like that you put out there, like especially when, like, we were at that stage, I think 4th, 5th year, and we were like, what can we do to like grow accounts, get followers, things like that. And like you said as well, like, you know, there's a lot of student accounts, like there's a lot, like I think every, like, you know, I see a lot of dental student accounts, and especially now that it's lockdown. I mean, I just think it doesn't necessarily matter about, obviously don't worry too much about the followers and the likes, obviously just post whatever I would just post whatever you want. And like at the end of the day, if it doesn't matter if it doesn't have to be too engaged, especially in lockdown. I think loads of people posting any old stuff. To be fair,
Yeah.
but like if you're at home, like if you're getting, I'm assuming you're getting your loops delivered to your house or whatever. Obviously, try them out and whatever. If you're keen on photography, I don't know if you've got a tripod.
Oh
or
yeah, I definitely want to do a loops pause. That's gonna be so cool. Like me and my scrubs with loops, I can't wait.
everybody wants that photo.
I cannot wait. I'm like trying to like assume as much as I can so I look good in the picture, this and that. Like, trying to eat well. I'm literally trying for the loops delivery right now.
He's getting cut up for loop shots, not for anything else.
You by the loops of the gram, nothing else.
I'll be like, caption, do I know how to use these? Not yet.
No, yeah, no. But yeah, no, definitely. I would definitely just post whatever you want. Like if there's any work, if there's anything you find interesting, anything you find inspirational, just anything like that. Like don't worry too much. I think a lot of people now have blended like personal and professional accounts. And I've had to be fair, I've had like marketing webinars and stuff, and they said like, yeah, it's fine for you to post like not loads and loads of personal stuff, but like little bits here and there.
That's what I do though. It's like a picture of myself basically, rather than me in the clinics or rather than me working on a denture, for example.
Yeah.
And I don't want to do posts where it's like, we just text. I feel like I want captivating images.
Instagram's not about like infographics. I mean, they're kind of useful because they're information and stuff like that. But I get kind of, if I see an infographic, I'm always scrolling past it. Like it's very. Unless it's someone that I know really well, like a close friend who's posted something, I'm not looking at an infographic. I feel like if you've got an infographic, do like a carousel post and find some way of holding a prop and then put, the infographic as the second picture.
Yeah.
It just looks nicer. And maybe I'm just really, really shallow.
No, it's everyone's. So at the end of the day with Instagram, it's like you can't just be nice just to be nice to somebody. You've got to be honest. That's what Instagram's about. So you want to post things that people honestly like, and it's oh sorry, I was reading that thing. So it's one of those things as well. It's like ever since I started this professional account, it's like now if you lose a couple of followers, you're like, why? What did I do?
I was having this conversation today, actually. So like I wouldn't worry too much about, again, like a lot of your followers would be either dental accounts or there'll be dental companies and things like that.
Yeah,
so like
I've got a few dental companies.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about like, cause, some accounts can be dead accounts, like people follow you or just randoms and then they'll unfollow you, and that's fine because they want the follow, right? So
that's true. And
I wouldn't.
Then they unfollow, and it's like
yeah. I wouldn't worry about it. Just do your thing, man. Just focus on yourself.
I made a mental note of those people. I know who they are.
Plus, yeah, exactly. The thing is as well, I don't stress too much because I'm thinking I've just started and I've got like I graduate in 2023 inshallah. So it's like I've got a long time. Like I just need to just do what I'm doing and keep it up, kind of thing. And just go.
Yeah, this is the other thing as well. Like I'm assuming you're going to come back to the UK after. Anyway.
Yeah.
So like for you, like I think a big thing would be like you said, like networking, stuff like that. Like obviously,
because like I feel like that was a major thing. Like I didn't really know anybody because everybody in my family are medics, no one's a dentist, and they know a couple of dentists, but I don't really know. I don't have anybody in my family who's a dentist, kind of thing. So and it's nice to know people who are actually in the profession and just get their advice and tips and things like that. But then Brexit might affect me as well in a way that from my year we might be the first year to have to do ORE. We still don't know yet. So I mean, not the greatest thing, but then not the end of the world. I'm going to be doing exams that year anyways. Why not push harder for the last set of exams? But then it's like I feel like I don't know if I want to do DFT now, because the thing is I look into NHS dentistry and I've met a lot of people who have had bad experiences. Not that all experiences are bad. There are some great experiences out there. But I feel like when I do my work in university, I like to make it look as best as possible.
Yeah, I mean,
my siblings' spellings
that's fine. It's blurred.
They've taken out too much money, and it stresses me out because now I know somebody, a close friend of mine, now needs a root canal because they had a secondary caries from a bad filling, and that could have been prevented. And I feel like obviously it depends which clinic you go to, but I don't want to be pressurized in time and do a bad job and affect somebody in the future in a negative way.
Yeah, it's all a really big balance. So I work both privately and in the NHS.
That's
so like one person like exposure to like both worlds. Both ones have their pros and cons. Like I would say, I think for me personally, like I probably needed to spend that time in the NHS because I would never Like, I still don't in my private clinic. I would never rush, and I never do, and I never do in the NHS, to be
Yeah,
fair.
of course,
Crew's the
of course.
slowest
But,
dentist
like,
out there, I swear down.
I'm not that bad, to be fair.
It's not
But,
a
like,
bad thing though, is it?
Yeah, no, I agonize over like perfection of like little things. So I spend long, like I would spend like still back then, like when I graduated, like 45, 50 minutes on an amalgam, and everyone, nobody would criticize me for it. But like at the same time, it's like it's not viable within the NH,
Yeah,
like
of course.
to spend every single time to spend 45 on an amalgam. Okay, like a composite maybe. But
This
an amalgam,
guy,
it's not-
he would send
this is
me.
a
We've
long
got
time.
there's a group between me, my cousin, and Crew, on Telegram, and he would send us pictures of stuff he's doing, and it's like we look at it, be like, what's wrong with this? And he's like, oh no, but look at that, like, bro, there's nothing wrong, it's fine. And he's just like, yeah, but like, that's something wrong with that, right?
It's not right.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
something
yeah.
not right about it. Yeah, I get
No,
you.
no. So this is one of the things. Like, I know obviously if you do like, you don't have to obviously do the performer number thing if you're an overseas dentist, right? So I mean, you could just go straight into private. I know a couple of people who've done that route, and I think the biggest thing is they find is the time. And obviously like in like a lot of private clinics, like you wouldn't necessarily do amalgam. Obviously, you do just mostly composite, which is what I do.
Yeah.
And if that's what your training is in, then fantastic, because you're obviously going to excel in it beyond people who spent half their time doing amalgam, right?
Of course, yeah. Thing is, I also feel like after what I said, I'm not in the position to be able to comment on NHS dentistry because at the end of the day, I'm abroad. I don't know how it all works completely, and I've not seen it. I feel like after maybe I need to do DFT so I can experience that, and it's good for me. So I might do it. I'm like this because I'm just hearing things from everybody, and it's just like,
you'll hear a lot negative on NHS, but like there is positives in it a lot, especially for development of a dentist. Like I think particularly like it's like a thing that will help you become more efficient. You'll get through a lot of experience. Like that's like the big thing. You'll learn about what to do and what not to do like really fast. And those are like really big things, I think, particularly like if you're going to do RCT, like or case selection is really big. And the other thing is obviously you're not necessarily that it's a limit. Again, it's a bit of a limitation, but necessarily like the equipment and stuff. But you learn to do it with the tools you're given. And then you might see that as a bad thing, but then if your repertoire is bigger, then you know how to do something with 10 different ways, right?
That's great. Yeah, of course. And then, like for example, like you said, you knew the people that had gone straight into private. Is it very difficult? Because I feel like what people would want practices would want is somebody who's DFT trained. Just because of the experience.
Do you know what's really weird? Because I've been looking at jobs recently, and it's always like every private job that comes up wants 5 years experience of private, or even 7 years. There's one in Halifax, not far from my house, wants 7 years of experience in private, but no one's given an entry level job, which is quite interesting. So it's kind of where do you get that initial? So
that's the thing, like where can you go then for the initial?
So I kind of need to work that one out myself, because I think that's probably the next step for me.
Yeah, exactly. Or unless you can like obviously build a portfolio and show what you can do and kind of go. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. I've never obviously been in that position yet, but I'm just trying to think of ways which you can. I mean, that's another reason I wanted to start a dental page. I thought maybe 4th year's a bit early, but after doing the podcast, I thought, you know what, let me just do it.
Just go for it. Yeah.
Let's just do it. And I thought if in the future I can maybe say, oh, by the way, I have an Instagram page, you can check this out, and go out my work. I've had this many patients. But,
I mean, I wouldn't. I think I wouldn't worry about it. Let's just carry on doing what you're doing. Really, it sounds like you're doing really well off of it. The other thing is as well, like it's really popular to do it as a student now. Students, not that they're necessarily learning anything off my cases or whatever, but like it'd be great if people wanted to inquire. That'd be fine. Like I'd be happy to like tell them what I did or whatever, or documentation. But I think a lot of people now, it's very common to do it as a dental student, even just to either document your journey through dental school or just talk. It's really useful as a tool for. I'm not saying necessarily use it as your portfolio, but that's kind of what I'm doing as well. Like just so I've got a record of my work of the cases maybe I'm happiest with. And as you post more and more and do more of these cases, you'll just see like your improvement. And it's really good just from your own self-reflection perspective, just to be like, oh, like I did this a year ago, and then you look at it now and just think, wow, like look what I can do now.
That's the best part, because you've got it all in literally an online file, and you can just go back to the dates and compare your work and see how far you've grown. And I feel like that's great for like your mental health as well. Obviously, with social media, you got to take a break at times, and not get too sucked into it, but use it in a way where you can help yourself mentally as well. And I feel like that's a good way of doing it, because you're kind of like patting yourself on the back and you feel a sense of accomplishment and achievement.
Yeah, for sure. We had this question earlier, so we were talking. Jabir asked me this earlier. So, like, what do you think? Have you gone through a phase of where, like, you looked at it, and did you look at people's work and think, oh, like, why isn't my work like that, or can I get to that level?
So, I had my first patient, and very difficult. And my teacher kept saying, "Listen, Hassan, this is not your fault. Her last molar is really positioned badly, and it was what was it? A distal occlusal, no, mesial occlusal filling, and it was just really difficult. And I had to put the matrix in, and that's the one that was bleeding. And I had to call her in 3 times to do it. And she last time she goes, "Listen, my mom's really upset that I keep missing school," and that made me feel even worse. But she even said that you're still doing great. But I thought, oh, you're just being nice. And then I remember seeing the students work, and it was great. But my feeling looked really bad. Like, it looked so bad. The color was off. Everything. The anatomy wasn't there. And the reason I found out was because there wasn't enough isolation, and one little drop of saliva goes in composite, you know what happens. So because it was right at the back, it was just difficult. So I thought, okay, let me give it a try, and then I did it. But again, the occlusal anatomy wasn't on point. So I remember that week I just felt really down. Then it just took one more patient, and I did a good job, and my teacher came and said it's perfect, and everything changed for me.
Well, that's dental school, isn't it? That's just dental school in a nutshell, almost.
Yeah, it's actually a roller coaster, isn't it?
It's up and down a lot. Yeah.
It's gonna happen when I start my. I just know it. It's gonna happen. I need to be prepared.
I don't want to comment on RCGs, man. Too many ups and downs, and like it's like you're waiting for that last radiograph to come through, and you're like, is it going to be right? God, is it going to be wrong? If you've done everything else perfect, you're like, but will the GP reach the apex?
Oh my God, that's the scariest part,
But
I've been through that, and I feel like I've learned from it, and it's a good thing. Everything's positive. Like this, coming home this year, like my aim was that when I went back, I only went back for 2 more weeks before I came back again, because university I had to come. So I thought, okay, I've only got like 3 days to find a patient before my lesson starts, and every single day I went hunting for patients, and nobody was coming. So that's another time I was feeling a bit low, because I don't like coming to class without a patient, even though I had enough points for the semester.
You're wasting your time otherwise, aren't you?
So I just. Yeah, exactly. So I couldn't find a patient. I literally spent all my Sunday. I remember going around town asking every single person, trying to get them to menstrual, but no one was coming through. And then I went swimming I gave up, and I went swimming the night before, and I was walking home. It was 10 p.m. and I stopped this random guy. Okay, let me ask him, and he was the one who was my patient in that video. So it made me think, don't like giving up isn't really the option. You just gotta keep trying no matter where you are, and even if it doesn't happen, at least you've tried. Because you learn something either way. Whether you win or lose, you're learning.
Exactly. And that's like the whole point. I mean, I don't know if you guys have it, but we had like a portfolio that I can't even remember anymore. It's so long ago. It feels like I'm old. But we had
the online
thing, to fill out and like write up our
reflection. Yeah.
Well, but like it's a chore in uni, but actually you realize if you do that outside, your experience goes up like a lot, because you've seen you'll have seen 10 patients instead of like 2.
Yeah.
So then your actual caseload, like, okay, I don't reflect on every single case I do, but like all the ones where I remember where something happened, I don't really well or really badly, or I don't say really badly, but like I wasn't happy with stuff. Usually, it's stuff I'm happy with, not like the patients I'm happy with. So then, obviously, we're hard on ourselves, but I think that's part and parcel of being.
That's the way we learn, though, I think, and I feel like it's not a bad thing that we are kind of like perfectionists, if you say. Even if like, other people will say, "Yeah, your work's good," because everywhere looks at the work when you're done with the patient, and then I'm like, but it could have been like this, could have been like that, and then I feel like that's the way you've got to just keep climbing up the ladder. I feel like.
Yeah.
And I'm always nagging my teachers at the end. I'm like, okay, so listen, you said it was good, but was it really good? Here's the picture. Just have a look. And she's like, Hassan, seriously, just stop. Like, you're doing all right. I'm just like, no.
There's an upper limit to it. These guys will tell you the same thing. That like I would show them stuff, and they're like, oh yeah, it looks good, and I'm like, yeah, but It looks
We
good,
were
but
like,
it's not
is it
that
good enough for the
Like,
gram, or like, could you post that? That was like that was me, wasn't it? It was like, would you post this?
Good
That's
for
the
the gram.
barometer. That's the barometer. That is the barometer these days, though.
Yeah.
Like you said, like you do a composite without occlusive anatomy, but like not every single composite will be able to have it perfect. And even if it
That's
can,
That's true.
like let's say like a DO on like an 8, like oh my god, like if you're doing occlusive, if you can isolate that and get occlusive anatomy, it's fantastic, it's good job. But like I found when I've done 8, like it's really really difficult. Like it is just difficult.
Yeah.
But even if you can't isolate it, then what do you do? Like you're like, well, do I make it look like a 2? Do I have time to do it before the moisture gets in? And
Exactly. It's the timing as well. That's a bit of a pressure. I felt with dentistry, I still, even though I have like 2.5 hours in class, it's still time pressure for me because I don't want to end up having not the anatomy because I want to make it perfect, right? And the one thing I hate is when you've got the perfect anatomy and then you've got to cut it down. It's the worst.
That's a learning process. That's an absolute learning process. I've only just got to the point where that's like, well, I build it and
Not
it's
every
not
time.
always high.
That's amazing. That's great.
But I mean, with composite, it's fickle. With fickle like that. With an amalgam, it's fine because it carves away. But with a composite, you build it. It looks like that, and you're like, let me just take a picture of the gram, and then you're like, and now let me.
Yeah, you just gotta take the photo beforehand,
honestly,
don't you?
No, honestly, the first few I didn't do that. The first few I took the pictures after cutting, and then my friend was like, Hassan, just take the picture before cutting it. I'm like, mate. Okay,
but it's not. But then it's not a real picture of the end result, right?
Exactly. It's not the end result, is it? It's not the end result. So that's why I don't do that. Now I'm like, okay, I need to show what my patients are happy with. So that's the thing as well. The thing I love about dentistry, especially in Bulgaria, is because like I'm already building this trust with my patients, and it's like they're becoming like my friends to me, and it's really great. It's really great like that. And then I get random messages from them saying thank you for everything, and I'm really happy with my treatment. And then I, it's just nice to be able to showcase that. And I mean, I've only just started, and I've already had such great experiences. So I'm just hoping, it continues and it becomes enjoyable. RCT.
Yeah, the good thing is you'll remember those messages and stuff. That's like the key thing. Like when things don't go well, remember that you've got that. And the other thing is like we always think about it as a technical aspect. Like obviously, like we're saying, like you do perfect anatomy and whatever, but really it's just like the patient experience
as well. That's like the main thing.
Yeah.
It's
supposed to last. Yeah, of course.
Longevity, but don't forget, like I don't know. I'm sure you've had nervous patients, but like they're the ones who like you'll notice like the massive difference. Even if you've done a composite that's not like perfectly anatomical or whatever, they'll just be thankful that you've got it and you got it done.
Yeah, that's true. That's what happened.
So like, don't forget the soft skills. I think that's a big thing. We get bogged down because we're dentists. We get bogged down.
Yeah. Thing is as well, the one thing my teacher said to me was, Hassan, you need to be more confident in yourself. Because I remember there's still a case, a friend of mine, and she has a class 4 on her anterior, and she wanted me to do it, but I just don't have the guts to do it yet. I feel like it's just gonna look terrible.
the best advice is just leave it and do it, okay? Because like the more you defer these things, the more you'll be like, you'll get to a point where you'll be like, it's either kind of like jump in or you err on the side of caution. You're like, I'll do it when I'm ready. Yes. And it's like you won't be ready unless you do it. So it's like
that's true. That's the thing with dentistry.
Just kind of I think that's like the scary thing, isn't it? Because like you do some stuff and you're like, should I do it now? Like I've done a day course. Like, is that enough for me to do it? And then you think like, is it enough? And you're like, maybe. And then you're like, do I feel confident? And some people go away like from the course, obviously like doing it, and they're just like,
someone's commented, I look Russian.
And then you've got other
people
know
where from, but.
You know what?
Is that why?
Yeah. It's your hair. You need to, you know what, Jared, put a Russian accent.
I don't want to get cancelled.
I don't even think I've heard this guy's accents. You don't want to hear them.
I don't.
Which ones does he do?
They're just shit.
He's attempted Australian, I think, before.
It just sounds like a guy trying to do an Australian accent and just trying to, like, sounds like a bit of a knob.
I think you used to. Did you?
It was fun. Do you remember Mark? I used to say because his locker was next to mine. So I used to do a very poor accent when he was there, but it was never one that I wanted to be a broadcaster. I don't think.
Can you do the American accent? I think that's the easiest one to do.
Irish is very difficult. Hard. Or you can just like be really shouty Irish.
It's like it feels like a tongue twister. Scottish is my favorite, but I can't.
We might have a Scotsman later if he wants to come on.
Oh man, okay.
He's saying he's
I'm
not
sure.
presentable, but
One of my
I
nurses
tried
is
to ask him.
One of my nurses is Scottish, and they just have like the best accent. You just
Don't
listen to
they? Honestly, and I love Iron Brew, so it's amazing.
Is anyone watching, or
I
any
see
of you
what
guys
you-
actually had a deep fried Mars bar? Because supposedly that's like a delicacy.
Yes. I've
What's
done
it taste
I've
like?
done it, I've done it.
I've actually,
It tastes amazing. Like it's like eating a fry, like a chip, right? But with chocolate and caramel inside, oozing out. But then you feel sick afterwards. After you down it with Iron Brew.
I've had a deep fried fudge bar. Like that was a dessert from like
Oh, nice.
one of the place. That was nice. It was pretty good. Yeah, I didn't feel sick
Literally the
after
same
that.
as that.
Yeah, it was good. But I want to go up there and just go around and just try like loads of different chocolates. Like deep
I just
fried.
want to eat everything there, and except
That
haggis.
sounds a bit nasty, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I
That's
think
like
so.
stomach, right?
I tried it for the
Yeah.
first time like 2 years ago.
Did you?
Last year? Yeah, it was not bad actually. It was
Okay.
different to what I was expecting. It was a lot heavier.
But like,
It was
isn't
a
there
lot
still
heavier than I was
like
expecting.
half digested food, which is almost halfway to being excrement? I don't know.
You're
That's
asking
why
the
I'd be
wrong
like, I don't
person.
want to have
I
a
don't answer
stomach.
the
You know what I mean?
I don't ask the technicalities of what I'm eating.
This is gonna be true. When he comes to the restaurant, he'll be asking everything before he orders it.
I feel like if you're gonna have
He's
something
gonna be
which is
like,
stomach, you'd be
"Yo."
like, have you cleaned out the stuff that I don't want to be, ingesting?
I think they'll just say yes, or you just eat it.
Yeah, you just gotta try it, man. You just gotta
Just
try
gotta
it. It's
do
like
one time.
it's like when you go traveling and you go to like when I went to Thailand, and like they have like bring over a plate of insects, and you're like, do I want it? Yes or no? You
Did
don't
you
want to
try
ask any. No.
Okay.
No, it's one of
I can't do
it's like I draw the line at like cockroaches and crickets.
Yeah,
Like,
same.
yeah,
I've not been to Thailand, but I want to go. But Tunisia.
do you guys get an elective?
Collective.
Sorry?
Do you guys get an elective?
They did, but for 50th students, but because of COVID, they've just took it off. It's not an elective; it's more like an Erasmus. So we can pick a country to go to for the semester and just do that, which is kind of like an elective, I guess. But elective is more like after graduation, right? But no, they've not really done like an elective thing. It's like once you graduate.
Commiserations to any students in the UK who wanted to do Erasmus but no longer can.
Yeah.
Unless you're in Northern Ireland, in which case, crack on.
Yeah.
Where do you want to go to traveling next, crew? I think we need to get a trip sorted out.
Just whenever. As soon as, man. Bring half.
Bro, anyone who's got a
Let's go
camera
for
is
it.
allowed to
We'll
come.
go,
So we
honestly.
get like a sick travel video.
You know what? I've got my gimbal. I've got my phone
Oh, you
gimbal.
got
I took amazing shots with it.
This guy's got a gimbal. We're gonna have like every single piece of camera.
I'm literally using it right now on this. It's so easy. It's wicked, and it's got this feature, right? I just connect to my phone and like.
Oh, so if you turn that on
follows
now,
you.
will it
So
follow
like,
you?
if I wanted to follow into it,
Really?
no, I have to be on the
Okay,
actual
you got it.
DJI app for that. If I use like an iPhone camera, it doesn't work with that. That's the only thing, yeah. But it's pretty cool though. And then like it's got like hand gestures for like if you want to take a picture without even touching the phone, you just wave at it and it'll do a countdown kind of thing. And it's just the whole like doing the video. Like I said, videography is something I love doing. So on holiday, I can't wait to take this. I've just not been anywhere since.
I mean,
Bulgaria's not holiday for me. It's like a second home. But the last one
Yeah.
I went to was Tunisia, and that was great. I loved it.
well, what we should do after our last discussion is we should have a road trip up to
NC
up to
500.
Scotland.
Yeah, you know what? We have to now. Since we did the accent, right? We talked about Amber, deep fried Mars, and haggis. We've got to do it all.
Do a video of it. Do a video of photography of it.
There you go. We'll just there you go. I need to follow you by the way on Instagram. I'll find you.
Yeah. Follow me. I need more followers, man.
You need
I'm
more
joking.
patience, bro.
No, I've got enough patience. I'm never gonna run out of patience. It's just I gotta take more photos. That's what it is.
Oh, okay.
Do you guys cover that in uni, like dental photography?
We don't. No. That's not a subject for us. And I was gonna say about the portfolio stuff. We don't do a portfolio there. They don't teach it us. But I only learned about portfolio because I did a pre-medical course in Bradford University for 2 years, and portfolio was like heavy for that because it was to get into medicine. And like I had to do like a 300-page portfolio, and it was long, but it was something I've just adjusted to. So I feel like I kind of made my own portfolio, using my work at uni for that. But in terms of dental photography, I didn't know. Do you guys get taught that in the UK?
Sort of, not really.
Been
Like,
doing it
kind
myself.
of.
Go on, Jab, you answer. I
Yeah,
feel
I've not
like you
said
need to
anything.
answer.
Like, it's been you two smashing it. Not really. We had to like we did it in kids basically, didn't we? Like we did a portfolio of the cases in kids, but it wasn't Instagram level sort of photography that you would think of. It was more we're taking before and afters of the work we've done on the kids. So it was occlusals.
Okay.
It was down the corridors, stuff like that. It wasn't the artistic stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Probably trying to
yeah.
be
It
cheap,
wasn't
take a
artistic.
picture kind of thing.
It was
Yeah.
much more.
The
I
artistic
think it-
ones, like they have like mad like equipment for it. Like I feel like I've seen something like it looks like a pen, and you literally put it in and it takes like a picture of the occlusal. Like
Oh, like an IO cam and stuff like that.
yeah,
I've used one. It's really, really good. It's only thing is, it's hard to keep still and not blur it because it's such a small camera.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
That's like the only thing. But there are some. You can get some really, really good photos. Like if you're doing a cavity prep and like, let's say you're documenting it, like just for the patient records, that you're documenting it, so you can document like every step of the way, and you can get some really, really good pictures like of like cavity preps and stuff because it's so
That's
close.
great. Would you say cavity prep is something you'd want to show your future employer? Because I've been doing less
No.
of that.
I wouldn't necessarily do. I think cavity prep may be just important for like if you're trying to show the patient there's deep. Like I obviously you just tell the patient obviously, and most of the time
Oh,
they'll
of course, yeah.
see what you say. But I would probably say like I took some because I was asked to basically. But like as I did it, I looked at it and then I looked back at it and I said, do I think that's 100% clear? And I was like, yeah, obviously. But I was like, it's just like you look at it and you think, did I need to flare it out more or these other
Yeah.
bits, like minor points. Those are all like minor perfectionist points. But like obviously you've got DSLR, right?
I don't.
He's
That's
a
the
poor
thing.
student,
Oh, no,
bro.
okay.
So basically, right? Basically, I was like, this year, do I get a DSLR or a brand new phone? And I was literally so close to getting a DSLR, my first DSLR. Then I thought, hang on, I'm at uni and like carrying a DSLR to uni in clinics, not sure. So let me just get a new phone and try and do the photography on that. But I do want to get a DSLR maybe in a couple of years. Now that I've invested in loops, I think I need to relax and stop putting the list on my parents.
Get a part-time job.
Give it another year.
I'd highly recommend, like, I mean, I've got my camera and stuff here, but like it's a bit
Yes.
excessive. But like I would say, like, if you can before you graduate, maybe if you can, or like I don't know, like if you can ask her for your birthday or whatever, maybe just get like an entry level like DSLR and like the lens and like and a flash. Like it is probably one of the things that since I started taking pictures makes such a
Yeah.
difference. Like you do a piece of work, you take a picture. Like I was like, okay, again, it's like a double-edged sword because you'll take a picture and you'll go away before you look at the picture. You're like, yeah, I'm happy with it. And you look at the picture and you're like, right, there's a lot that needs to be improved.
Yeah.
But the good thing about that is you've got a documentation of it. So like you've literally got something you could look at, annotate, or you could write notes about. You could stick a
That's
picture
the
in.
thing, yeah. And the thing I love about having a DSLR is like you've got one thing. Yeah, okay, a phone can do that, but a phone has to do a lot of other things. But the DSLR focuses on just your photography, and I've always wanted something separate. So no, it's something I'm gonna definitely get. Maybe in a year or two, definitely before I graduate, definitely. Like I want one before I graduate. It's gonna happen.
Yeah.
I need one. I need one definitely. But God, with that, then I'd want to get the gimbal for it as well because I love videography and they're pretty expensive. But I might just
You don't need a
I feel
Ronin
like
though.
one
You don't need a
gimbal.
Ronin. You can get away with like a crane or something like that.
Oh right, okay. They're little
Yeah,
single.
you don't need the seven. What is it, like $6,000 or something for a Ronin? I don't know, what is it.
Yeah, it's like one of those. Because basically, I was at a wedding, right, and this guy had it, and I was like, instead of being in the shots, I was like, "Come here, show me what you've got. What is this? How does it work?" And he was showing me. Then my mum was like, "Hassan, get back in. You need to be in the shots." I'm just like, it was the funniest thing ever.
Yeah, it's a Ronin.
Yeah.
A Ronin 2 is
Yeah.
$6,500. There's no way any dentist needs that for the dentistry. I'm gonna put that out there now.
Oh yeah, of course, not for dentistry. No, not for dentistry. I ain't gonna use gimbals for that. But yeah, when we do
Yeah.
our holiday,
Yeah.
we'll take it there. Definitely, you can
Yeah.
do. You know what I really want though, and I just saw yesterday your drone got
Oh,
stolen.
it's
I'm really sorry about that.
2 years
because
ago,
that is my biggest
think.
fear. What? How did that happen?
He was.
Did someone like throw a rock at it? I
No,
don't
it's
understand.
God, tell the story. It was
We went-
devastating. It's devastating.
So I was on the way to my friend's stag do. So it was just the three of us, and basically it was a weekend away because we never have time to chill anymore, and
Nice.
all doctors or dentists or whatever. So that's the most we could get off.
Yeah. of course.
And then the daytime we were doing like jobs for his wedding. So the car was full of just
Yeah.
crap. random stuff. So I'd put one of my bags on the front, not the front seat, in the back seat, but it was blacked out. So I thought it should be okay. And
Yeah.
like we went inside quickly to go get a bite to eat. By the time we come out, someone had just smashed in the window and like pulled out the bag. Manchester, man.
Oh.
Probably from a Man
You know
City
what?
fan, if I'm honest.
I
So
always have a habit of leaving things on the
Yeah.
back seat.
Right. Are you from Manchester?
Me, yeah, I'm from Greater Manchester, yeah. So like, I'm always in the city centre and things like that. And like I said, the back windows are always tinted, so I'm like, yeah, leave it there. And my
no,
brother's
don't.
always like, no, put
So
it in the boot.
normally my
Someone's
stuff's in
gonna
the
nick
boot. It
I
was
didn't know
full
people
though.
actually
It was
do
completely
that.
full. We had like like 2-3 suitcases and all the stuff that we were ferrying to his fiance's house. So
Oh
we should have gone to fiance's
man.
house first and then gone for food.
Yeah. Thing is, you just wouldn't expect someone to actually smash a window to
What
get
I've
something
realised
out
is,
there.
if you're in Liverpool where there's full of, Scousers, or Manchester where there's maybe Liverpool, where there's Man City fans, you've got to be careful about these things.
I mean, let's not comment on football.
No, let's not have a fight.
Like, let's not.
Arsenal
just
going
not
down
go
though.
I'm kind of interested to see what's gonna go on.
Wait, who do you support? This is
I don't watch
important.
football. You're both gonna hate me now. I don't watch.
Oh
Football.
no, that's right. So obviously we live together, right? And he's a Man United fan, and I'm a Liverpool fan.
Yeah, I know they're direct enemies. I know that because I've got friends that support both, and the amount of conflicts they have over this.
To be fair, he's just biased.
We
That's
never
all it
argued
is.
about
like,
it though.
He's just
Like,
shockingly
I
biased.
think.
No, we never argued about it because we were both rubbish during that period where we were
Like,
in uni.
the thing is,
Yeah.
Crew went Liverpool are a
That's
bit
funny,
shit, which
though.
is most of the time, apart from last year. He's not interested in football.
As if, man. Let's just not even go down this road. We're currently still the best team in
my
England,
days.
so we're gonna just take that right
It's gonna
now.
be tight though. It's gonna be tight.
And we'll just leave
Yeah,
it
there's a
Yeah.
reason. Like with me in football, I go on my own, like because it's like my escape time. So I tend not to get involved in football banter and all that stuff because it's just like a bit crap. So whatever,
Yeah.
we'll skate over that. Otherwise, me and Crew will have a proper fight or something. Or like
I don't
someone
think
will
so. I
get
don't think
triggered.
it's
Someone will get
it's
triggered.
okay, like,
Yeah, it's like when United started losing, like I think last season. I'd occasionally send him a text when they're losing, and I just get no response. No response.
No, I
just leave unread. Is that what it is? Okay.
But the thing is, I never got to do it in uni. So it was like 5 years where I never got to do it during that period.
But now
So I
you've
get
got
to
that chance, right? So you
yeah,
have to
exactly. So I just take
See,
my
at
chance.
least
because
though,
he-
you're someone that I actually speak to, right? But then there's like some guys
Right.
who are Liverpool fans who'll remain nameless that I don't speak to, but know that I support United. And every time we concede a goal or like anything happens, they're like, "Oh my god, you crap, ha ha ha." I'm just like, bruv, I don't even speak to you. That's a bit
What
weird.
the hell, man? No, the amount of DMs you get though from
Oh my
random people
God.
is so funny. Like the last thing TikTok you did was
Yeah, let's
hilarious.
talk about those DMs. There's another one, which I'll show you. I'm not going to post about it because
I got some crazy ones too, and I didn't know I'd ever get DMs.
There's one I did the Taylor
from random
Swift.
people.
Which one is it? Is it called Bad Romance or whatever it's called? What's it called? You know the one I mean. The one where she's walking around with a knife. What's that one? No, I genuinely can't remember the name of it. But anyway, it's one of those. I did the lyrics on that one.
I'm not a Swifter. I'm not a Swifter like
But
you to be.
This guy sent me. I kid you. I sent 4 messages because I thought it was amusing to send him these lyrics, and I got 300 back. I swear down. Attempted video calls. He thinks I'm a girl.
Oh my god! I got one of them when I was in Tesco the other night, and I was like, "What the hell's going on?"
So yeah, I had to block that one. No,
Did you
because
answer the video
the whole fun is these people think I'm the girls that be posting on Dents of Insta.
Yeah, but you should answer it for banter.
Yeah, I might do that next time. But it's
Like, hey,
I
what's
can't
up?
even be bothered to like reply to the people who want features these days. So like I've got so much energy, I just can't use it all on these.
Yeah, no. Yeah, of course. It's funny though. Like it's just hilarious how they think like the ones some of the messages they're like send picture please or something like that or it's just hilarious because you just know they're kind of like the ones that want the girls. They expect you
Yeah,
to be
they
the
don't
girl.
know what's hit them when that happens. it is a bit strange, isn't it?
Oh God. Have you had marriage
Yeah.
proposals?
You get married proposals.
Okay, like actual ones, and I'm just a bit like, I need
That's,
to
I mean, that's not the worst thing in the world, is it? I mean,
I
it's
had
not a great
had
idea,
ask,
but it's
asking
probably not
for a
the worst.
friend a few times. Yeah.
Really? Oh my God.
There's one that I'll tell you guys offline because I can't really talk about it.
Oh, okay. You know, we need to have an offline chat because I feel like we need to dig some more stuff out of you. We need to.
I mean, I probably know about it somewhere in the depths. So.
Yeah, you're gonna know. You know, you went to uni with it. That's what we said all about Jameer.
But no, but there's certain things you can't really like out people for, so I won't. But after I posted that, the falling picture, I put that caption, and basically I had people messaging me after that one. That was, and then I had to put the story. I messaged
him directly after that one.
I was actually that picture was wicked though, but the caption was.
Yeah, I had to put it.
I was like,
I had to put a story up afterwards going, "This is not an invitation to DM."
That's why I knew that was gonna happen. I knew it.
It was a really, that was one of my favorite photos actually.
That is a great picture. Honestly, the editing was.
It's around the corner from me, man. Wayne House Tower.
I never went there. Remember, I worked in Halifax.
Yeah, I suppose if you didn't live here, you maybe wouldn't even know it's there. There's actually a lot of stuff in Halifax that's really, really like picturesque and stuff. You just got to get out and about.
It's probably a good place. Yeah, it's a good place for photography.
That's where all the Asians get married, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's why I've been there.
That's literally why I've been there. Not Mount.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
But Halifax is really nice. I love Yorkshire. I love all of Yorkshire.
So I actually worked, funnily enough, so when this guy was still in Newcastle, I was doing my FD in Halifax.
Oh, man.
So it was just like, his house was like literally like 5 minutes away from where I was working.
That's wicked. Where are you actually from?
He's from Southampton.
Southampton.
Oh, Southampton. Okay, cool. So that's like New
London. But I live in London now, but I spent 9 years in Newcastle? Wow. 8 years in Newcastle, and a year in Leeds.
7 and 2 or something like that. Yeah.
Nice.
So I'm pretty much like, I wish I was northern, kind of.
Yeah, you've had a bit of everything. Like, I feel like I could never. Like, I love London. I've been obviously as a visitor, but I don't think I could hack living there.
What's that change been like for you, Crew? Because you obviously lived in the north where it's nice and slow.
Yeah, you've lived in both.
It's busy. That's the biggest difference. Like you said, like you were saying, it's just so busy. Like in Newcastle, like you could wander into like a cafe or whatever, and you'd be served in like 5 minutes. In London, it's like, okay, sorry, we've got no table for you, or
that's so annoying now.
Which is annoying. The only thing is, the only better thing about London in that sense is there's about 50 million places versus
that's
in
Newcastle.
True.
That's so true. All of my friends are going out to all these different places, and I've got like max 10 places to go.
Yeah, and I think that's like the best thing. But Newcastle, like, yeah, I've got a bit of a soft spot because that's obviously the way I went to uni, and like made loads of friends and all that. There was a couple of different places like QB, which is a tea house.
It's closed now.
Midnight. So we used to just go there.
Have you been to Manchester?
Yeah. So I went to Manchester we had our BDA. What they do is when you're in your FD year, so like your first year out of uni, you used to go to the dentistry show, and then they'd have a ball on the Friday, and so that was in Manchester. And then I've done a couple of courses in Manchester. So I went down the main road, which was where the principal is on. And there's a couple of places where I've been around doing courses and stuff there. Manchester seems really nice. The only thing with Manchester is it's massive, and I didn't know. I've been out a couple of times, once, twice there. Seems like a really good place, to be fair. But I just don't know where I'm going because it's so big.
Yeah, of course. No, I love London. Like, I love going there every time. Like, it sounds strange, but it feels like every time I go there, it's like a holiday.
Yeah.
Because it's so different to up north. So I feel like I've left the country, even though I haven't, obviously, because it's so different to things. Yeah, and it's just like sightseeing and things. I love doing things like that. But if you could live abroad, would you? Firstly, if you could, where would you go?
I'll let Jabir take this This is a conversation that he definitely
Bro,
wants to be a part
we've
of.
wanted to like. Well, I've almost moved like 3 times. Yeah. So me
Almost.
and one of my friends that went to uni with, Danny, we were like pretty late stages of finding jobs out there and stuff in Australia, and then he got a job which was pretty nice close to his home in Hull, and I got a really really good job close to my house. Well, not close enough, within driving distance of my home, in Batley, but I live in Halifax. So then in the end, we took those jobs. So there's been a couple of times where it's been like, yeah, I'm gonna move out there, and I went to Australia in my enforced gap year after finals, um, to basically just to go and like went to chill and then visit people and stuff. But I was like, oh my god, people are dentists are literally going from work to the beach or from work to a restaurant to chill. Weekend
That
breaks are
sounds
like to
wicked, yeah.
Fiji and like all these mad islands and stuff.
That
So
sounds awesome.
I was
Honestly, yeah,
like,
that sounds
100%, this is the way to go. But then it's just so far away, and if you've got family and stuff,
Is it difficult to like
no,
transfer your
it's
qualifications over?
pretty simple. Finding the job is the harder part,
Okay.
but there's no like qualification change or anything.
So
May have changed by now because it's a while back.
yeah, no,
Yeah.
what Oz? I think it's still the same right now. So I looked into it recently. I would be happy to go abroad, but like you said, it's far. That's the only thing with Australia. It's so far. I would like to live in New
That's
Zealand, but
even
it's a little
further.
bit more complex because to gain like no, but it's like I think New Zealand would be more suited to me, but like it's harder to gain
Oh, right,
like
yeah.
permanent citizenship or like see where you can stay. And then there's like options that I've looked at like Canada and things like that, but then you got to do quite
It's
a lot
difficult.
to get across.
Difficult.
Yeah.
You gotta go back to uni essentially, don't you?
I'd be happy to. Yeah, exactly. And I'd be happy to move to like Europe. To be fair, I'd be happy to move like Netherlands and places like that, or Scandinavia. But
Yeah.
again, there's bits you got to do because obviously the systems are so different to here. But it's something I'd be interested in, like long term. I know. Interestingly, I think they gave a statistic when we were in FD, and they said like they did a young dentist survey, and like it was like 60% of the graduated profession were planning to move abroad or would want to move abroad and quit dentistry in the UK and do it abroad within like 5 years, and it was like 60%. It was quite a lot.
This is why they say like there's always a need for dentists and doctors in the UK because a lot do, and I feel like after Brexit it's gonna be more.
It's an interesting time. I think like it's a bit of a difficult balance. I think at the current time with Brexit, there's like obviously still like a lot of uncertainty because like although it seems like things have been decided, like there's still like not very concrete information. Yeah. And like we don't know necessarily how it. Maybe I'm just not informed on it, but like I don't know how it's necessarily going to affect me as an individual necessarily as a practicing dentist. What it means. I mean, there's articles that the PDA put out, but I mean, I haven't.
In what?
Yeah, exactly.
3.5 hours. 2.5 hours.
Oh yeah, they're doing the Big Ben thing.
Is it now?
Yeah, 31st December is like the end of the transition period, isn't it?
Like we've officially left the European Union at
Is it 11 p.m.? I thought it was midnight.
I'm not gonna make a political comment on this like video.
I know. I've got too many opinions on this. Are you drinking tea?
No. It's just water.
Oh. Do you drink tea? Because we've had this conversation with
Julian.
And I've asked him to keep his tea bag in his cup. It'll taste better, but he disagrees.
I could do with the tea actually.
Yeah,
I can't leave the screen right now. This one's got pretty cold.
To be fair, I've also got a beer like here, so it's New Year's Eve, right? New Year's Eve, so
you know what? You might as well celebrate.
Yeah, I mean today there's a nice time in chill off tomorrow, so
yeah. Oh man, Arizon's on.
How's he made it? All right, let me get you on screen, bro.
I don't know why it's coming over this together.
Oh my god, I've not spoken to Erzom since 2012. 2012, right? It was June college. I think the last time I saw you.
Yeah, man. How's it going, Asant? You good?
It's great. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I know, yeah, your brother, I think he was in the same year as me in college, innit?
Zahir was, yeah, and you were
How's
with
he
like,
doing?
Farah and the twins, and I knew everybody. It's just that I fell back here because I was ill, if you remember. So I did college again, and then I took a gap year after that. So yeah, I've not seen anyone since then, really. But how's everything been?
Decent, man. I know Crew and Jabir from Newcastle. They were in the years.
Nice. Okay, yeah, because I saw Jimmy tag you on his post, and I was like, wait, is this Urza? Like, because I have you on Facebook.
It's a small
I
world,
have
man.
you on Facebook, right? So I had to double check. So I had to go on your Facebook, and then I showed Zahir. I was like, see, it's Urza. And he's like, yeah, that's him. I was like, man, what a small world.
It is, man. Dentistry is a small world.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I didn't even know that you were doing the industry, Hassan.
Yeah, if you remember when we knew each other, I was like all for medicine then. Like that's literally the only thing I wanted to do. But things just changed, man. Like things changed. I did 2 years pre-medical. I still want to do I want to do nephrology, man. I was into like the kidneys and things like that. But then last minute I decided to go abroad and try dentistry, and I fell in love with it, man. That's it. I mean, this is what I want to do.
Fair enough.
Yeah, me and Oz have been going around doing all the photography this last. Well, we've got it a couple of times, haven't we? So pretty much any shots of me from new ones are hit.
As your photography is sick, man. It looks.
I was just
mad.
listening to you guys talking, and kind of in the same kind of point of view as Crew. The earlier you can get kind of a camera, just get practicing. You're gonna need it for your dentistry anyway.
That's
and like
the thing,
bonus,
just get
use it for your travels as well.
Yeah, that's the excuse, man. If the excuse is like, yeah, I'll use it for dentistry, and then you just do it on like a general hobby as well.
Yeah, you know what? I'll do that. Let my loops come, right? I'll give it like a month or so, then I'll I'll put it in. That'll be great.
How's it going, Crew? You've been all right? I haven't seen you since uni. I remember coming to watch the games like with Jabir.
Oh man.
They would do his post-match analysis and stuff, innit?
Yeah, there is that. Yeah, no, man, I'm good. Just keeping busy, really. To be fair, with work, I'm working more hours probably than I've ever done before. So it's going good. It's going good. But yeah, I'm just funnily enough, like I think as Jab got into photography down, it was pretty much the same thing. I bought like three different lenses off of mate, and then yeah, so it's just been real trying to practice, develop on that front. I'm not been out with it. But yeah, just really developing on that front. To be fair,
so like practicing your editing, and because I saw, when you can get like download the raw images and like you can edit it. Because I recommend I watch them on YouTube. Seventh Era and North Borders.
Yeah. So in lockdown 1, so I spent ages, mate. I went through Hayden's channel, Seventh Era channel, and North Border channel. I watched every like 90% of their videos.
It's so good, man. Like they're just like some Australian lads that just go around shooting pics of trams and they just smash it.
The only thing is, man, the amount of teal is too much.
It's a bit too much teal. Jabir's going for that teal and orange.
I've done quite a lot of teal and orange.
Teal and orange, mate. Yeah, this guy loves it. So I posted a picture today, and it's teal. And this guy goes, "Let me boost the teal." And I'm like, "Why do we need to boost the teal? Too much teal in this damn picture already."
There's no subtle with Jabir.
I don't know. I kind of like it where it looks a little bit edited.
Yeah, that's why you got a Sony in it, because you got a teal and orange.
Yeah, pretty much.
Have you got a Sony as well?
No, he's got Canon.
Me? No, I've got a Canon. I've got 200D.
I want a Canon. I've been looking into it, and I was like, Nikon or Canon, I'm not sure, because they're both very good, but then like they're very different as well. If you know what I mean in terms of specs and stuff like that.
I think ease of use seems to be Canon. Like if you're going to use it for work as well, like Nikon seems to be a little bit finicky, but
yeah. To be honest, the Sony feels nice in your hand. I didn't like. The only reason I didn't get Canon was when I was holding it, it didn't feel comfortable where the shutter was. Otherwise, I probably would have gone with Sony with the Canon. But the Nikon, the Sony one that me and Ozam use, that feels really good in your hand. I don't know about you, man.
Yeah, it does. I haven't tried using it for dental photography and stuff yet. This is what I was speaking to you about the other day, Jabir, in terms of whether it's worth kind of getting a lens and using that as the dental photography, or whether it's worth getting a separate, cheaper kind of Canon and kind of keeping that for your dental photography. Have you guys got any opinions on that?
We didn't come to an agreement, did we?
No.
I've never known anybody to use a Sony, but then at the same time, I don't see why you couldn't. If you can get
a camera's a camera.
Like the most popular one is to use between either a 60 or 100mm lens. So like if you can get those, I don't think you. 100 is only if you're doing case like documentation and accreditation, anyways. So if you wanted to just use a 60, wait, is it cropped or is it full
4/3.
frame?
It's
Oh,
full
oh
frame.
yeah. It's,
You could use 60 or 100. Like those are the two popular choices.
there's a good 90mm
Um,
macro.
They just do a 90mm, don't they,
Yeah,
Jabir?
Sony
Yeah,
do a
you
good
could probably
90mm.
do 90 and it'd probably be fine. But like I think to be fair, the 200D, I mean, if you can get hold of it, it's out of stock everywhere. I've checked, but it's down to like 350. I bought it when it was like a bit more than that, but it's down to 350, and that's just like really cheap for I think the
Do you need
quality
all
of the
the
camera.
extra flashes and stuff? Like for the dental photography?
You gotta have a flash. You got a ring flash or a twin. So I've got both. But I got a ring because not really balling. Basically, I got a ring, and then the ring is really useful, but it makes things look really flat. Twin is really nice for making things 3D and like you can see the secondary and tertiary anatomy more. If you're doing a lot of anterior work, you want to get the twin.
Okay.
Personal opinion. The other thing is as well, while it's good for a beginner, I was kind of like, to be fair, I did take pictures with the ring, but I didn't really like them. And then after a little bit of time, I don't know if this is just me just being picky because I like photography. And I was like, I think this looks nicer with this. Like,
yeah, I feel it looks nicer then. Yeah.
the only thing is with twin flash, it's difficult to be 100% consistent because it's on a bracket that you got to pull out. And obviously, unless you leave it at work and leave it in position, or you just record it. But yeah, it's not expensive. Like, you can pick up a cheap camera, or as long as you get the lens. So obviously, the lens is the expense.
Yeah, of course, the lens. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but I'd recommend it. Like, whatever. It's like the thing that I think is really important because like I used to take pictures on my phone.
Honestly, your work looks completely different now. Now you take it on an actual camera.
Yeah.
Like I used to remember looking at them going, what? When you take it on a phone, it's almost like the mouth gets squashed to the middle, doesn't it? But now you get like a nice curve coming in.
Wide angle view, yeah. No, I've seen the difference in that. That's mad. Like, as in other people's pictures, because obviously I'm only doing it on phones now, but like they're just standard, obviously flash pictures from whatever distance I can do, a safe distance. But yeah, I feel like with a DSLR, it's going to be a completely new world in terms of like the quality of the pictures and obviously you don't need to edit them, do you? In terms of like brightness and things like that, they come out okay.
Yeah, no, you don't need to edit them. Probably the only thing I would say is sometimes you might want to bump up the brightness if you didn't compensate for the flash or whatever enough. Maybe you want to bump up the brightness. I personally don't edit any of them apart from cropping, mainly because the courses I've been on. So I've done 2 where I've covered photography, and both of them were like, if you just get it right in the camera, obviously you don't have to worry about it. So it's just easy. It's easier just to get it right in the camera rather than editing after. But obviously there is that world where people must, some people definitely do edit their photos over comment.
Of course, yeah.
But like, you can enhance it, and then it's just like, but if that's not what it looks like, or that's not
exactly, then it's going to be
what's the
misleading.
point taking it? Yeah.
It's the ones where it's underexposed on the before and overexposed on the after.
Yeah.
And it's teal and orange edit like Jabez.
Yeah, I was going to say, when dark is teal and orange, there's definitely
yeah, but at least if I'm tealing and oranging my after photos, it's not because I'm trying to make it look better.
His one will be in a picture of an endo and a radiograph, so it doesn't really matter.
I have seen someone do teal and orange on the radiographs, which is I love that. Yeah, I was like, I rate you hard there.
Mad.
That is too much, man. There are some cool stuff though. There's I can't remember the person's name.
Fit. Check that one
but
out.
Like, yeah, that's it. That's the guy. But he does
After Effects.
He takes the pictures, but he does After Effects. He uses this thing called, which used to be, I don't know if you remember it. It was called Topaz. I don't know if Erzam remembers it, but like it's like this plugin that used to go in Photoshop. It's like a sharpening thing, but it gives this really, really like cool artistic look to everything. You can just bump it up and down. You can just mess around with sliders, and it gives a lot of the look that he's got. I don't know if it still exists anyway, but like he does artistic photography. Same with like Minesh Patel, like kind of thing. Like he doesn't edit his photos; he just takes them on a 60 and just crops them. And it's just like there's loads of different worlds out there. So like, there's not many people. There's loads of people who do the artistic thing, but there's not loads and loads of people doing it for the artistic. Because like, I guess your market there is like really niche, isn't it? It's like people who create a dentist.
I think with like Paco Fit, he's an endodontist, so he wants referrals. So the more lit he can make his endos look, the better.
Yeah, I think it was him who, I don't know if it was him exactly. There was someone who took a picture, and it had a file with a water droplet on it, and that had the reflection of the access and the tooth in it, and that was just like, and apparently that was not edited. Like that was he just.
How did you take a picture like that, man?
I had no idea. I looked at it and I thought this must be edited. I looked at the comments and someone asked him, and he was like, "This is not edited," and I was like, "How? Like this is just like." Genius like levels to create like out the box things.
Insane, man.
I think he's using like it must be a 60 mil. Must be a 60 mil.
I have no idea. But that's the cool thing about the creative side of that. Like you can just do, if you come up with cool ideas like that, then you know,
you can like be a bit crafty with it and create some cool stuff with that. That's mad.
How do you find? Have you used the Canon as
The one, the camera at work, so the one for everyone to use, that's a Canon. I think that's just one of the cheap ones, or like a 60D. It's in terms of ease of use, it's a lot easier. Like the menu system is nice and straightforward. That's what Canon are kind of known for, and then just doing it right and easy.
That's what I read. Like,
yeah, but Sony, the good thing with those is that, like, especially with the mirrorless game, and those are the ones that we've got. They're just smashing it, and Canon are kind of catching up in that regards. But like both of them are really good brands. For dental photography, it's not using the mirrorless, do you?
Well, that they were talking about. There's this discussion because it's lighter, right? Because obviously it doesn't carry the mirror. Like with my one, which is a 200D, like that's like one of the smaller form Canons that you can get. It's pretty light, but then you stick 100 on it, it does become quite heavy. To be fair, like. I think mirrorless would be the way. Like I think there was a lot I was reading on when I got my 200D about whether mirrorless was just the future, and they were like, it's a difference just right now, but they reckon like I think in a few years that mirrorless will just be the same. I think at that point when that becomes the same, just get a mirrorless camera because it's so much it's lighter, just so much lighter.
I don't know about like macro shots, but for my like normal photography that me and Ozam kind of do when we go out. Honestly, I swear the Sony is better than the Nikon that I had. Genuinely, I think it's like levels better.
Oh, Nikon, okay.
The main thing that people like about the Canon is the color science. People always refer to that. You know how the colors just appear.
The color grading, isn't it?
Apart from dental photography, you're going to be adjusting the colors to your liking anyway, so that's not like too big of a factor.
Yeah, I think there was a funny meme video. I can't remember. I can't even remember the guy's name, but he does like a video of like this is what a Canon user thinks, and the guy just goes around like town going, "Oh, look at the color grading. Like, have you not seen the color profiles?" And then he goes and he has a Sony and he's like teal and orange, teal and orange, teal and orange. I can't remember the guy's name, but it was really funny. And he did one for like all the big brands, and it's actually really funny though because that's like all the stereotypes that everybody conforms to. So like, yeah, you get Sony, you're going to be doing teal and orange. They did like skin comparisons and it does make it more orange, you know. So, but I mean, I've never used a Sony. I want to use one from what I've seen because obviously the guys we follow on YouTube, like you said, they always use a Sony.
I was going to say, you're tempted to get a Sony because all those guys, they all use Sonys.
Yeah, so I mean, to be fair, I had my Canon for like a year, but I didn't really use it for much. Like, I did a basic bit of general photography, but not a lot. And I wasn't really doing dental at that point because I hadn't got the flash and the mode lens. But I like, after I saw the videos, I was like, should I like trade this up and get a Sony? And I was like, whether I'm going to use it for, you know, the right purpose and whatever. But to be fair, like, I think the Sony ones do look like they give a good view. And I know that a lot of people swap to the A7. SNR, and it does look really, really nice. I think the edits, once they edit it, it looks really nice with the style that they go for. I think with Canon's color profiles, it's really good. It is really nice, but obviously that's not the base image. Like, obviously that's just a profile that goes on top. The skin tones are really good, though. To be fair, I have to say, I did it. I took some photos the other day, and the skin tones do come out really, really nice. Like they're pretty true to life.
Yeah.
But
dental photography and like including like the face. For those kind of shots, you don't want to be doing much editing. So in that regard, Canon would be an advantage for the skin profile and the natural colors because you're not really going to want to mess about with that too much.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Because then I'll mess with the quality.
Yeah, I mean, there is that, but then obviously, I mean, I don't know that many people who edit their photos. Like, I know a couple of people who like use Lightroom and whatever, but not too many. But like, I think a lot of people just can't be bothered to edit it. Like, obviously, it takes time.
Yeah, for dentists, it is a lot of work, isn't it?
Like, yeah, like on top of like you come back from work, you've taken your photos. Do you really want to spend 1 to 2 hours editing? Or do you just want to have it so that your photo was right? Just crop it and then post it or annotate it, do whatever you want to do to it.
Yeah. What do you guys think about kind of patient journeys and doing like little montages? I know I've shown us a couple of things where I'm like, I have to do this when I go back in. Like if I'm doing that kind of work, you've got to have like a patient, like a genuine like filmography, like a filmography patient journey for every single one.
I love them. Yeah, especially their reaction. Especially their reaction. I think it looks great, and that's something in the future I want to do when it comes to like cosmetic work, if there's cosmetic work. But even with fillings, you can show them. Like I feel like the patients that I've had, they want to see their fillings. Even if it's on a molar, they want to know what it looks like. So the pictures I show them is kind of like. So what I want to do now is have reaction videos. So get someone else to record their reaction, see their photo. Because obviously seeing in the mirror, you can't really see much. So when they see a picture, then So I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, there's loads of people doing that now. That's like the new thing, right? People did before and afters a lot now, and a lot of people are now doing videos of like the reactions. I think that's really good. I think the only thing is obviously you want to be. Obviously, you can't really react on that. So like, obviously, because you're the one taking the video, unless you're getting someone else to do it. But like, I think it's really cool. Like, I saw there was someone in my practice who did it for someone, and like, it's just really cool to see someone's reaction filmed on their and like the other thing was as well, it's a boon to your own confidence because it's something that and like just look at it and be like, look at the difference I made to someone, like
exactly. And like you said, you'd rather have someone else record it so you can see you and your patient together because it's kind of a moment, if that makes sense.
Yeah. It's personal, right? Like that's the thing.
There's a video that one of my friends did. That guy in South Africa, Lex Leo, Dr. Smile. Have a check on his Instagram page. There's one he did recently for some celebrity, and he did like the whole journey from the first appointment all the way through to the end, and it showed every single stage. And he was firing his own, like he did his own firing for the veneers and everything. So like genuinely, the patient could see if you were someone who didn't know what was going on, you could see exactly how it was done, like start to finish, no steps missed. So you kind of knew exactly what you're going in for if you wanted that treatment, and he did it in such an artistic way. It's
think about it. Anyone in the future seeing that, they're gonna trust him.
Yeah.
To speak to patients.
But this is the thing as well. If he's showing every stage, he's showing all the effort and extra miles he's going as well. Like if you go to a different dentist, you're not necessarily going to get the exact same thing. And the other thing is, people get really impressed when you pull out like a massive camera with like flashes and all this thing, or you show them on like. Well, if you
I was going to ask that. Like, who's recording it? Has he got someone else to record it?
He's got a crew. He's got a crew in.
See, you need that, man.
I don't know if it's one of the TCOs is like a filmographer as well.
You could. The thing is, I mean, you could. To be fair, you could do it with your gimbal and just get your nurse to be the one who's standing there.
That's the thing. We don't have nurses, and we have to do everything ourselves.
Oh, you know what?
Oh no, but I can just get one of my medic friends to come in, and I'll be like, listen, just come chill with me in the dental faculty because we're in a separate building, and they love coming in there because it's just like it's something different for them.
It's a real course.
So I'll just like, I'll take you to dinner later. Just come and film this for me.
Just do that, man. Like honestly, just do it. Like it's just a good laugh. Like
that's gonna be mad.
That's a good idea. But the other thing is like, just having someone to help you out. Bits and pieces.
But
like,
imagine you get something wrong, bro. That's scary, Like, and then getting that on video.
You'll see exactly where you went wrong.
Minor. Okay.
That's true. I mean, but you don't necessarily need a crew. Like, if you're doing, it depends on what kind of thing you're doing. Like, loads of people just do phone reaction videos, right? Like, they'll take the phone, or they'll take like a pan of like, good examples, composites, any bonding or veneers, and just do that, and then they'll show the patient in the mirror and whatever. So I mean, it's pretty accessible.
What I did last time, well, the first time before I did the IGTV video that GB was talking about, was I got my patient to hold my phone and do a live whilst I was treating him. So he was holding the phone, and then my teacher was like, "Hassan, like, who's controlling the saliva?" And I was like, "Oh yeah." So I was like, "Just give me the phone, just hold the saliva suction, let me continue my work." It's just like, "Oh my god, this guy, man." But like, Ersan, would you do that though? Like, not what I did. Like, would you?
Like, yeah, just touching this cavity up right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that technique, but I think generally, like content and like creating good quality videos is always going to be beneficial, isn't it?
It's the
I think
future.
it
I
makes a
see it.
massive difference though when you watch it and it's like a high quality kind of production,
Yeah,
or like
definitely.
or it's edited well,
Yeah, exactly.
versus something that's kind of sloppily done. It kind of, if it's sloppily done, then it kind of takes away from the actual
Exactly.
service
Yeah,
or whatever.
yeah.
So if you're gonna do it, do it properly. But again, with that, it takes time to be able to do that, especially if you're kind of delving into that yourself. It takes time to get your editing skills up to scratch.
Exactly. And you have
With
to trust
video,
the
I've tried
person who's
video.
doing it.
Sorry, I've tried video a couple of times because I had like a free trial for Final Cut Pro. So I was just testing the camera out with the video regarded as well. But it's just so much harder than photography because there's so many moving elements to it. You have to think a lot more about like how you're constructing a video from beginning, middle to end.
It's
How
storytelling,
it's all
isn't it?
going to
It's
fit
really
together,
difficult.
transitions,
Yeah,
the
exactly. You got to
storytelling. Yeah,
pick your
everything.
clips. You got to pick your clips, which in itself takes ages. And then what I do is I number my clips, because then if it's saved as MOV dots 123, I'm not going to remember what it is, and I'll be confusing myself. So
Mhm.
it's all about organizing as well. So like you said, if you're filming properly and doing that, then it makes it much
We've got a
easier.
question, by the way.
Because
Mm.
obviously using the application
Zach
like that,
Rahman's asking, are there any issues with storing images in light of GDPR? I think you just got to get the thing you signed, don't you?
permission, consent.
Crew, do you know much about this?
Yeah, you got to get. Yeah, essentially make sure you get consent for the sign. It's got to be like, it's easy to get verbal consent, but obviously it's not really
Yeah,
a
you got to
record,
get
so you
got to
can't
get
just
a
read it like
chunky
that.
one.
So you got to make sure. And I think nowadays, especially because of social media, and obviously like all of us have Instagram, like and we post patient work necessarily. You've got to make sure that they agree to that, because, and also they can. With the other point is they can withdraw that consent at any time. So like if a year down the line they're like, "Oh, I changed my mind," you then got to take that post down, and it's got to be that you've got to take it down. So you just got to make sure it's signed, and you got to make sure the patient's agreed. It's a bit of an annoying point, I think, because it's kind of like, as long as you don't identify the patient unless they want to be identified. So I've seen, not necessarily like me, again, like I've seen other accounts where they name the patient, but in their consent form they must have, or for that patient they must have had, is it okay to share your name? Are you happy for that? Are you happy for me to follow you? And then would you share it or whatever? So you got to mention all these minor tweak points, because like it could come back to bite you, I think. But with the GDPR, yeah, it's just all about consent form. It's just all about consent and making sure. And then there was that case recently where it's like, basically consent is all well and fine, but even if it's a signed document, that they could just say that it's invalid. So it's got to be valid in the sense that the patient has to have understood it. So you've got to make sure you explain. And the other thing is make sure that I ask them and say, "Do you understand it? Could you explain it back to me?" kind of thing. But I don't get them to explain it back to me, but I say, "Do you understand? Do you have any questions?" Like, I pretty much always would say to them, like, if I'm going to take photos, I just ask them straight away, like, would you be happy for me to share it on social media? Would you be happy for me to take it? I won't identify you unless you really want to, because like I don't post facial shots, but like, yeah.
I kind of, if I was going to do like cosmetic stuff, I would want facial shots. I think that's like a clincher. Like I would much rather see it before and after of a whole face than I would of just the teeth.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have the serve for it. That's what it is. Not well. Actually, I do. I just haven't done it very often yet.
Yeah.
Thanks for the comment, Shamim. She said it's very informative, so I think it's probably down to crew. Nothing I'm saying for sure. Yeah. Let's go back to the initial topic. We're kind of just gonna like, nominally we said, well, it's New Year's Eve live, but it's gonna be about social media. And what's your thoughts been about this whole year and how it's gone for you? Obviously, you've gone with more of a photography account than a dental account. What's that been like?
Yeah, well, in terms of the actual year overall, so I was doing my dental foundation year at the beginning of this year, obviously until March. Before then, got a couple of holidays in to Chicago.
They've gone early with the fireworks. It's 2 hours yet.
Starting already.
These guys can't tell the time.
I can hear him as well.
So it was going all good until Chicago, and then after that, obviously took a bit of a hit. With the DFT, like the requirements got like reduced. Like we were doing online study days. Are you doing study days as well,
Still in
Hassan?
uni.
With your still at uni, and fine.
Yeah.
In terms of so with the study days that we had, like on a weekly basis, we were all doing that virtually. So the clinical side of things got impacted quite a bit, to be fair. So just starting to patch that up, like with the associate position now. But I had a lot of time, so that's why I invested in a camera. I've just been taking a photography angle because, just generally speaking, I don't know. I just wanted to kind of take a different approach. I wasn't obviously doing much clinical stuff at that time, so I couldn't really take many dental pictures. But I did want to like explore around as much as possible, and I knew kind of in my future I did want to travel quite a bit. So as long as you know how to use a camera, you'll be able to apply to different settings, wherever it is. So even right now, it's to do with that, whether it is portraits, nature, you'll be able to use that transferable skill to use it for dental stuff in the future.
Great.
So that's kind of the approach I took. It's been quite interesting. I don't know. You mentioned the other day, Jabir, in terms of with creator accounts, with the algorithm and stuff, it's a bit more hampered against. It's harder to get kind of as much growth as it is for.
Do you know what? I can't remember what I said, but I've kind of gone full circle with it a little bit. I think it's that like I think if you're posting good stuff and you're engaging, like you're gonna smash it. I think the people who are doing badly or not doing so well or struggling are just not engaging with like the platform as it is. Like I think a lot of people are going on Instagram pretending like they're some big brand. Like I don't think you can go on any of these social media things and like act like the big man, because people aren't going to react to that in a good way. Like let's just for example, like I wouldn't know Hassan unless I looked at my DMs and replied to them, for example. And Hassan's probably not going to like me if I was being a bit of a twat in the DMs. So no, but it's true. But I think there are people out there who are a bit like that. And obviously everyone has good days and bad days. But then Hassan's now like genuinely probably a friend of mine. Do you know? No, but this is how it goes. It's social media, isn't it?
He got the approval.
But it's social media, isn't it?
I feel like
Hassan's face lit up there.
Big Ben. This is the Big Ben for being approved.
I mean, it helps he comments on every single one of my YouTube videos, so he's got like some plus points in there. But like, there's people that don't do that. There's people that are like not engaging and talking to people that they don't already know. And what's the point in that? Because then you can just be on WhatsApp, for all the difference it makes.
Yeah.
And you know, I was gonna say as well with Erzam, it's really great that you've integrated like a dental account with a photography account, because let's be honest, then you've got a wider audience. So think about it. Imagine someone scrolling through a feed, right, and they see one of your great photography skills. Then they can be like, oh yeah, this is why I followed this guy. What a great picture. Let me share it to somebody. But then like they might be interested in dental ones, but more interested into your actual, traveling photography. But then you might have the other side of your followers that look more forward to your dental ones. So you're kind of balancing two audiences, but then also integrating them. So then there might be a sector of your audiences that like both. So you've got a wider audience to captivate with your content. So I think it's great that you've got something you want to do and kind of integrate as into your Instagram.
Yeah, that's it. I think that's the kind of versatility with photography, like we were saying. It's just kind of, you can do it as a hobby, and it also helps with your professional stuff. At the moment, I haven't got much dental stuff on there at the moment. What's this?
Pete McKinnon's done teal and orange, guys, so stop hating.
Everyone does teal and orange, bro. Even I posted a teal and orange picture.
I need to join this teal orange team. When I get my
No, you can still do it with your iPhone.
Yeah, you can still do it. Do you know what it is, right? To be honest, I'm a brown guy, so we've already kind of got the orange in there, especially with the Sony. So you come out a bit orange anyway.
What do you mean you're a brown guy?
Yeah, I know, but like this is what I'm saying. Like, so then it's just easy to bring in the teal as an aside, whereas like.
Yeah, true. It is true. If you've got tan or teal or orange clothing, just wear it and take a photo.
Do it.
Edit the background to be opposite color.
That's my gimbal. Literally just died on me.
That's how it happens.
You can actually.
Hassan, are you quite into your videography as well? Have you been?
Bro, he's better than us, man. He's better than us. Sad.
When I say making movies, I've just been. Sorry, one sec. I've just been doing. Wait, that's the gimbal. It's just died on me. Sadly. But I've just been doing home movies. So like, but when I say home movies, I want to make them look professional. And then like, for example, what did I do last? Oh yeah, so my sister had a baby girl. I think 3-4 months ago. So we did like an event thing, with the cousins and stuff. So I was, had like balloons and cakes, everything everywhere. So I was there with my gimbal, like proper like nice cinematic shots, and then editing it with music and adding like all these effects, transitions and slow mo, and kind of making it look very cinematic, especially with the widescreen and the cinematic bars. I love adding them.
What's a cinematic
Things
bar,
like
bro?
that. So
You're
that's what I've been.
beyond me already. Also, turn your screen back sideways.
All right, okay. Yeah, so the cinematic bars. I need to try and think how to do this. Yeah, so I've been adding them, and then yeah, that's all I've been doing really. So just home movies so far. But I've been with this. The thing is, I go on YouTube and I use Adobe Premiere Pro now. So I've just been looking on tutorials. So for example, because obviously it's very complex to use, a lot of things hidden in all sorts of places. So for example, if I'm looking for a transition, like how to slow mo a video to a specific speed that I want, that I'm happy with, then I go on YouTube, type that in, and there's a video for it. YouTube's amazing, man. Like it's got everything on there.
So many tutorials, and it's like
Yeah, it's mad, and you literally learn, and it takes time. Like I remember once I was up till like 6 a.m. I didn't sleep all night because you just learn more and more about his applications, and you're editing and you're playing back. But the one thing I hate is the playback lag. Like it really messes me up. Like it annoys me. So I remember spending an hour trying to like stop the lagging because obviously you can't see your transitions in the playback thing. So, and I feel like there's no application that doesn't have that.
Do you know what?
I
It's the
might be wrong, but
hardware.
I've
It's
looked
the
at that.
hardware. Like this is why I keep on saying to
Yeah.
Ozan, I wish I had like a faster computer. Even though like I've got a pretty decent one. I'm always like, I
Yeah.
wish I had like another 20 gig of RAM because it's still just not fast enough for
Yeah.
video.
Yeah. No.
So
I
Hassan,
get
how
you.
long have you been making these videos for? And like in that while, have you seen much like progression in terms of improvements?
Yeah, so basically I've always done videos. So sorry, 1 second, I'm just trying to set this up without my bloody gimbal.
No worries.
So
There you go.
okay, so bit of a weird angle, but you know what, YOLO. So before doing it all on this, I used to do it as a kid in high school on Windows Movie Maker. I don't know if you guys remember that. So I used to do all these our little holidays as families. I used to get all the pictures and videos and collate them into the most simplest and ugliest little video. But back then it was somewhat great. So I've always been into that. And then with my friends, we used to like make these little short movies, and I used to love directing them and filming them and also being in them. So it's always been like a hobby since a kid, to be honest. Then I stopped doing that when I was in college and stuff because I focused more on my studies. But now I've learned that I can integrate it, and I've got like this gimbal because I want to get a Canon now because when you travel and stuff, that's when you want to record these things. Do you know what I mean? And the one thing I really want is a drone because I feel like that's where you can get your amazing shots from, like like if you're on an island or something and you're with your friends or family, you can just get everyone in there and just make it look great. And literally, the thing I love about being in this generation is that we can literally make movies that you see on the big screen. That you literally can, like, if you edit it right and get the right equipment, you can make it look as great as that.
Yeah, back in the day, if you wanted to get a shot like a drone can now, you'd have to like hire a helicopter, man. Now you just get like a drone, and you can get the mini drone mini.
It's like
the
200 quid
DJI,
now. It's like
DJI
you can get one which you
like
didn't acceptable video,
£200.
£200.
Yeah, which drone do you guys recommend though? Like a DJI good? Because I've got their gimbal. The gimbal's
Only
fantastic,
DJI.
but that's
Only
nothing.
DJI. I
That's
swear
the main
down.
brand.
Like even the Osmo Pocket, which is what I've been looking at recently, because I was doing the walks,
Yeah,
and I was thinking I wish I could do an Instagram live while I'm doing this, but my hands are so cold, like I couldn't do it. Like I don't know if you saw the one this morning. I was on for about
I missed
I
it.
was
I
on
was
for
driving.
5 minutes, but my hand was so cold while I was doing it. I was like, you know what, guys, I'll speak to you guys later. I just like turned it off because I was almost dropping the phone because I couldn't grip.
Oh my
But
god.
No,
Yeah.
it was not today.
yeah, it was really really cold. But if you have the Osmo Pocket or whatever, I think it's got a module that you plug in, and it will wirelessly send the video to your phone. And then whatever thing you're on, you can just be there and holding it. And it's a stick instead of a phone, so you can just like grip pretty hard. But
Mad.
I reckon that's the way to go because it's made for mini vlogs. And it's got a little
Yeah,
it's got a little mic with a dead cat on it.
Yeah.
So you don't get wind noise, even if you're somewhere really windy. So it's kind of like the perfect thing for on the go videography or vlogging,
Mm.
if that's what you're into.
Yeah. That's
So
great.
Hassan, what kind of like videos would you want to make going forwards? Would you kind of want to try integrating it within your dentistry, or would you want to do it as a hobby,
Definitely.
travel, all this kind of stuff, or a bit of
Thing
both?
is, the thing is, it's difficult with dentistry because like I'm the one that wants to do the filming, but I need to be in the film. Does that make
Yeah.
sense? Because when
Yeah.
you're filming, you have to be very careful, and like I've kind of learned that over the years, especially with like the different phones I've had. That's why this is why I can't wait to get a Canon, because like I already know what I'm doing with it. Personally, I'm an amateur. I'm nowhere near as good as any of you guys with the photography. I still feel like I've got a long way to go, but my ambition's there. And like when I make my videos, you know, it has to be done in a certain way. So I do get nervous, for example, with my last video, when someone else recording, because then I had to quickly get up and say, oh, one sec, just do it again, just tap this and do this to the brightness, just so we can see the tooth structure. You know, you got to know what you're recording and how, the angles you want to do it in. And, you know, so in terms of the future, I would love to do it with dentistry, but obviously I need to be the one in the video. So I think it's
Yeah, you
just
probably
knowing
needed a
you've
team
got
around.
having someone that you knows what they're doing is great, because editing I can do that. Like that's something, you know, anyone, I feel like with time you can learn. You've got all the tutorials on YouTube. It's just the filming is very crucial, because it's the most heartbreaking thing. Imagine if you've like missed an opportunity to get a good shot of something and the day is over and you just realize at the end that, oh great, the shot's not that great, what can I do now? Can't enhance it or anything. So that's the worst thing, isn't it? So yeah, I mean with dentistry definitely, but like I said, it depends. I mean, what would you say on that? Like, would you say just find someone that you can trust to be on that level or of understanding, or
Yeah, I think seeking, I guess, like colleagues or whether it's dental or non-dental that have got similar interests to you are also, I think all of us are quite similar in that regards, kind of playing around with the camera, playing around with photography, videography, just kind of having a team around you. I think we've discussed that before, Jimmy, in terms of how
Like
you probably
1,000
want to
times.
like kind of do things going forward. It'd be sick. Yeah, it'd be sick. You know, like these TikTok dentists everywhere that they've got like their own like individual personal photographers following them everywhere.
insane,
But
man.
obviously that's not possible for everyone. But like, I guess if you just surround yourself with people that have got similar interests to you, I'm sure you're gonna create something.
That's true. You know, I have a friend and he's in my year in my group, and he does YouTube. So instead of more than Instagram, he's a YouTuber, and he just trusts me to do his filming when he needs somebody to film. So he'll be like, Hassan with me, Hassan here, like, you do it, you know what you're doing, like you know. So I'm just like, even with him saying that, I'm like, oh, thank you, that means a lot. You know, it means you know that my filming's great, and he always sends me when I send him the drive of all the shots that I've got of his, he's not seen. He's like, wow, you've done something, like these are amazing. Like you have to film for me next time again. Like you know what you're doing, kind of thing. And obviously, I'm sure you know as well with videography, you've got to know even before shooting, like what you want to see on the camera.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? In vision, and you've got to move things around. So like even in the dental chair, I've got right, okay, move this, make sure this looks neat, and change this, maybe change the light. These people can use like move on the side, medium, you know, things like that. Because yeah, I feel like with everything, no matter how big or small the shoot is, always treat it as something big, because you want the end result to be great.
That's a good thing. There's a few dental people who are doing something similar. Like, is it that Awais? I think
Yeah,
Awais is
yeah,
the
film
biggest one
dental.
that I know. Yeah, and like I'm assuming he's a dentist
Yeah,
because like his page that I've seen, and then but he does a lot of videography for people, and like you see, I've not watched many of them, but like I've seen some of the stuff that he's doing, and he's done some stuff. I'm assuming either that he's friends with or that he knows through Instagram or just generally, and like you know, it's pretty high quality. So like I mean, that's something you could look into, like just doing this like as an aside, like you know, on top of just using dentistry, but just doing it for other people. Like if you're really into videography and things like that,
Yeah, definitely.
you can always apply it to. It doesn't have to be purely
Here's a question:
dentistry,
What's
right?
what's more
Yeah,
difficult, dentistry or filmography? And it's a serious question, actually.
I mean, I feel like I can ask you guys more, because I feel like with me, I'm still an amateur with filmography. I feel like you guys have done so much more and invested so much
Bro,
more
I've
time in
done
it
I've done
than I
like
have
one
yet.
video in terms of like filmography.
But like, the
Photography is
photography
another thing because you can do that on your own.
Okay, both of you guys should answer this.
This is what I was going to ask you, Crew, because probably out of all of us, you're working. Yeah, I was going to ask you because you're working the most out of all of us. Like, how long has it taken you to kind of, you know, you're saying you're just starting to get comfortable with getting your quality of treatment to a high standard? Like, how long has it taken you to get comfortable with the procedures, kind of get on top of it, and have done enough numbers to kind of be, I don't know, in the flow state?
Yeah. What, four? I'm what, about 4 to 5 years graduated now. So this is like my end of my fourth
2016, wasn't
year
it?
kind of thing.
2016.
Being graduated.
1.5.
Yeah, summer 2016. That includes FD. So really, actually, if you think of it, the grand scale of things without FD, it's only 3.5, and it's not that. So that's not that much. But it took me that long to like get to. It's kind of like I'm one of these people where like I'll focus on one area, and that'll be the. It won't be the area that I focus on. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, obviously, we still do everything, but like there'll be one treatment that will be bothering me more than anything. So like in uni, towards the tail end of uni and like FD, it was endo. It was just endo, and it was like I just want to be good at endo because I just want to be good at it. And then after that, it developed, and then it was kind of like, okay, now I want to do everything because I became an associate. And then it was like, okay, at first extractions, then it was like, okay, let me master my amalgams. Obviously, I'm not saying I mastered it by like, I've got to a point where I'm happier with it. And then now, particularly in the last year or two, particularly with Instagram as well being present, it's like composites. And I would say like the good thing is like the more you focus on it, the more you're like exponential growth. So like because I joined a private practice and I've got more hours in private, and obviously all you do is essentially like composite work on like posteriors. I didn't think that would make. I wasn't sure that it would make that much of a difference. But then I did a load like a couple of months there, I'm still there. But like I've done a couple of months there, and then I did a couple of anteriors, and then my anterior work is just way better than it was before. And I was like, I think it's just because you get used to the handling, the matrixing, all these other little bits. So yeah, I mean, I would probably say, obviously it's different for everybody. Like I know some people who came out of uni and they were just like smashing it to the same level or way higher than I am right now.
They fell into. I know who you're talking about. They
but
fell
I'll
into some
probably say,
very good jobs to do that, though, didn't they? And if you're talking Hanan and Gopinda.
yeah. I mean, not only Hanan and Gopinda, but yeah, Hanan and Gopinda like fell into like I don't think they fell into.
Yeah, no,
I think
but
worked
they
hard
took the
got
right
into it,
opportunities, and I know from knowing you that opportunity took a bit longer to come around for you. Not that you've done anything wrong or they've done anything different.
Yeah.
Whatever.
No,
Yeah.
it's just different paths, right? Like different paths leading to the same thing. But it was something that I probably didn't realize that I wanted to work the way I wanted to do until about 2 to 3 years in. And then when I realized it and I started to move towards what I wanted to move towards, the growth is a lot better. The other thing is just finding this right team. Like, and I've got in both the practices I work in, like I've got the right team around me that want to, but they're really interested in a lot of the same stuff. So there's a lot of things that I can bounce between. There's a lot of specialists, and I can learn from them as well. And I've just got that opportunity, and it just helps you push you to another level, because you've just got in one of my practices, like I've got like there's always like 4 or 5 other dentists around. So I've got the opportunity to ask them for help. If I need it, or if something didn't work that well, I can just go and ask someone who was nearby and just be like, oh, do you have any tips for this? And I'll say like, I know this, and this is this, and what about you? But yeah, like with regard to going to his flow state, probably right about now. To be fair, I think I asked someone at uni, one of the supervisors, Ian Ellis. There's a shout out for you. I was talking to him when Jab qualified. I went back on clinic and we spoke about it, and he said like I think it would take like 7 years to say someone who's like at the level that they would probably be happy.
Is this when
with.
we were
'Cause I
all
said to
sat
him,
in the
like, I'm
waiting
not,
room? There's like Ian Ellis, Chris O'Connor, like me, you, and a few others, and we were just like having random chats.
Yeah.
Good times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like 2 hours that we spent there. But it was really good to have that conversation, because you come out of uni thinking I should know it all, I should be able to do it all, and this, that, and the other, and that's all well and good, but that's not the truth. Like realistically, and it's the most cheesy line you'll ever hear. But people always say, "Oh, I practice dentistry," but like it's true. Like you're never not going to be learning something when you're doing it. Like now, like in composites, like before, I never used to fuss about like interproximal, like not polishing, but like polishing these flashes to be like completely smooth and stuff. I would do the composite, it would look good, it would be okay. There wasn't any major problems. Now, like I've gotten to the point where I can worry more about the smaller thing. So, and this is from the start of art, like the book. I don't have my problems are smaller, but they're better problems to have. Like I can just improve upon that. So I've just got to really. And we lost Hassan. There he is.
My camera went off. I think I was getting a call. Sorry, yeah, go on.
But
that's
yeah, so
pretty good.
yeah, so you just get better problems to work with. So I would probably say round about 3-4 year mark. It all depends. Like I wouldn't say like I'm like supernaturally talented as a dentist. Like there are some people who pick it up a lot faster, but it's just about learning. I've done a lot of postgraduate courses as well.
It's just the numbers, isn't it? And like that's
Yeah.
just going to take time, and you just have to accept that that's going to take time. You make mistakes. The
Mm.
worst thing is like knowing that you're going to be making mistakes, and like it's even though it's like necessary for your learning and growth, it's just
Yeah.
never nice to make those mistakes. So
Actually, I think that's part and parcel of obviously our backgrounds, like as well. Obviously, you're expected to be of a certain level, and
But you're gonna say Asian for a
shouldn't.
second.
No, we're not bringing race into it. We're not bringing race into it. It was all just really about, I think, probably like you're all expected to perform well because you've all got good grades. You've all got this, that, and the other. So you expect yourself to be able to do it.
Yeah.
And because it's something that's really different, and probably, I'm not saying it's like the hardest job, but like from a point of view for myself, like when I went into it, I was like, I know that this is going to be difficult. Like the theory and the science might be easy, but like doing surgery every single day is, it is a difficult thing to do. You got to have a lot of stamina. You got to focus, and if something doesn't go well, you got to pick yourself up, reset, and do it on the next patient, like less than an hour later, right?
That's what I'm scared of, though. I mean, I've got a couple of years to go, but and a lot more to learn. But I still feel like when I come back, and just what if I struggle on something when I shouldn't be? Because I mean, we get a lot of experience there, which is great. Like they really put us a lot of pressure on us in terms of the number of patients we have to see per semester, and it increases all the way till sixth year. But I'm still thinking like coming back. Dentistry is still not the same. Like every day is different. Every patient is different.
Yeah.
I think you're in a
Every
good
patient is
spot though,
different.
right? Because you've come into a time where learning from other people on Instagram and stuff like that is really rife. And if you're doing things that like the guys like Crew and myself have been doing, taking pictures of all the stuff that we're doing, you will kind of look at your own work and progress much faster than people who came in maybe 5 or 10 years ago did.
Yeah, that's true. And like you said, the social media thing, if I hadn't met Jabir through social media, then this wouldn't even be happening. You know what I mean? And this is still great, and I still appreciate from him, because then I've met and I've seen knew Ezan before, but then we wouldn't have reconnected. You know what I mean? There's things like this. Life's crazy like that, and you meet great people. Like today, I've met you. Obviously, I knew Ezan, but again, I'd say meeting as well because it's been so many years. So it's just
This is
nice
actually
to
how people
just,
meet these days, just on screens.
you know,
Tier 4.
COVID times. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. But going back to what Crew was saying, I think probably best advice for you, Hassan, when you do eventually come back and like start looking for jobs and stuff, is to have like a good team around you, because you are going to be making mistakes, you are going to be learning, but as long as you got the right kind of people around you, that's just going to lead to growth. If you don't, then that's when it leads to kind of self-doubt, and then you're not really learning from making those mistakes. Then you make those mistakes over and over again. But a lot of that is luck, though. Like you don't know what kind of situation you're going to be working in until you start working there.
That's what I'm worried about, though, because like the person I am, I want people to be around me to be like me. Sorry, I want the people around me to be like me, because like even at university, for example, on one of my first days, our first days of the semester is COVID, and everyone's struggling with patience, and we have to still have patience, otherwise you're not getting through the semester. So everyone's stressed. I had two coming for the day, and someone in my group had none, and I gave one of them to her, and I said, you know what, take it, like I will get more just as long as you get a patient. So that's the kind of, I like being, you know what I mean, I don't feel like I've lost something. Then after that I got more patience, so I feel like when I give something to somebody or help somebody out of my heart, good things come my way, and I want that I want to keep doing that even up to when I'm working. And I don't want it to be where like, I'm a bit worried that imagine I'm working with someone that I can't even approach for advice, because they might be like, why don't you know it? You graduated, or you did it. It's just some fears, not fears, like thoughts I have. I can't really say that's what's happening because I've never worked, but
I mean, I think that's
everyone has that a bit. Yeah.
I think that's I think everybody has that. I think the other thing is as well, like it just depends on what job you land. The thing is, I wouldn't be shy about evaluating whether it meets what you want or not.
okay.
That's Yeah, you just gotta, and also the thing is, a lot of the time you will never know unless you take the job. Like you will never know unless you take the job. So if you take the job and you don't like it, fine, just move on. Like usually it's not like you've done any harm, but you could just say like, the team doesn't mean what I want or whatever.
You do that? I thought you got to like stay on for the rest of the year. Then it's like.
I mean, it all depends. I mean, obviously you got to be careful of what your contract says, but like at the same time, like you got to be honest with yourself. Like you can't stay in a position where you're not happy because you'll find your necessarily. I won't say my work, like no, your work would suffer or anything like that, but like you'll find like it becomes harder for you to concentrate. You may not enjoy going in. You may not enjoy the dentistry as much. So you got to make sure that all those things are right. But the thing is, you'll know when it's right because when it's right, like you'll just be able to tell. Like when you join great teams or the team's really supportive, which I think luckily throughout all the jobs I've had, no matter what, the team's always been really supportive. And as long as the team's always really supportive, that's like the biggest boon that you can have. Like if your staff trust you and they want stuff like for you to do on them, then you can't really get a bigger like thing than that. And then the members that trust you. And I think the other thing is as well, like it's also like you said, you're probably like the rest of us in this chat, that how we are, and you want that level of support, but at the same time, you want to be able to push on and be nice to the rest of the team. I think that most people strive for that in dentistry, and I think most of the time, I've never come across any scenario so far, other than stories of what people have told me, that like. And those stories don't necessarily come from the dentist themselves; they come from other people. But how you want to be supportive and things, and it's always good. It sounds like if you slot into a team, you just keep the good atmosphere going, and if you do things for the team, they do things for you, and then it just all flows really nicely.
It's true. Yeah, that's great. That's great. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. I mean, like you said, it's just one of those. You got to take it on and just be yourself. That's the main thing. I think just be yourself. Like. Do good for just do what you normally do. So I'm just gonna be myself.
Or just contact one of us. I'm sure we'll be able to know someone who needs a vacancy.
Thank you though. No, we'll see. But I'll just try. I'll let you know how my first root canal goes. When I go back in February, and you'll see the loops. The loops.
Oh, the loops post is coming.
Mate, the loops post is like, when are your loops getting delivered?
3 weeks, I think, they're coming now. They're like 5 weeks. So
this guy's doing 100 press-ups an hour to get ready for him.
Honestly, I'm literally going. I'm not really.
I expect a New Year, New Loops post.
That could have been a good caption. I'm gonna take that. I'll take it then. I'll be like, credit.
You know what? Me and Erzam need serious help with our captions. We had this conversation the other day. We're just like, we have no idea what to put. We've got mountains of photographs and just like. How are we gonna find an idea to how white to post this?
Ask us and we'll give suggestions. I think that's the best way.
It's a tough one.
Do some jokey ones, but then we'll get some serious ones.
Captions are difficult.
They are, man. They are. Sometimes I have to Google stuff too. And then like I'm like, I think once I showed my sister, she just laughed. She goes, "What is this cheesy stuff? Like, take it off." That's okay.
It's getting destroyed left, right, center.
Sure.
I know, right?
Oh yeah, no, it's me that's destroying him. I just messaged him like, "Why have you done this?"
Oh my
god.
I think I've had like
what do you go on. No, I was going to ask Erzam. So how are you finding FD? Like, obviously, what's the transition been for you?
Oh yeah, it got screwed up, didn't it?
You're in this is in your situation, obviously, which is really different to what obviously me and Chad would have gone through.
Transition to FD or from FD to associate? Sorry.
No, as in like
probably both.
But COVID hit your FD as well, didn't it?
Both. Tell us about both.
Yeah, so it was from March till July. I had 0 clinical experience. And then when we did go back in July, I was just going a few days a week, and we weren't doing much treatment at all. So 6 months, which is probably arguably the time where you do the most clinical stuff in your DFT, got cut out. But the way that obviously COVID has hung around, it's still affecting associate work. So now I'm starting to pick up with the treatment. It's kind of like the 6 months that I would have done as DFT, I'm doing it the first 6 months of associate work.
Now.
Cancelled itself out in a way.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, I think in terms of what you were saying, Crew, roughly about 3, 4, 5 years, and that's something I've heard quoted before in terms of when you start getting comfortable with it. It might be a little bit even slower because of that you're not hitting the same numbers like that that you guys are probably hitting as an associate in the first 3 months.
Yeah.
it's just something that is out of your control, isn't it? So can't
Yeah,
really do too much about that.
yeah. I mean, I think I don't know anyone personally aside from yourself, like who's in FT right now, but like I know obviously who's in FT before. But yeah, it just seems a bit interesting that it's big hotel, and it seems a little bit difficult because obviously then you're jumping to be an associate sort of without necessarily the same patient contact. But at the same time, I think it's still fine. Like as long as you have faith in your own skill and your training, I think it's fine.
Yeah, I think the main thing, like when I was looking for jobs, I was looking for, and what we were advised by our ESs and our TPD was to kind of look for a position where you think that you could have a mentor relationship, or and that's something that people tend to advertise or talk to you about in the interviews is that whether it's a FD training practice or whether it's something that they've got, you know, an open door policy where they like have an area of interest that they're willing to mentor you in. So those are the kind of things that I was looking for when I was looking at job positions, and I'm glad that I found something
Good.
where I feel like I can grow and I can kind of have someone I can talk to as well.
Yeah, I agree.
Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, it's good. At the moment, I'm just working part-time at one practice, and then I'll look to add on to that going forwards. But I think we've got a decent balance at the moment. There's still a lot of uncertainty with NHS dentistry and with the whole COVID thing, so I'd probably rather just see how it plays out and then make some long-term decisions based on that.
Of course.
But that's the beauty of dentistry. You can kind of, it's so
Very
flexible. You can do as you want.
Yeah, that's the thing I'm really looking forward to as well. Like, there's no like special pressure like associated with jobs have. Which is it's great. And I'm glad that it's going well for you.
Yeah, I was just glad that we still got to go to Chicago. And if that got
would've
cancelled, that would have been,
Yeah, how
I
was
would've been
Chicago?
so
Man?
heartbroken.
That sounds mad.
It's so close, man. It was
You know
good.
what? I
Though.
feel
Like
like you guys
it
sound
went,
lit
I had a
because
friend
like, you're
from
gonna have like the
uni
best
who went
teacher.
there as well.
So I say again.
I was saying Jabir went himself like to do the. I think you wanted to go for. Was it composite course?
I went for an
endo course that you went to?
initially. Well, I went to visit family, which is why I didn't go out with you, innit? But I went for Brett Gilbert's endo. Oh, by the way, for anyone who's watching, Brett Gilbert's going to be on the show Saturday coming, 4 p.m. UK time, 10 a.m. Eastern American time. So that's going to be really good. It's entitled a Life Worth Living. So we're going to talk about like finding your path and all that kind of stuff. So that'll be really good. But yeah, I went for his course. And then there was a composite course, which I was very, very pissed off about. And then there was that veneer guy that we both went to that one, didn't we? The one who's like the mistakes made.
Yeah.
The composite course was so bad. The only thing I got out of that.
Is that the one that you said? I think you told me about that. That you,
Yeah,
you didn't learn from it or something, or like
this is all I got out of it. Really, I got a burr block. Yeah, I got a burr
What is
block of some nice burrs, and then
hell?
they're big.
You know, there was a souvenir.
But it was $495, and the big kind of revolutionary thing that they said was pre-wedge. I was like, bro, that's like 101 dental school.
God.
What did you find? You know how they were when they were telling us about the Americans and how they do dentistry over there, Jabir? What did you? This was like the main differences between dentistry in America and dentistry in the UK.
They like dentistry over there? I don't know. That's like one thing. That's one big thing. Like every dentist that you meet out there genuinely loves what they're doing. I don't think you'll always find that's the case in the UK. Obviously, it's different everywhere else in the world. But like, I think that's one thing. But that takes on its own kind of life because they take things to the next level. Like, yeah, you've got people like Minesh Patel. You know, he loves his dentistry and he loves his photography, and he's taken both to the next level. There's loads of people like that, and they're all got their own little thing. Like they want to do implants or they want to do like endo and just take it to the nth degree. It's kind of in their kind of nature to just go to the extreme. Like in their culture, it's kind of they take everything to the absolute extreme, don't they? So in dentistry, it's great because they take it to that next level that we're just not at here. Obviously, you can have the whole argument about whether veneers versus bonding and all that sort of thing, but as long as it's like consented and done well, like what's the big deal?
Exactly, and it looks good at the end, and the patient's happy. Then yeah, you're right.
They use a lot more ortho there as well, don't they? As part of like restoration. We went to the lecture and they were just doing. they align the teeth before kind of doing any final veneer.
That was
stuff,
interesting, wasn't it?
Kind of
I think that's becoming more common here, though. That's what I'm seeing. It might just be Instagram that's skewing that view, but like I know a lot of people now who are doing, like I had, not necessarily me as an individual only, but like I've come across loads of people who are like, yeah, I'm just doing. I always make sure to make like it's easier to do whatever the final thing is going to be if the alignment is good. I've told patients as well, like it's easier just for me to do this process if everything's aligned. If you don't want to go ahead, that's fine, but I'm not being aligned because it's going to just make it that it's a lot more difficult. Like I'm sure we've all seen, maybe not Hassan yet, like you'll have seen like veneers that are like really thick that go onto a tooth to make it into alignment. It's not necessarily a composite one; it's like a porcelain one, and they're huge. And you just think like you look around it, and you just think this is just food trapping, whatever. Like not to criticize that that's what they did, but that's what was advocated probably before more than it is now. And it's just like it's better to just do the ortho, get the tooth in the right position, make it easier for yourself. Then you don't have to worry necessarily about that because you're not adding anything restoratively, and the patient can keep it clean much easier and whatever. I think that's like the biggest thing. Like I think a lot of patients now accept that alignment is probably the best way to get, and also it's the most minimal because like okay, yeah, you might have to do IPR or something like that, but at the same time, like you're still going to get it, and it's still the natural tooth. You're not necessarily cutting away anything. Yeah, and I think that's probably the way things are going. Like I said, I might skew that because like I'll do it, but like I think a lot of people now are moving more like the US. It's not quite the same thing in terms of like aesthetic.
It's catching up to like in terms of like the whole craze about veneers and not even veneers. Like like I think
aesthetics. Yeah. It's aesthetics, isn't it?
It's aesthetics. Like I mean, I walked into. We used to work in a retail store when I was in my last time in the UK, and I saw all my old colleagues, and they were all like, "I'm like, guys, there's other alternatives, than just trimming down your teeth. Come on!" And they're like, "Really? What's that?" And like, it's like they had no idea, and like that you can have literally simple composite modding to make them look as great as veneers do, and I feel like that's just the way the social media works. So once like big people get veneers, everybody wants them because they seem more affordable nowadays with the whole financing options. And 10 years ago these were only things for celebrities, but now they're widely available.
Well, people know about it more now because of social media as well. I think that's part of it.
Social media's had a big impact in dentistry.
Yeah, in a good way as well, though.
Yeah, in a great way, I think.
Well, it's crazy, isn't it? Like we're going back to the topic, like social media.
Back to the topic is mad.
It all comes back to the gram.
Yeah, it does. Guys,
no worries, man. So we'll leave the spot open to someone else, bro. We'll catch up with you soon, man.
It was great meeting you, everybody, and hopefully we'll do this again. It was great. I really enjoyed it.
All right, sweet man. We'll speak to you soon.
Thank you. Take care.
Take care, man. Bye.
Awesome. You what was the other two that you went to? Because there's a couple that you went to that I didn't. Let me just take that off there.
Honestly, I can't remember. Can't have been that good. To be honest, I remember like when I look back at Chicago. Okay, thinking of the conference, the main part. You remember this, Jabir? When we were walking around the convention, the bit that I was always like attracted to was like the scanners. I mean, I was spending ages there, or anything digital dentistry. Like I was like, whoa, this is so sick. I was using one of those laser handpieces. It was just so cool that a laser was coming out of it, and I was just carving into an apple. It was crazy. I don't know how practical it is.
Say good, Crew.
There's some people that are using that kind of thing. Is it heavy? Like, what does it feel like?
Mate, it felt like it felt really like exactly like a normal handpiece. You can control the laser, like the depth of it, just based on like how it's like a tactile response that you can actually. It wasn't an apple, so I don't know like how good it is at decay removal and like what the other side effects of it are. Like I don't know, produces a lot of heat, things like that. I don't know. It'll be a little while until we use that here. But just generally, digital dentistry, like technology is always going to be increasing, and dentistry has to move with that. And
it also costs $200K, doesn't it?
Yeah. that's the only
I
downside.
remember when we asked him, and he was like,
There's
"Wow."
a lot of DSD stuff. Like, I don't know if you guys have looked into it. There's a lot of like, I've had a lot of exposure to it in the last year with the courses I'm doing. And I mean, I've not got personal experience of it, but like discussions around it and like webinars and stuff. And like, there's some of the stuff is just mad. Like, you see the tech, like they can literally plan the case from beginning where like you can't cut the tooth wrong. Like you can literally cut it any more than you should do. And there's like it's like a guide, and you can literally only put the handpiece and move it left and right. So you can only do that preparation, do it correctly as planned, and then just get the final result. And you know every step of the way because it's digitally planned from the beginning. US and stuff like that. I know that's like the biggest company that does it. Like, I don't want to say company because obviously like more like a theory kind of thing. But like that kind of thing is just like, yeah, it's definitely the way forward. That's become crazy. Like in the next few years, it's like in some of the practices I work in, like, you know, they have iteros everywhere, and it's all so good that you can just take a scan and just show a patient instantly, you know, this is what your occlusion's like. It's like, this is what the alignment of the teeth looks like. This is how we could correct it. Whatever. And, you know, patients love it. Magic. They just think it's like the best thing they've ever seen.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's beneficial in so many levels. Like if I was a patient, I went to a practice where they had a scanner, I'd be like, I would be impressed by that. And like Jabe, you had your previous guest, I think it was an accountant who was talking about that the research effectiveness of a scanner in the long term, because obviously it's a high cost at the beginning, but the things that you save and I think the overall benefits that you get, it's definitely going to be efficient in the long term, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's one of those things
that becomes more normal.
There's also the intangible benefit as well of like, you now have something which is, you know, he said it was a 30% uplift in sales in the first year of just Invisalign, wasn't it? But like, there's so many other things that you can use it for. You've now got, because I don't think people in the UK, they're doing Invisalign for the look, you know, for the aesthetics. You've also got occlusal mapping, so that you can see areas of high and heavy loading occlusally. I know in the iTero 5D you can now say, look, we can move this a little bit and you know, just reduce the chance of XYZ happening, you know, if there's wear and stuff like that. And then you've also got impressions. People don't like impressions. You can now do that without, so that becomes a selling point above any other practice that's around. You've got I'm probably missing things as well. There's probably so many different things.
The new one has caries detection. The newest one. I mean, I don't have that, but I've seen it. Apparently, it has caries detection. So like, it's like, you know, what was it called? Like transillumination, and it uses that to detect whether there's caries or not. And you're just like, well, that's just another aid, isn't it, to like tell you if it's there or not? Like, you know, it's mad. It's just crazy, like the way. I've never seen it done personally, but I've seen it before. Like when you get 3D, it's the way that it's moving is just crazy. In the next 5 to 10 years,
yeah, 100%. I think that's what they're doing in America. You know, they're just taking all this new technology and just running with it. Like, they're not even asking questions. They just go, yeah, I'll scan it. I'll give that a go. And then they're finding all these different uses. They're doing a lot of airway stuff as well. You know, people with obstructive sleep apnea.
Sleep
So
apnea.
there becomes new treatments you can give.
That's like a big thing that's like untapped in like with dentistry as well, like snoring and sleep apnea. I was actually just reading about that the other day. You can just fit appliances like help with that. I don't know how effective they are and how comfortable they are, but they claim to be. But that's just the more things that you can, the more skills that you can have, the more things that you can treat. Dentist, isn't it?
More strings to the bow, isn't it? Yeah.
No, I think it makes a big difference.
Exactly.
Because then you get that whole thing of like, do you know about the 4, like in business, it's like existing products to existing customers, new products to existing customers, existing products to new customers, and then new products to new customers. And it's like, it's more difficult the further up that kind of ladder you go. So if you can just give new things to the people you've already got, then you've got a whole new thing of like area of revenue if that's what you're after. Which obviously at some point everyone does need to make some money. So yeah.
How what's the model like in terms of in America? How did they give us any information on how they actually go about using it? Do they get someone to train in using the scanner, and do they use that as part of like a general assessment? Then by the time that they go to the dentist, that scan's already been done. They can have that discussion. Then, like, what's the
Yeah, do
flow?
you remember we spoke to
What's
that
the
girl,
kind of
Queen of
treatment?
Invisalign,
Yeah,
Christina?
yeah.
So I spoke to her a while back, and she was like, "Yeah, they send someone out to train you up, like when you get it, because you're paying a lot of money, so they actually send someone out with it to get you like up to speed, and then if you have the whole staff there, they can all learn how to do it on the same time.
Right.
So
Right.
yeah, I think obviously like doing preps and stuff and working that kind of thing out, you kind of muddle through a little bit, but I think once you clock it, you clock it, don't you?
It's again just about the numbers we're having to crew about. Like with anything, the more you use it, okay, your impression's going to be, the better your impression's going to be, and I don't know, just anything just improves with.
It's mad. Like, I mean, I've not done too much with a scanner apart from Invisalign related stuff, but definitely like I've seen like the other thing is like you can scan your prep, and even if you're not using it like for that purpose to send it off to a lab, like you can evaluate your prep in a 3D space. Right? You could take a photo, and but that's all well and good, but like you could actually see what it looks like on a scanner. You could just compare it. Like TSL is another big one. It's like I think for wear, and then maybe do it another year later, but it's hard to compare study models where you take a scan and it's a scan. You can just compare the two. They can show you the
Yeah.
occlusal loading as well. Like you're gonna know, aren't you? No,
It'll
really,
tell you
it's more
exactly where you're
information.
losing it. It'll tell you
Yeah,
exactly.
it's just more. It's just crazy amounts of information to work with, isn't it? Really.
Crew, do you do much short-term ortho Invisalign treatment?
I've done the course twice, but it's within a course. I'm doing a year-long course, so it's encapsulated with that as well. And that's yeah. I've not done. I've done bits and pieces here and there. I've not done. It's something I want to do more of because I think it's something. It's two things. Like I think it's really useful. Like to be honest, I have lots of patients that come for and want bonding, and I
Yeah.
just say to them, just if you just align the teeth, like things will look a lot better, and then you've got to do less in terms of bonding. Like you won't need to do 4 sets of composites; you just need to do maybe edges, and you'll be happy with it. It's like you're going to whiten them before the end, anyways. But I think the other thing with short-term ortho is like, especially with Invisalign. I mean, the other one, you get so much info to work with if you've got a scanner. I mean, even if you've not got a set of information, as long as you're happy to get that information or record that information, like you just get so much in terms of being able to plan the case, and because you can see it from beginning to end. And as long as you've got like you think about recession, gingival biotype, and all these minor other little points. I don't want to say they're minor. Like obviously they are major points, but like as long as there's so much scope for improvement. And I think there's a statistic I read. Couldn't quote it off by heart. There was something about sort of general short-term ortho, and like the limit is like really low compared to the amount of people that actually need it.
Yeah.
Because let's be real, like for example, I've got a bilateral posterior crossbite. Like I've had ortho before, and I still need ortho. Like technically, even now, even though I've had it twice, a bilateral posterior crossbite is not exactly the ideal occlusion, nor is it like super comfortable all the time. Like a detriment to my life, but like at the same time, like there's loads of people are getting on just fine. They don't necessarily need it, but could they be improved by it? And you're like, yeah. So and patients are really accepting of that. I think that's the other thing. Like if you told them, or you just mentioned these minor points, they'll tell you like about more. I don't want to say it's the emotional side, but it's kind of the emotional. Like if you said to them like, does it whatever like that, and they're like, yeah, it does, and then you think, right, okay, so they actually probably do want it done. It's just a case of, what really. I wouldn't knock out fixed term ortho either. Like it's just I don't do it, but like I know people. My trainer did short term ortho with fixed.
Yeah.
She does Invisalign as well, and like she loved it. Like the outcomes are crazy. Like I see some of the malaclusion she's taken on. And I'm just like I wouldn't do it myself, but and it's just cool.
Fair enough, innit?
I think it's a really great. Yeah, I think it's a really great tool. I think the only thing is it's a lot of, again, it's really popular on social media. Careful that you don't get sucked into like, oh, everyone's doing it, blah blah blah. I'll do it, take it on. I'll just do every case that comes through and just make it just like kind of blindly accepting all the cases. I don't think anybody does that personally, but I think you could if you point.
Yeah, if you've got a couple too many bills, then people might get in trouble.
I think it's an area that's like really interesting. The results that you can have and the outcomes, even just from mild to moderate cases, as you would be doing as a GD, it's quite good outcome. And I think a couple of dentists in my practice, I think they do the short-term ortho options, and I was shadowing them, and it just seems like I don't know, just quite a satisfactory area of dentistry.
Yeah.
So definitely something that I want to pursue further. Probably just start off by shadowing, getting an idea of like how a case gets seen through, and then start thinking about what options there are. Because there's Invisalign, but then there's other short-term ortho courses as well. Do you know much about those and why you went with Invisalign in particular? Is it because of the name?
I did it's QST, so like you might have heard of it, QST. Like, and my trainer had done 6 month smiles, and she made that really work. I think the only tricky thing is, as a young dentist, I've also had Invisalign, so that's the other thing. Process for Invisalign is very streamlined.
Yeah.
So for me, that was the easiest way, because once I'd had it done, it kind of made me understand, because obviously I'm a dentist having it done, about the process, and I was kind of straightforward. And the key is just in the planning. And I mean, it's the same in all other ortho. I think the only thing is with fixed wires and brackets, I just found it really fiddly. Like, and that's fine. But like for me, I was just like, I just want something that's a bit more streamlined, a bit more straightforward. Yeah. And because of the practice I work in has an iTero scanner, it's really easy to do. Like, you know, you just scan it, like, you know, no messing around, like it's done and everything's there. With fixed, I'd be happy to be fair, I wouldn't mind doing it again. I think with fixed, the only thing is I feel like because there's lots of different wires, you know, there's no prediction of what it's harder for me to visualize, you know, there's all these other things, and I think they're minor points that add up to like a.
It's almost like a whole other job, though, isn't it?
And I think,
like ortho.
Yeah, and I think within, yeah, well, it is, isn't it? People are trained for years and years doing specialist ortho, and I think that's amazing. Like, it's all well and good. Like, it's all amazing. Like, we don't really have the capacity to, unless we become a specialist, to really know all the ins and outs. So there are people that have done it, that general dentists that I see, they do like crazy amounts of stuff, and I'm just like, yeah, it works for that. Whereas Invisalign, because it makes it so, it simplifies it enough for me to make it so that it's digestible.
It tells you I think step by step, doesn't it? Like I saw the case I visit, like what kind of, I guess there's still obviously like a clinical opinion that you need to use and be like, okay, is it going the way that we want it to? Do I need to make any adjustments? That's where you come in and kind of oversee it. But a lot of it is kind of done for you, isn't it?
Yeah. A lot. It's like you do the initial bit, someone else like helps you plan, you reply to the plan, and then you collaborate basically, and then it's kind of like you're ready to go. And the other thing is as well that's nice is you can show the patient what the outcome is supposed to be, big from a patient perspective. And so I think that's why. And I think the other thing is, by the time I'd done Invisalign, which was the beginning of this year, I did it in January. Was by that point, like, Invisalign had such a big name that it was kind of like, this is the one that people know about the most. Like, if they name you one, they are going to name Invisalign. They don't name anything else. And it's nice, well, from a perspective of having it done. Like,
yeah.
Do you know that one of the problems with Invisalign becoming like kind of so big is that it's become synonymous with all clear aligners. So I've had a couple of people, like friends of friends, that have come and said, "Oh, I'm going to start Invisalign." And I said, "Okay, where are you getting Invisalign from?" And he said, "Oh, online." And I said, "What do you mean online?" Smile Direct.
So Smile Direct.
Dentist Direct Club.
Well, there was interestingly there was interestingly some kind of lawsuit, I think, going on.
They're
with
getting
stuff
done in
that I can't
America,
comment.
aren't they? That's what I
Yeah,
heard.
it was America. It was America. Yeah, it wasn't here. But like, I think the problem with Smart Direct Club, I don't know what regards to legislation and whatever, but like surely there's got to be some sort of TDC breach going on there. Like, but even if there isn't, yeah, that's the thing. Like, I know though, I also know people who have said like they don't get. I don't know if someone's telling them that it's Invisalign. It is, but like we tell, like for example, I tell them that it's Invisalign that I do, and as soon as I mention it, most of the time they'll, I'd say most of the time, like they usually know what it is. Whereas if you go like, I'm not going to name names because I don't want to diss anyone because I don't really know about the other companies apart from one or two. Like, but you know, if you do clear aligners with other ones, if you told them it's like Invisalign but it's not, you have to tell the truth. So you got to tell them it's not Invisalign. I don't know what their reaction would be because there's a lot of companies that use Invisalign tech because obviously they've got a patent on it for like X number of years, like their older tech and whatever. So I know that that's part of some of the things. But yeah, I think you got to be careful. But I think as long as the only thing is like whether their patent, it runs out in a few years, I think. So it's whether they create another thing which is further on and again patent that. But I think the thing is they bought out a lot of other stuff, and I think
they're locked out with Itero, didn't they? Because
with where they are,
it's just so intuitive. The whole system.
Yeah, you've got a scanner that's synonymous with the name of the brand, and it's like it's almost impossible. So like even if Invisalign is let's say Invisalign as an embrace just can collapse, but they still have Itero, which is a scanner, and it does so many good things that like you could just use it.
Yeah, and there'll be like improvements in technology as well with that.
Yeah. I don't think Invisalign. I don't think it's here. I think it's here to stay. I don't really weigh, and they're only expanding. It seems like I get emails like all the time from. It seems like the amount of stuff that they're doing is just crazy. That they're making in technology is just huge. And I mean, and carrier detection to a scanner is just. I still can't believe that. You know, and then what's the next step? Like, you know, where?
Well, just more accurate scanners. I think there's still like some people that want it to be more accurate than like a silicone. So that's probably where they're going to go next.
I mean, I don't know where the balance lies.
Say again.
What is the accuracy of a scanner in comparison to a silicone?
Last I heard, it was like very close, but a very good silicone is still slightly better.
I can't really comment. I've used a scanner for a few things. I don't know how much more a good scan than it is taking a silicone. I think a good silicone, like, you know, double core impression technique is like a must.
Yeah, you can scan with DAM on, bro. That's like game changer itself.
Yeah. And DAM, like not even DAM, sorry, just scanning. You could just scan it with the retracting cord in, and they can just see the demarcation of where the edge of the prep is, and you can mark it on. Like I don't know scans, but you can literally mark on where the edge of the prep is. Like, you know, so it's pretty accurate, I think, as long as you dry it and maintain moisture control. And I personally find taking imps, like it's not a chore, it's just difficult. Like, you know, a lot of the time you'll be doing it because it's got a deep margin or XYZ, and that just makes it hard. Whereas you can just put in the cord and just take a scan. It just makes it so much easier. And the other thing is, I think, I mean, I don't know about 3D printed crowns or whether it's better or worse, or milled crowns and whatnot. But I mean, at the same time as well, you can get some really good like materials with zirconia and elax from milled crowns and things like that. You know, I'm not saying like obviously it takes away a little bit from the art from the technician, but there still exists as well because you can stain them glazing or whatever.
Yeah.
But you end up in this scenario, you end up with some really good results. And I mean, I don't have a CEREC, but I know people that have had it done, like my patients. And they're like, oh yeah, I only had this crown done in an hour, and you just think that's the patient.
Yeah, I mean, you only have to take one day off. You could even do an endo and a crown in the same bloody appointment if you really smash it. Like have your like a
Exactly.
workflow set out, which I'm obsessed with. So everyone knows that.
Obviously, that's like,
All right, no worries. What time is it now? 11. Oh, we've got 1 hour till midnight. Guys who are watching, get in if you want to join the call. Feel free. We've got one spot there. Also, tell us what your New Year's resolutions are, because that's like something that people talk about, isn't it?
What's your New Year's resolution going to
Mine.
be? Kick it off.
Survive 2021. Number one.
I think that's everyone's New Year's
Yeah,
resolution.
we're just about done 2020, so that's that. I
Yeah.
could put that on my CV, and I think that's pretty impressive, as an achievement. To be honest, I don't really know.
May you smile 2020 in terms of your socials?
Dense of Insta, I want to get to 100k. I think that's
Yeah.
my
Track.
goal there, and then maybe like the podcast to 10k, 15k something by the end of next year.
What's the podcast
Yeah, YouTube
on
YouTube
now?
channel.
Is that the
Let's
YouTube
have a
channel?
look. 814.
Yeah.
So, 1k I reckon by February time. But I don't know if these things like go exponential. I really hope it does, because that'll be really good for it. I don't really have like, I mean that's like a nominal goal. Like I don't really know whether I'd rather on the podcast just like put out some really good content. I know this one was a bit different because it's like a bit of a New Year's Eve party. That I thought we would just make public. Essentially, it's just been my mates in it, and then just chatting.
Exactly.
So this is a bit different, but like the actual podcast, I'm gonna make it a bit more like the one on Saturday with Brett, like how to live a good life, or what did I say? How to live a meaningful life. I think that's what we're gonna do, because he's really good for like motivation. So I want to take it towards. We've talked a lot of like dentistry-ish sort of things today, but like I think people need to hear something a bit different from people like Brett, because he's got a different way of looking at the world than most people.
No, I think that's a good approach. I think as long as you go for making it interesting, covering interesting topics, making good content, like the numbers and all that, that will just happen over time. But I think if you just focus on the
Yeah,
content,
with the YouTube, it's a nominal.
make
Like,
it
yeah,
interesting.
I'd like to get more, obviously, but I think with YouTube, it's all about doing like quality stuff. I like to do some vlogs. I was gonna say we need to do like a. I think we should do a vlog next time we go out shooting instead of just the shots. Like we'll do like a proper cinematic sequence and then chat.
Yeah, man, that'll be
Then
interesting.
that'll be a bit different.
We definitely need to travel around as soon as we
Oh
can as
man,
well.
100%. I'm done with sitting around in Halifax. I think I know every little bit of Halifax. Like I have it clocked now. I've walked around all of Halifax in the last month as well, so I know it a bit too well.
Crew, whereabouts are you?
So now I moved down to London last year.
Okay.
So I'm like north, like, you know, obviously I used to live in Leeds. I lived in Leeds for a year and I worked in Halifax. But yeah, you're in Manchester or Huddersfield, was it? I can't even.
I live in Greater Manchester, but just 30 minutes is like West Yorkshire, so the Huddersfield area. That's where I'm working at the moment. Finding a job in London, because a lot of DFT dentists, you know, they wanted to go back home, or you know, London's a big hub anyway, and they were looking at jobs. And the feedback I had was like it was really competitive. Like, was it something that was kind of an issue for you, or was it that you had quite a bit of experience that was a bit easy for you?
So I moved. How many years? So I moved after.
Yeah.
So it wasn't too bad. I think the only difference was like the job I was looking for was a private job, and it was quite hard to break into because it would have been the fake. At that point, I hadn't taken many photos. I didn't have any cases. You know, I had a few little things to talk about and things like that. But I think now, with again media, like it's the expectation of you is probably a bit higher. I'm not saying that it's higher like it was low for me, but like it was probably now more emphasis is on it. Not necessarily against social media, but maybe when you've got records of cases more. So that was one thing. I think the other thing is like there's a lot that will say you should have 5+ years experience, but I think one of me and my friends, he applied to a couple of jobs and he still got interviews, and they still would have they still offered him the job. So I would say just like don't really be too worried about that. Just go ahead and just at the end of the day, they're going to take someone who has the right fit and the right mindset for the practice, necessarily over do you have X number of years. X number of years is obviously really good, but at the same thing that matters, like they'll pick you for you as a person. So no, I don't think it's been too much of a barrier. I mean, I was after like a couple of months and I think the only thing with that is like you have to. I mean, it's just difficult. Like I said earlier, it's just like you got to know and you got to work in a place too. And that's just one of those kind of things, I think. But as long as you've got someone who's willing to give you the shot, I think I would just say it's not. I don't know whether it's because of the experience I had. I think if you're really young, it's a bit more difficult. Yeah. But at the same time, I think there's enough jobs out there. I suppose if you're looking for a private job, maybe it's a bit hard for NHS or NICS job. Like there seems to be plenty of opportunities around. Even then, like there's a lot of private vacancies. I think the only thing is they expect you to probably have a few more years experience just because it being in London.
Yeah, because there's a bit more like competition in London.
Where's he?
Yeah.
Crew gone. All right. I can hear you, but yeah, I think there's like more competition in London because a lot of people want to be there. You know, got the whole like London life and all that kind of thing. So I think you get a bit of that. But I got an interview in a nice enough, kind of private job that I told Crew about, and I didn't end up getting the job. But I think it wasn't down to not having experience. It was more I think I didn't actually ask him why, but I think it was more down to me wanting to do an endo. And he was looking for more people who are doing what's Crew's doing at the moment. He's doing a bit more of the cosmetics, a bit more of ABB.
It's more of the general.
Yeah,
it's more of the general stuff that I do. But yeah, that's
which I'm not really interested in, as everyone knows. Like I just want to do endos because I feel like I get tunnel vision, as everyone who knows me knows. Like I get tunnel vision with things. If I can just focus on one thing, I'm quite happy with that. Like Crew, I can have the same meal every day for a year and a half. So it doesn't bother me like doing the same thing. So that's kind of like my what's it called, like personality or whatever. Good news for any girl that I ever marry though, because I probably won't get bored of her if I actually decide on her.
He's throwing the advert out there right now.
No, portfolio thing. I've been hearing more and more about that, especially for like private jobs, that it's becoming quite important that you have like a portfolio. But I was just gonna ask about that. What kind of thing would you be making sure that you've got in your portfolio? You like putting composites in there? What is it that private positions would want to see?
I don't know. My private employers have been very understanding from where I'm coming from. I think I gave them a rundown of my past in terms of my positions, and it wasn't just that. I said like, look, this is what I want out of the job. It was kind of knowing what you want, I think, partly out of the job. Like, so I wanted someone, essentially a mentor, essentially, like to further along, like, give me feedback a bit more, do this, that, and the other. And my was very willing to do that. So I was just like, yeah, that's one thing. The other thing is with the portfolio, like I did get asked for examples of my work, and I had some, but they weren't like too necessarily like they were the beginnings of like me taking a couple of photos, maybe occasionally with the camera, with my phone, but maybe not quite as good as they are now, maybe not as consistent in lighting and whatever. But like, it showed the end result and it was reasonable. I was happy with it then. I think the other thing is, definitely putting together a portfolio, even just having like necessarily, it doesn't need to be like everything amazing. Like I said, it just needs to be useful to have a bit of a record of what's going on. I think it is important though for a private position that like with especially on social media that you do have either the social media account or you've got like necessarily maybe a Word document of a record of a couple of cases that you've done that you're really happy with. It's not really showing off, but at the same time, just to show what you're capable of.
It's a record, isn't it? How are they going to know like what kind of treatment you're able to if they have like no records?
Exactly.
And if it's like not social media, if you don't want to engage in that, then it's having a separate portfolio. Like there's no reason why not to have that. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
exactly. Like always, it's important to show that you reflect thing that I've ever shown that, like, but I've said like if I've shown a case to be like if I've been asked about it to someone who's a dentist to be like, oh, I think this could have been better, this could have been better, like, right. Oh, hang on. Oh, right. Oh, right. Good of spitting. Yeah, there's a few things. I think with private positions as well. The other thing is like you got to be happy to kind of throw yourself in the deep end. I think there's a little bit of like I won't say stigma, but there's like obviously the fear factor of like people are paying more, your work's going to be better. You got to be of a certain expectation. But the only way you're going to get there is kind of by jumping in and doing it, like and you'll only know you're capable of it if you do it or you don't do it. You won't really know either.
Yeah. Now, when did you take your first private role? Was that in London, your first private role? And
Yeah.
was it? Yeah.
And
at that point, did you feel kind of comfortable that you were doing treatment to be in private?
You had the whole job though.
I was happy from.
You had the whole job for a while, didn't you?
Yeah, I think from my point of view, I wasn't necessarily ready. I wasn't ready. I would say that I was probably in a place where I wasn't feeling.
Yeah.
But moving into that job gave me the confidence to believe that, like, because I'd done then a couple of cases where I was in the job and it was kind of like, oh, okay, I'm happy with it. Like it was kind of like coming to an understanding of where I was, and then it was like, well, no, okay, I'm capable of X, Y, Z. I just need to become more consistent, and then after that, is doing it for more and more, and you get more and more exposure to that being in a private practice. Like for example, like you do more composite work probably, and then it was kind of like growth from that point of view. And then onwards really.
And did you already start doing Invisalign treatments before you joined? Only been since then that you've started doing Invisalign?
I joined, so in my newest practice, I joined the most latest. That was the one where I haven't done any full cases. Like I'm in the middle of starting some. I was happy to do some, once I'd got to a point. But like once I'd done the course, to be fair, once I'd done the course within Invisalign, I was pretty happy to kind of just move on and do it. I don't think it was too hesitant because, like I said, the process is quite streamlined to make sure you can't like basically pick the wrong case kind of thing. But yeah, I think feeling comfortable with private treatment is something I've spoken to a lot of some of my friends about, and I think I wouldn't have done it had I not been encouraged to do it. Doubtful of whether I was good enough or not. And now that I've done it, I'm not like boasting or anything, but like I feel much more confident providing.
Do you know what's funny though, Crew? Because you'd send your treatment to me and Mars to have a look at, and we'd be like, it's fine, but you still weren't quite like ready to put yourself out there, even though the treatment you're doing is probably obviously it's got better. Like as you do, you were still at an acceptable level back then, as you were as you are. Well, obviously you're better now, but that's kind of by the by, isn't it?
Yeah. I think the other thing is just like you need to understand where you are. I think part of that is just like like Hassan was talking about, self-doubt and self. It's like I was happy with the level I was providing to pay. Like I was happy that the patient was happy, but I was not necessarily happy with it myself. And I think at the end of the day, everyone's their own biggest critic anyway. Then it's probably that it is a really good piece of work. So it was just a case of like getting to the point where am I happy with it every single day? And like nothing every single time, but like 95% of the time, like I'm happy with it. And again, the problems are smaller problems. They're like there might be a bit of flash rather than CP, or this isn't quite the right shape. Okay,
So default should be A1.
Yeah.
That's the worst one that I've done. Do you remember my finals case? And
Mm.
I don't know if you I showed you the pictures of it, and I finished the case up, and I was like looking at it in person. I was going, "Oh my god, this is sick." And then took the photos, and still thinking, "Yeah, pretty good." And then like a year later, I was like texting you guys, I was like, "What is this absolute pile of nonsense that I did there?"
I mean, it's the same thing. Yeah, no. I mean, I don't know if it's on that as well. I look back at my final case and I think, wow, like, is this what I did? It's like, but you're a student.
Yeah, it's just funny, like, because I remember the feeling of me going to myself in my head, going, "Look at me, man! I've done these composites. I did them like I proper smashed them. These guys didn't know what's going on." And like I'm looking back at it, going, "Oh dear."
Did you?
I've so in terms of the cases from uni and stuff, I haven't really looked back at them. But generally speaking, you know how we've been talking about the advantages of taking photos as we go on. That's something I definitely need to do more of going forwards. I've definitely got more comfortable using a camera, but I think dental photography, like with the different pieces of equipment and stuff you need to use, is still quite different. So I just need to get to a routine of taking some pictures, even if it's just like before, just for now.
What kind of photography? Huh?
What kind of advice would you give in terms of with dental photography, like and how to get into it, what kind of pictures to take?
That's like the thing that I'm probably the most interested in. Probably the first thing is probably because I think I don't want to say necessarily that this is strictly the case, but once you take a photo of it, you feel not necessarily more pressure, but because you know you're then going to take a poster, like I need to make this look. You're not saying I do it for the photo, but like you're then like actually look back on this. Am I going to look back on it and be like, I want it to look rubbish or I want it to look good?
Yeah.
And the other thing is as well, like I mean, twin flash, ring flash, all those, but like I think it's just really like get to grips with the camera.
Yeah.
I think like obviously you guys know because you were all
Camera
like
nerds.
f-stop, ISO, shutter speed, but like I'm not being funny. Like they're not like people I've known on courses. They don't know that. They just get told the settings and they leave it on that. And like for me, I have to understand why I need to be able to adjust those settings and to be able to adapt to it. Like I found like even though I've got these preset settings, that like I took a photo with the preset, adjust it.
Yeah.
But then I know people who don't use the settings, so they don't know how to adjust it. That's another thing from the dental photography point of view is getting the right equipment. It's just getting the right equipment. So like whether you have a ring flash or twin flash doesn't really matter either way, but making sure you have the right mirrors, the right quadrant mirrors, contrasters and whatever, and just making sure that you want to get the picture that you got. And yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. I think the other thing is just taking photos of like as many cases as possible, because then the things that told me was like I didn't really used to be consistent, so you should maybe like your positioning is really like one thing that you need to focus on. Particularly like anterior smile shots is fine. Like you can usually make sure that that's consistent. But like if you're doing like a posterior shot in a mirror,
Yeah.
it's so easy to make that like a slight movement, and then you take the photo and you look, oh, that's the wrong angle or that's the wrong position. So just really making sure it's consistent. And then recently, since I've been doing more and more of them, I've been noticing like, okay, I've been thinking about it a bit more actively. Like I'm like, oh, actually, I should stand here, get them to move the mirror like this because this is what then I need to do it again the next time, like after I've done the next step. Yeah, but it's just I think a lot of the practice thing. And the other thing is like, I think with you guys, it's fine because as well, like getting into the creative step of it makes it more enjoyable. Without it, I think it's a bit robotic. I think if you have that thing to just do, oh, like let me do this creative photography bit for it or that or the other, it just becomes a bit more fun. It's more attractive to do.
I think getting comfortable with the camera has been quite good. I remember using a camera for the first time properly at uni, like, you know, when we were doing the cases and doing DFT as well. But, you know, when you just hold a big clunky camera, you don't really know, like, what all the settings are. You're getting confused by all the numbers and what the camera is capable of, that's like a big step forwards.
It's lighting for me,
Yeah.
I think lighting makes the
It's
biggest
gonna be-
difference.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
I haven't really experimented a lot with lighting, and when it comes to dental photography, it is a lot about that. Having like, I think a lot of dental practices have like a specific studio as well, like where they go for
Yeah.
You say a lot, like one or two.
I think
Some.
I think it's becoming more. Again, in the US, I see it more often, like from US Instagrammers. They've got like a separate room, but like I think it is really important. Not saying that I want. Ideally, I want it, but I think it is like when you take portraits, like you guys were saying, when you see full facial shots, like ideally you need to have like freestyle a black background and all this other stuff, and that's all well and good because you get a pop-up black background. I can use wireless twin flashes and stuff like that. But I think it's really like it would be nice to have that because I think you've got patients as well will see it and you'll be like, you just use that contraster. Yeah, no, and I think it's really important to have those things as well, and also like just from your own personal point of view, like you guys, because you enjoy the photography bit, taking the photos is really nice to do, and you just be able to use that more creative.
It makes
side,
it fun.
like where you see
It makes
like
it fun, doesn't it?
Yeah. You got to add a twist on it because I think it's before and afters of close-ups of teeth or retracted shots. That's all well and good, but it doesn't show the full story. Like like I was saying earlier, when you've spoken to patients, if you ask them why they want something done anteriorly, but a lot of the time anteriorly, they'll be like, "Oh, it makes one smile" and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So you'll take a picture before and they're really smiling, or you'll notice, and then you take a picture after and you'll see the smile change quite a lot. And I think that's really, and it's really nice for you to see. You see patients like, be like, "Oh my god, I actually want to show off my teeth," rather than whatever's there.
By the way, guys, if you're watching,
guess
we've got one spot there. If you want to join, the link is in the description of the video and in the chat as well.
I've got a couple of friends to start watching it, so they're probably watching it.
So if anyone wants to come on and also talk a bit of nonsense, or if you're actually knowledgeable about something, then great. But if you're like me, then you just talk nonsense for a couple of hours. In fact, no, we've got like 35
One
minutes
of my friends,
left.
they're really into kind of. We're starting to get into photography. They bought a camera as well.
This is
I haven't
twins.
really got to use
This
it
is
loads
twins.
yet, but yeah,
What's up,
it's-
guys?
Hi, Rehan and Hassan, if you're watching.
I think that's probably gone. I mean, I don't know.
No,
So yeah, no.
How do you combine that with the like the dental photography aspect? Because you know how we were talking about, it depends what your goal is. Is it that you're trying to attract patients? Is it that you're trying to do it for yourself? How do you then photography with also being appealing to patients, or is this a completely different area of photography that you're
I
doing
think
for yourself?
you got to be creative. Well, obviously you got to be creative, but like you'll find your way of doing it. Like I know me and you have had chats about this privately, which we'll keep under wraps in case we actually do it. But like there's like different ways different people do things. Like YDS have got their script of how they make it relevant. Yorkshire Dental Suite. And then there'll be, I don't know, a way Crew would do it, which would be different to what I would do, which would be different to what you would do. It's kind of an impossible question because you want to put your own spin on it, don't you?
Yeah. I mean, I think with the creative thing, I think the thing that I went on with creative photography is Manish Patel's course.
Yeah.
So like he goes, he doesn't go like huge into it, but obviously that's like one of his like big things. To do like white backgrounds, black backgrounds, and teach you how to do it without like extra equipment and stuff. I think he also emphasizes the creative thing and not limiting yourself. Like very much in think outside the box, think about what you could do. Like the light play on everything. I think like for me, when I do the creative kind of bit, it's just kind of like it's usually just me patient testing all the time. Like I'm just like I might as well just do it for pretty much fun. But otherwise, I'm the most creative person. But you know, there's other people out there who do like a lot of creative stuff. Like there's a couple of American guys, Adam Adamo Elvis. Like I don't know if you've seen. He does like a lot of photo shoots and things like that, and you know, it's really cool to see how he incorporates that into like. I mean,
Yeah.
he also does that for his dental patients as well, and it's pretty cool from that perspective to be able to do that. I think to me, like I'm not expecting, I'm just kind of doing it for my own enjoyment rather than anything else. And like, if it's cool, then it's fine. But like, you know, it's not. I think it's really just thinking, like, what can I do that's a bit different, and you know, maybe a bit more colourful and
I
whatever.
think our generation likes to express themselves as well. I think, like, I don't follow the rules when it comes to Instagram, like, you know, my posting, because there's no reason why I'm posting half of them. I just think the photo is cool. And me and I'm told this all the time. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
if I really did like think about what I was doing and like come up with a story for everything, I would probably cut my posting to like once a week or once every, you know, maybe twice a week to actually have that more impactful thing. But like, I just like the process of taking these pictures and editing them and then like getting a certain look going with the trio of shots that we've been talking about recently. So I think the same thing comes in the dentistry side of things. Like, I think if you find a way to like enjoy what you're doing, then people are just gonna vibe off that. The same way like anyone vibes off anything that anyone's doing.
No,
Yeah.
and that's what Crew kind of concluded with as well. It's like you're kind of doing it for yourself, and if that's what you generally do with all aspects, I think that anything else, if you just do what you enjoy.
Yeah, I'm sure
Yeah,
that people
exactly.
that think, you know, people who like me who are posting a lot are a bit like self-obsessed or whatever. Cool. I need more haters. But it's like, yeah, I'm doing it for myself. If other people like it, then great. And obviously with Dents of Insta, it's something a bit different. But again, it's like,
Yeah. I think it's easy to get caught up in the likes and stuff. It's easy likes and whatever. But at the end of the day, we should really just do it for whatever you want. Like, you know, at the end of the day, like I enjoyed. I mean, I put up like a picture of just like colored background space. It's just fun. It was just fun. It was literally just fun to do. Like, it wasn't like I was doing anything. It was just the end of the day. So I was just like, oh, let me just chuck this on here and just take a couple of pictures. But like, it was just interesting to do.
Should have T&O'd it.
And well, what was interesting was this. Some of the other people, like staff, commented on it. They were like, "Oh, it's good to see passion for the job." And I was like, "Okay." I was like, "Oh, I didn't realize that that's what it was portraying." But like, you know, I just took it because I thought it was fun and it looked cool. But you know,
I'm just having a look at your photos now. Like the color, yeah, the thing with the color paper. Is it literally just color paper behind the birds?
No. So it's an acrylic board actually, which is colored. You get it from doing the course, but it's one of these things. Use colored cards,
yeah,
and it just makes it look cool. But like obviously, because it's an acrylic board, it gives you a bit of a reflection and things like that. And if you take it from above, like it looks like it's like straight down. It gives a shadow. If you take it from a more lower angle, it gives a reflection and things. It looks just slightly different and things like that. I mean, it was just interesting to do, really.
It's a type of product photography, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like this kind of stuff.
Yeah. Exactly.
Have you seen his recent video? It was editing when drunk. Those are.
You're gonna have to send me this because I've not actually seen any of them.
Mate, you need to watch them. They're so funny. They're absolutely smashed every time they do these videos.
Yeah.
And they're
like they start off doing it seriously, and then it just kind of deteriorates.
15 to 20 minutes is just like them absolutely hammered. One of them is usually like by that point, and they do the most crazy edits. And the thing is, they're still good. It's still good. They're never like
drunk. They're still doing better edits than we do.
Yeah. So what are they called? North Border.
Yeah. So North Borders is one of the
7-0. I don't know. Who's your favorite out of the three?
I prefer North Borders. You know. What about you?
Hayden by a country mile.
I haven't checked Hayden's stuff that much. I only saw him in the last video. We have his own YouTube channel as well.
Yeah. I think he's the biggest one of the three. Like,
Oh,
he's
is
got
he?
the most followers. Yeah, he's got like over 1 million.
No, nice. I need to check him
He-
out. I think the other guys have got
He does his videos are really good, like they're really interesting, and particularly like the photo battle ones, best ones.
Okay. Need to check
Yeah.
out. When did you get on them? I only discovered them during lockdown when I... Yeah.
First lockdown. I just watched hours and hours of
Yeah.
content. I must have watched like 200 plus hours of videos. Like,
See,
Yeah.
I just completed
That was-
Netflix during first lockdown. Genuinely, there's nothing on Netflix that I can watch anymore because I've watched it all.
Yeah.
And I went through all of Peter McKinnon's and quite a lot of Daniel Schiffer's. Have you seen his?
Oh, Daniel
That-
Schiffer's
I need
really
to
Yeah.
rewatch those because I didn't do the right thing, which was watch Daniel Schiffer's and do the same things that he's doing at the same time. So I would
He
actually
gets
learn
like
it.
commercial looking footage just
Yeah.
in his... He uses the same camera as us. That's the crazy thing. It's just lighting, getting the right shot, and then editing it. And he doesn't do like crazy shots. It's just how he edits them to look professional. Harder than photo editing, though. Have you ever tried Crew?
nah.
Yeah, it's pretty solid. To be fair.
Your video came out really well. Did you make it public?
Which one? The
Yeah.
one that I sent you? No, I didn't make it public, man. I just sent it to a few friends.
Make it public. This is demand.
It was actually really good.
Dip out for a bit,
All right.
but I might be back in a little bit. Depends on how long you guys are.
Probably like till half past
You've just
midnight
said-
max.
you-
I think.
Cool. It's good catching up, guys. If you're still around, I'll catch you later.
Alright.
Hold on,
Catch up with
Hassan's
you guys
almost in
soon.
as well. Anyway, different Hassan.
Yeah.
All right, sweet.
All right.
Crew, speak to you
catch you
later,
guys.
man.
See you later, guys.
See ya,
Bye.
Crew.
Cheers. Then bye. Bye.
And then there were 2/ maybe 3. Yeah. Man, I'm down for doing like a proper Oh, are you in? Turn your video on, bro. Hold on. Let's get Hassan screen. We're not gonna try and play chess today though.
I did last time.
Yeah, we tried. It flopped. The internet fully died. Virgin Media died on us that day. So
Really?
we ended up switching to Instagram Live, so we couldn't do the chess match. It was a bit of fun though. Hassan, have you got your camera on?
I'm not sure. Hold on. I think so.
We can hear you anyway. Skype's been a bit funny with cameras today, hasn't it? What's going on, man? What's your New Year's looking like?
It's looking okay. I've got my arm in a sling. As you
I
do.
heard, man.
So I just yes.
At least if you get the vaccine, you can stick it in that arm because you're not using it anyway.
Well, yeah, exactly.
It's supposed to sting a little bit, isn't it? Let's.
I mean, yeah, I feel like all vaccines are a bit similar.
Has he got his? He's still not got his video on, has he?
I don't know how to. I feel like I've turned it on, but I don't know what's going on.
Try dipping out and then dipping back in. That might do it. Sometimes it's a
Okay.
funny thing. Bit like that.
When I first logged on, I saw this wondering what the hell's my camera doing? Like, it's just...
It's really puts you on like a weird thingy. Like I'm not on that picture, so I
like
didn't
when
see
you
it.
actually see it in the jungle.
Yeah.
Hold on.
We'll get. Sorry for bearing with us, guys, while we sort this out whilst Hassan gets himself on the screen. If you're watching, get in your New Year's resolutions. We still haven't had many. We've had people asking about GDPR, but no New Year's resolutions.
I feel like people have given up on New Year's resolutions this year, man.
I've actually probably got one. I want to get back into 2015 shape. That's
Yeah.
probably my only
I
one.
saw you posting a throwback with the abs.
Yeah, I wish I had them still.
You're in good shape, man.
I know, and then
Drinking that milk in it.
what was it? Four bottles a day? It was, wasn't it?
It's crazy, man.
It was a different life. Uni times, man. You could just sack off everything and just gym twice a day.
Is it almond milk or soy milk?
Hey?
Is it almond milk or soy
No,
milk? again?
lactose free.
Lactose free.
Expensive stuff, man.
Remember when we went one time, like when there was a proper blizzard in March or something, or February time?
We did
And
we did a video, didn't we?
Yeah, I remember doing it. That day we did like a B-roll footage. I remember you saying to me that day, "Oh, I'm gonna shoot like Peter McKinnon style
Yeah.
B-roll," and I had no idea who Peter McKinnon was.
It came out quite nice, but I didn't understand back then. I still probably don't know now how to do the music properly. So I should have taken off the sound of the actual videos that we shot and then added in my own. But also we were kind of like not in good shape then anyway.
Yeah, you get the music first, you put that in the background, you edit the clips to the beat of the music.
Hold on, I'm just gonna. Don't actually know what's going on.
Oh, it's so
Get
funny.
there eventually.
I've had zero luck.
No worries, try again, man. Try again. Bro, all we've talked about today is like cameras and social media. And then there was like you and Hassan asking loads of questions about getting jobs.
No, but like, what was the topic supposed to be? What was the theme of the conversation? Was it supposed to be just kind of
Well,
improvised?
general chat. So I suppose it's pretty cool that we. I think it's interesting information anyway.
You want to talk about United?
We can now that Crew's gone. So basically, 21 is coming.
Yeah. I don't know, man. It's Liverpool kind of flopped it yesterday.
I
innit?
know, good
They
old
get the 3
Brucey
points.
to the rescue.
Mhm.
I think we can do it, man. I think if we get a good couple of signings in, we'll smash it.
Make some signings in January.
I believe there are possibly 2 on the way. Word
Yeah,
word on the street.
Inside sources.
Word on the street.
I know you're close to Ollie, aren't you?
Not Ollie, but someone else who's close to someone else. But yeah,
Haven't they? Have you heard like the Burnley game? They've postponed it. They've postponed quite a few of the games.
have they? I didn't see. I've not been on Twitter or anything today to check what's going on with football. Is United Aston Villa still on tomorrow?
Yeah, that's still on.
Cool.
Yeah.
Do you know what? Let's go and have a look at my topics list because I've got a couple which I thought would be interesting to talk about. What have we got? What do you think about personal brands, actually? Just on a side. As
Personal
an aside.
brands.
Yeah. Do you know, like, a lot of people are doing Instagram, etc., but doing it as a personal brand? Like,
So like
yeah, and doing more of them. Kind of like my profile is a personal brand profile. It's not really about my treatment or anything, is it? Mainly because I don't do
I
any
guess the
treatment.
advantage of that is there's only one you, so automatically you're unique in it. Whereas, like, kind of, you know, the alternative is, what's the alternative? Like these Instagram names where they kind of do like the smile doctor and things like that.
Well, even that would be a personal brand because it's about that person as who they are. But I don't know what's your like. Appa is a personal brand, isn't he?
Yeah.
Dr. Appa.
Peter McKinnon is a personal brand.
Yeah, as opposed to like I don't know if you had like Yorkshire Dental Suite is a brand of a practice.
Yeah.
It's not a personal brand.
Yeah,
Personal brand is
yeah,
more
yeah.
like difficult to grow, I think.
It's probably difficult to grow because it's people see you as a person, obviously, rather than a business. So it's going to be harder to kind of recognize it as a brand. But I guess the advantage of it is once they do connect with your personal brand, it's a lot more of a personal connection than it is with, for example, with Yorkshire Dental Suites or something.
Well, you guys can't see this. Hassan's just messaged going, "I think I broke it." So he's tried valiantly to get on, but it didn't happen. Yeah. This is what I was thinking because, hold on, can we even hear you? Let me just make sure. Yeah, I think a lot of the reason I'm saying that is because it's becoming much more popular. I mean, you're seeing a lot like of dentists making logos and stuff like that. But even beyond that, like a lot of people are doing, I don't know, TikTok for example, and stuff like that to make themselves a bit more popular online as opposed to the work they're doing, just like who they are as a person. I just wondered what you thought of the things that when
I
you
think,
follow
like,
someone, why you
especially
follow
in the
them.
dental field, it started. I think the big one that probably inspired everything was like, the singing.
Yeah, he was probably the pioneer of a lot of it. And am I on my own now? I think we've just lost Ozan. Let's have a look. Don't even know where Skype's gone. Let me find it. Yeah, we just lost a couple of the guys. You back?
What happened there? It just cut off.
Someone ended the call. I wonder whether when Hassan left, he managed to end the call for everyone. He just finished it. He finished everyone off.
Oh, really?
It's a pity he couldn't got him because
Yeah,
he's always good fun. Yeah, the question I was asking you is like when you are following someone new, what is it that brings you to that account? Like, what is it that gets you? Here he is. He's alive. He's real.
Hey, sorry, I was having issues with everything.
How's it going, Hassan? Nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too, man. How's it going? I'm liking the long haired club.
Yeah.
I put mine up in a bun today. What am I
Covered it with
supposed to
the
do?
cap, man.
Very good, very
We
good.
kicked Crew out because he's got short hair.
I mean, there needs to be at this time of night a select criteria. I think.
Yeah, I know. It's like this is the real New Year's Eve party, right here, right now.
Exactly.
What are you up to? What have you been up to apart from slinging around?
That's about it, really. Just finishing off the end of year admin, and that's it. Just back at home in Manchester, so just chilling with the fam, and that's about it, really.
I like how most of the people we've had on are basically around Manchester and like Halifax and that. It's like it's been like a West Yorkshire, Lancashire thing today. Plus Crew.
Good.
So the question, I don't know if you heard the question I was asking Ozan. We're talking about personal brands. Like when you follow someone who like is promoting themselves, what draws you to that person? Just in general, like I'm sure you've got accounts that you follow that you don't know, who are like doing certain things.
If I think I can gain something, it's more like there's one like food or travel or generally stuff that I'm interested in. But then also if I can learn something from it. So like there's a doc I use that I find him really useful because he just talks about the science behind the food we should be eating, and then recently followed certain accounts that he was following just because he's got a very similar mindset with the type of people. There's a couple of people in Ireland I think that he was promoting as well, and I was having a little look on there, and it's talking about more about foods for healing. So I was like, actually that's a really good thing for me because at the moment I do need food for healing my arms. So and it's about like how to get the right amount of vitamin C in and the right amount of like suppose like caffeine to use, or just different little things that I can get from an account. So that's what I would look for if I can learn something from it.
What happened to you, mate?
I dislocated my shoulder.
Oh, really?
Playing tennis, dangerous sport of tennis.
What did you do? Just go for an ace and just pop the...
No, I wish it was. Everyone's been hoping it was like some like amazing shot. I just slipped. I literally just slipped and landed on my arm, and that was it. It just popped out.
They're quite easy to pop out shoulders, actually, aren't they? Like if you just land in the wrong way, it's done.
Yeah, I think so. I didn't actually feel like it was like gonna pop or I'd done any damage. I thought I'd got everything under control as I was falling, and then all of a sudden I just felt this pop. And then yeah.
You ever dislocated your shoulder before? Was that the first time?
First time. First time.
Because they do say like if you've had it, and then it's more likely for it to happen again. So you better be careful next time you play tennis, mate.
Exactly. Find a less dangerous sport than tennis.
Yeah.
Start doing bowls or
yeah.
What about
or
badminton, mate?
I think badminton's worse. You've got more of a swing going, haven't you?
True.
Hold on, I've got to do my last post of the day. I was doing top 10 posts of 2020 today, so I've just got to quickly do that. But yeah, that was one of the things we were talking about earlier. We also talked about how social media and dentistry's just kicked off this year. Like, it's just gone crazy. So how that maybe affected you. I mean, you got involved with me quite a few times, so we had a lot of fun talking about your prison life in dentistry and all these other bits. But what else can you tell us about your experience from the year?
You mean dental
Yeah,
wise or
just more social media, dental, that kind of thing.
okay? To be honest, I've switched. I've been a bit of a you. I think I've just switched off since I've been off work. I haven't actually followed anything dental since I've been off work. I've just had a proper detox. The only time I had to do something dental was literally when I remembered I had to like submit my like CPD for the year end.
1 hour.
Like bashing out like 20 hours of CPD in one night. But apart from that,
Oh, yeah, but guys, you've got 12 minutes to do it if you haven't already. Is that right? It's got to be done by the end of today.
no. So yeah, your GDC has to be done by today. But your CPD actually
It's like 24th or something, isn't it?
Yeah, a bit later on in Jan. So I was like, as long as I've done it, and then I was happy, and then.
So am I right that did you work as part of prison dentist?
Yes, yes. So I was down south. I was in the southwest region, covering quite a few areas. So I was primarily based in Somerset, but I covered Dorset and Bristol prison clusters as well. So I was in between the three counties, really.
And I mean, you probably got asked this already, but just generally, because there was a post that came up, and I live in Rochdale, and the prison nearby, it was just on the BDJ jobs. It was like, oh, there's a prison dentist, and I just had never thought about prison dentistry before, and still now it's like a big unknown for me. I'm just imagining Prison Break, and just like getting in trouble with the prisoners. Like, what was that experience generally like? What was it? Was there any surprises when you were working there? What kind of treatments generally were you doing? Was it mainly extractions, or was it like a lot of other types of treatment?
So yeah, prison. Yeah, like you said, actually, I thought it was going to be a bit like Prison Break when I first joined. I was like super excited, thinking there was going to be loads of drama, but it wasn't. And it's just it's prison dentistry is actually very simple, because it's usually either one or two dentists available for that prison, and it's just very basic dentistry. So I think I said to Jabra when I first spoke to him about that, I think everybody should do prison dentistry because actually, you get to understand the prison system and sort of the type of society that we live in.
Yeah.
And you get to see that firsthand. And also the treatment wise, because there's so many people, you have to really prioritize what you can and cannot do. Now, the contract says you should be able to provide everything you can provide on the outside. But really, that's not realistic in a prison system because so many people to get through. You can't be like, oh, I'm going to make you a dent veneers, and you have the option to do it.
Yeah.
But I never really got around to doing it because there were so many prisoners to see, and I was a single dentist in so many, and I was covering 4 prisons, and so it was basically like I said, extractions, fillings. That was it basically. And until like the odd denture here or there, like if the patient was in for like 100 years, and I'd be like, okay, fine, like we'll make you a denture. But if they were coming out in like a year or two, then it was a lot of the treatment plans were dependent on how long the sentence was as well. So if they were in for like a year or two, you can be like, well, you can probably do without. If you've not had a denture for last 2 years, you can probably not have one, for the next 4 years. That's not urgent.
Yeah.
Unless they were missing lots and lots of teeth, and you're like, okay, fine, I'll make you one. Otherwise, it was just very, very simple treatment, just making them dentally fit, stable. I really enjoyed it. I found it really safe. I actually found prison dentistry more relaxed and more safe compared to like general dentistry in practice. Just because the prisoners are very aware of what their role is. They're very acclimatized to the prison system, so they know that they can't, there's no messing about. They just sort of do as you're told, type of thing. So it's quite nice as come in. They'll try and pull a fast one every now and then, be like, oh, the last dentist told me I can have all my whitening and all my Invisalign and XYZ, even though it's not available. But they it's and just hope that they can pull the wool over your eyes. But a lot of the time they just get on with it, and as a dentist, you just get on with it as well. So it was fun. I think if you got the opportunity to do it and you knew you were there, then you should always try and give it a go.
Yeah. Is that something that you were doing kind of like full time, or was that something that you were doing alongside your associate work? Or were you doing that like?
It was a community post, so I was I was doing that. It was half of my contract hours, and then the other half was a special needs
Oh, okay.
part of it. So yeah, I was doing the GA list for that and the PEDS list for that. So
How long have we got left? We've got 7 minutes. I'm just doing a quick poster.
Time, mate. Are we getting some kind of
There's
celebration?
a little surprise for everyone who's watching in 7 minutes time. little joke from me.
You're gonna be a dad joke
as an associate.
towards Huddersfield. So it's about 30 minutes from me. But when I was looking at jobs, it was coming up with like once a week or once every fortnight position in like a prison dentist. That's the kind of how you're talking about the prison dentist roles. That's the kind of opportunity that was there rather than a community post. But yeah, I just started working as an associate in September. Finished my TAT in August.
Okay, brilliant.
How long have you been qualified?
A while now. What are we in 2020? Graduated in 2012. So
Where did you graduate?
You still live in Sheffield, don't you? Or
yeah, I'm still there.
I can't get away from the place. Hold on. I've just made a little. Where's it gone? Continue talking. I'm just doing a quick Photoshop of something which well, it's not even a Photoshop.
How did you find the end of your DFT? Your DFT then?
Yeah, I was just telling these guys because obviously you got cut at the halfway point in March, and arguably like the second half is where you get the most experience. So definitely, but I feel like the start of the associate job, things are still relatively slow with COVID and that now. So it's kind of made up for the second half of that year, really. Yeah, slowly things.
It all evens out anyway. That's fine. Like, I think.
Yeah, I think you get the numbers up. Go down to do the community post, like
and
just
a job, and because I initially applied for GA list. And then also there was IV sedation and also inhalation sedation. So I did a lot of my extractions with inhalation sedation for the referral. So that we'd be quite even though we had IV, majority of our referrals were actually done under inhalation. It was very rarely that we did anything under IV. And then the prison stuff as well. So it was a good mix of.
And how was the experience generally of the South? I think the only time I really went down south properly was for my foundation year when I was like in Buckinghamshire around Bicester, Oxford area, but I haven't really been down to Somerset that much.
Somerset is interesting. I mean, the people are very interesting. It's a very white county, I would say. So like seeing an Asian person just walking around the street was a bit of a shock to people.
It's like a big moment, isn't it? You feel like you feel happy when you see someone down south.
It was fine. It's very quiet. It's pretty much like a retirement place. The population is quite old anyway, generally down that way. But yeah, the coastline there is just impeccable. Like my drive to Dorset, the prison that I was on, where they did the Olympic sailing
Oh, cool.
for 12. It was along that stretch, and it was just wicked.
Is that
It was just so
Durdledore
cool
and
to
stuff
see.
as well?
Yes.
I really want to go there. I've not. My brothers went,
It's really
but I didn't actually go when they went. So, Cruz saying join the South Revolution.
It's a good intro place for you. It's a good place for you to get your hair out and get your
Hey, once we can actually go out and about again, I don't know how long this hair actually lasts. I think I'm probably gonna get a chop at some point. I don't know. What do you think?
Oh, I don't
Big
know.
way, man.
I won't be allowed in the club though, will I? Because it'll just be short again, so then I'll be kicked out of my own life. Yeah.
Did you explore more? Like someone said, did you go to Cornwall? These areas supposed to be quite beautiful. Any of the areas, spots that you found that you recommend?
I was in Bath quite often. Bristol.
Bath
Bristol was like not. Bristol was a more happening place, so I ended up going there more often. There was more younger people, I suppose, to hang out with there. And I played tennis as well, so it was easier to play tennis in Bristol than it was in Somerset. So.
Are you quite decent at tennis then? Do you play quite a bit?
Oh no! I like to think in my head I am, but really on paper I'm really not.
I can't even
I
get it
wish
over
I
the
would.
net, to be honest. I'm pretty poor.
I mean, the goal is to maybe enter a tournament at some point of some stature, but I play in the local leagues, so it's quite nice to just get your eye in, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess you have to be decent enough to play in the local leagues or the
Yeah, you have
tournaments.
to be able to play because the standard in the local leagues is very mixed. It's like you get some very bad to like very, very good. So
Yeah.
it's very mixed.
Yeah.
Well, we've got what 1 minute left now. Is it 1 minute left?
Yeah.
And then
I'm just curious to see what the surprise is.
have you got the YouTube up? Because you can't actually see it unless you have.
Oh, okay. Let me on my phone.
Um,
They're gonna be a graphic.
it's quick text, a quick bit of text. That's all. But
Okay.
it amuses me, but I don't think anyone else is gonna find it funny. But
Crew said join the South Revolution.
yeah, he said. I think that was when Hassan was talking about living down south. You know, these guys have jumped the gun. It's like 1 minute left, man. Absolute amateurs.
Yeah, I was just going crazy here as well.
It's not me because my phone's connected to like GSM internet and all that. So it's gonna tell me at the exact moment. Should I just do the reveal because we're pretty much there?
Yeah.
Come on, the fireworks in the
Fireworks
background.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go. So well done, everyone. You survived 2020.
1 minute, what's it done? I can't see anything.
I'll make it a bit bigger. There you go. There we go. I'm going to screenshot this actually because that looks pretty good. And that can be the post for Instagram or whatever later. Right, yeah. We've got about... How long should we let this go now? Because we've... how long have we been going, man? 4 hours?
I've been here at least an hour or two, man.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a long one. A few people tried to join, but just wouldn't turn on the camera, so they're like, oh yeah, I'll just not join. But I don't know what they expected on a YouTube podcast. Plans for next year, Hassan?
How long have you been? Plans for next year? Just, I don't know. I'm going to keep it simple. I think I don't have any expectations for next year, so I think simple. Just self-improvement, the usual. Go to the gym, eat well, read more books, get more intelligent, all the usual stuff that you never do.
Do you know what I really love? Like, do you know every other year, like apart from this year, everyone's always like, oh my god, yeah, 2020 is going to be my year. Ain't nobody saying that this year. And everyone's just like, thank god it's over.
Yeah.
No one's like claiming 2021 or anything. They're just like, okay,
Yeah,
we'll just see
it's
what
true.
happens.
It's true. I'm not really like, I usually try and reevaluate my goals every 3 months. For me, like New Year's is like, even though it's a new year, it's still one of those ones where I'm like, okay, am I still on target? It's just a reflection point rather than a setting goal point.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best way to do it because you want to. You should do everything with balance, and I think that's what a lot of people, um, certainly, like everyone wants to get somewhere too fast or faster than they should, and
Yeah,
everyone should go at their own kind of pace. So I kind of agree with that. I only have one real goal. I mean, Ozan was asking, like I've got goals for the social media stuff, but I want to do good work on there, and that's kind of the main thing. Then the numbers hopefully will follow. The other thing is I just want to be not fat by summer. So pretty lofty ambitions.
fair enough. Fair enough. I don't know. I think it's just all about setting goals and then working your way towards them, isn't it? So you've got to have a goal.
What's on your reading list then? What kind of books do you want to read?
Ooh, this year's probably going to be more about nutrition. So
Mhm.
this current year just gone, it was mainly like finance type of books or the
Mhm.
sort of like, I suppose, entrepreneurial type of books. And so yeah, I think next year I'm going to move more towards healthy eating type of book. So just to get a more of a gauge on like what foods I need to be sort of working with more
Yeah.
often. So
I quite like that. I mean, me and Ozam have both read a few books around stoicism and stuff like that recently, or me a bit further back, a while back, and you read it more recently, haven't you, Ozam?
Yeah, it's like going to in at uni about third, fourth year, but just been reading about it here and there. And along with like this, the standard self-improvement stuff. But I try to stay away from like too much of the cliche stuff. But every now and then you do have some good books that make you think a bit differently. That's what I categorize as kind of
yeah,
self-improvement and the 10 things to do and that'll sort your life out. I try to stay away from those ones.
I think
definitely.
the really classic one is the Carnegie book, isn't it? How to influence people and make friends, or is it the way around?
I got gifted that by one of my patients actually at the end of DFT.
Yeah,
Um, and yeah, it's how to win friends and influence
that's
people. I was
the other way
actually going
around
to
from what I
read.
said.
Yeah, it was written back in I think in the 1980s or something like that. Written quite a while back. So before the whole self-improvement movement, but it's essentially got to do with communication skills. And as a
Yeah.
dentist, obviously, that's vital. So it's just making sure that you're understanding the principles of good communication, what things that you can do to make sure that you're taking that to the next level. So I think anyone can benefit.
Next door.
I might give that a shot.
Yeah. It's really highly recommended. It always comes up in one of the top recommended
Yeah,
books.
yeah, definitely. It's a
Okay.
really good book. I read it when I was 12, actually, the first time, and then subsequently I've read it 2 or 3 more times. I think what the other one, Mark Manson has a bunch of really good books as well, which are still on my list. I've not actually read them yet, but they're on my list next. But everyone raves about those, so I think they're probably pretty high up on there as well.
And the book was actually written in 1936, so it's pretty old.
Wow.
So if people are still reading it now, it's going to have some kind of
Yeah.
proof concepts.
Yeah, no, that's usually a pretty solid book to read. Someone shouting you.
No, just watching. They put my sisters are in the room as well, so they just put on the fireworks on the TV, the London ones.
I've not seen it. I've just seen some at the window on the
We didn't
side.
we didn't think they were doing them, and then they've just started to do them. So I was like,
Fair enough. Yeah, no, I used to love the fireworks on New Year's. I'm not that bothered anymore. I don't know why. It's just like lost its luster or whatever. I don't know if it's just me being a grumpy old man.
Now, me and my friends, we would always go to Manchester, Albert
Oh,
Square, and just
yeah.
fireworks there. We did that for like 3-4 years in a row, but then it was just like, what's the point? Like, it's always the same fireworks, the same music, and then we just started just chilling and watching it on TV.
Couldn't they do it in like June, where it's really warm? But nah, you got to do it in December where you're just gonna freeze your fingers off and like.
Well, like celebrate half the year.
Well, just make that the new end of the year. It's only a day, man. Well, why have they just picked the cold part of the year to do it?
That's true.
Who
I guess
who
in
decided
Australia-
December was the end of the year? Let's make
Nah,
it
but
end of June.
it's gonna be
It's nice
summer,
and
isn't it?
warm.
It's not a bad shout, you know.
And also, you know, like that's when the football season ends as well. So why is the football season ending in the middle of the year? It should be the other way around, right? It should be start and end. So we should realign the calendar with the football season.
With the foot.
We should
It
call
only
it the
makes
Jabir
sense.
calendar.
I don't know, man. Yeah, I'm not a fan
Or
of
you
the
could
cult.
just fly to Australia and then have your New Year's Eve there, and it'll be nice and warm.
Yeah, good point. Good point. I like my idea better because it requires everyone else to change for me.
It doesn't involve moving.
Right, quickly before we leave, Erzam and Hassan, favorite thing that's happened this year from both of you? That not favorite thing, whatever you learned the most from this year, in whatever sphere of life that you want to share about.
Do you want to go first, Hassan?
Yeah, so for me was just learning how to set up a business, reading around that. That was probably my favorite thing this year, just because I think probably with the pandemic has made me realize that actually, you know, it's worth having another bow to your sort of string, I suppose, and be able to do something else other than just rely on dentistry. Or, so yeah, so just trying to open up sort of the wingspan and just seeing what's out there. So there may be some, I don't know, maybe I might venture into a new business, maybe I won't, I don't know at this point, but that's the plan. That is the plan, to maybe try something new next year.
That sounds really interesting. I'm even losing my words. I've been sat here for so long.
It's been a long
Erzam,
session.
what's your win? What's your win from the year?
I'd say in terms of favorite movement of the year, I'll probably just give two answers. Well, first one was I think the
Oh, yeah,
Chicago
meeting
trip was
Chicago
pretty.
was up
thing.
there.
Yeah, I was never planning on really on going to America, but like I think it was pleasantly like a good experience. Apart from getting interrogated at the airport, but
Do you know what I went in 2011 and I had the same problem.
oh
It
my
only
God.
happens
I had
once, though.
interrogated
be
in
fair.
London and when I landed in Chicago.
It only happens the first time you go from my experience, 'cause I've been a couple of times now. The first time I went was pretty, you know, like they went for you a little bit.
Yeah.
But since then, I've just, you know, you just show the passport and then like, oh, where you going?
Actually, you're right. Yeah, I've been a few times since and I've not had any
Yeah.
issues. Yeah. Chicago trip, I remember it well because it was just me and a bunch of like non-Muslim people, and a group of us went at the airport and literally one person gets singled out. You're like, really?
Yeah, like on my ticket there was like 4 S's on it, and then there was an announcement. It's like, oh, if you got 4 S's, please come to the front. I thought I was being upgraded to like VIP, like first class or something. And it's just like a group of like Asians cornered and put in the part of the airport, like being interrogated.
You love to see it.
So that was, but anyway, that was still my favorite moment. Like the whole trip was probably like my favorite moment of the year. In terms of the learning experience, I think the photography and learning how to use a camera and just kind of traveling with that a little bit and just experimenting with that, I've learned quite a bit with that. So that's been quite good. How about yourself, Jabir?
Yeah, for me, I think it's more of a learning point. I kind of put it on my post from earlier, like being authentic. And I think with you know people who are putting themselves online quite a lot, kind of being not straying from whichever values you have as a person. And I think there was definitely a time when I was a bit younger where I would be not scared of like saying what I really think or like what I really believe in, you know, as a Muslim guy, but I wouldn't show it as much as I probably do now. I think that's probably what my my takeaway has been. Like I've done that now, and you know nothing bad has come of it, and probably I've got stronger connections as a result. So being yourself is probably the most cliche thing I could say, but it's actually like legit.
Mm-hmm. That's a good
Sorry
one.
for the
I
cliche
agree.
answer, guys.
It's all right, man. That was deep.
Behind that, right now. Yeah, so
That's yeah. So that's probably me. Did actually, Azam, did going to America change your view on Americans?
It kind of did, you know, like just generally on America itself. Like I said, I wasn't really planning on going, but apart from the airport thing, it was like really welcoming. Everyone was like very friendly. I think Americans are a lot more, I would say, extra compared to England. Like, they react a lot more, they smile a lot more, they just do everything a bit more.
Yeah.
But in a way that can be quite endearing. Like, everyone was just smiling, saying thank yous, and it was just a lot more of an expressive country than the UK
I
is.
think they're a bit more polite in a way. When they're gonna be like polite, they're more genuinely polite, and when they're like being like a bit
Yeah.
of a thingy towards you, the more it's more in your face, and I prefer that. Like when
Yeah, I feel
people are
like
like,
easy to detect. Whereas in England, I feel like it's a lot more like a bit more hidden,
yeah,
isn't it? It's like you have to deduce meaning. Whereas I think in America, from what I felt anyway, you can tell a lot more instantly.
I almost rate their level
Yes.
of like the racist they have, where it's like if they don't like a colored person, they'll tell you, and it's like okay, at least I know where
Yeah,
you stand now. It's like I rate that. It's
yeah,
like say what you think.
yeah. So I would
Yeah.
definitely like think about back there again, exploring other
I
parts
don't
of
think
the
I can live
country.
there, but I love visiting there. Sure.
Mhm.
Yeah, I love
If
this.
they if they accepted the qualification, would you ever move there?
Yeah, that would
If you
swing the
didn't?
balance pretty heavily.
Yeah, I think at the moment it's just a big hurdle to kind of do all the conversion exams, do another year, a few years of uni or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I was considering. I mean, we spoke about this earlier when the other Hassan was on. There's been two of you today, bro. But like, I was almost gonna move there at one point and go and do endo. Like, I was genuinely thinking about that. Probably about 9 months ago. Around the time when we went. But then I just saw
Mm-hmm.
that even if you do endo over there, you're still limited to which states you can practice in.
Mm.
So it's like you need to know that those are the states that you're happy with. Otherwise, you need to go back to dental school as well as endo specialist school. So yeah,
Mm.
guys, I'm pretty knackered. I'm gonna call it there.
To wrap.
It's been a pleasure, Hassan. Thanks for coming on short notice. And in
Oh,
fact,
thank you
everyone's
for
come on
having
short
me.
notice today because I only had the idea like last night. So hopefully, everyone who's watched has enjoyed it, and this has been more interesting than whatever's on TV right now. But
Alicia Keys.
yeah, definitely more interesting than that. So we've had 137 people, 138 people on. A huge thank you for everyone who's joined. Make sure to like the video, leave a comment down below what your New Year's resolutions are going to be. Let me know what sort of stuff you want to see from this channel in 2021, and subscribe. Join the Patreon if you want as well. Follow these guys. You've got Hassan Nasser 86. Erzam Janjua, who's tagged in every single one of my photos because he takes them all. There was also Dr. Krupa Patel and Dental Hassan as well. So make sure to follow the guys who joined us. Huge thank you to everyone.
All right, happy New Year, guys.
Yeah.
All right, see
Take
you
care.
later.
Bye bye.
Bye.